Hey everyone, I hope you're having a great day, because this is episode number 4 of the Broccoli and Breakdowns podcast, and today we've got the hidden gems of Dunn, North Carolina, with BlackPlate Productions. There's no need to introduce John, Easy, and Garrett, because if you don't know them, you're missing out. I just want to thank the 3 of them for inviting me into their studio and letting me be an honorary member of the family. If you're looking to record music, hit them up, because they will definitely make you sound great. You can find them on Facebook and at blackplate.productions. Now listen to some of their work, and thanks to every single one of you for tuning in. Here are clips from Obsidian Darling, Infirma, and Season and Snare.
Strangers all around, intoxicated by the sound.
I'm left with the reparations.
Clipping, it will be pleasant, hopefully, or not.
Oh, there's clipping in every one of the other ones that I've done.
We're gonna help you fix that.
You got 5 people on one
microphone
sitting in the middle of a room.
Yeah.
When people start yelling, there's clipping. There's clipping.
Yeah.
Clipping, yelling.
Yeah. Hollering. We call it hollering.
Hoot and holler.
Yeah.
Hoot and holler.
All right. Well, we're live.
Awesome.
So, do what you do, Tanner.
I mean, this is pretty much what I do.
Oh, okay.
So, go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Okay, I'm John, founder of BlackPlate Recording. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Easy. I do production.
I'm Garrett. I engineer here at BlackPlate.
Alrighty. How'd this all... We kind of started talking about how did it all start. You guys said you started back up... Started in like 2009, is that what you said?
Well, probably 2011, 2012. The beginning.
When you hit your stride, yeah.
Yeah, the beginning. I will say, we were talking earlier, the first band that I personally ever recorded, this is before, I guess, before Garrett was in the picture. He was kinda in the picture.
He was starting to come around, yeah.
Yeah. I was repairing Garrett's amps at the time. But,
story.
The first real... I would say recording I ever did was Take Heart back in 2011. Is that right?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
So they did an EP with me, and it was a fucking disaster.
Where was it?
In my barn behind my house. Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
you had an enclosed garage kind of thing.
Yeah.
Set up with a live room and then the control room.
No, it wasn't a disaster on their part. I just didn't know anything. I was just not.
We were just happy somebody would record our
Record
crappy music, man. To be
Was
honest.
it? Had you guys recorded yet?
We did our full length with John. We did the EP. We did the full length with you, and we just did the.
But before that, you did a record with Kevin Newland. I think.
We did that the 4-song with Newland out there, and then we did that one with him. We did a Family Affair with John, and 2 years ago we did Divergence, which was off of Eulogy Records.
Yeah,
with John.
Okay.
I think that was technically besides the Motor Grader stuff, that was the first like record label release that we had done. But taking it back in time, this is we're talking about when like Lines of Winter was still a band and stuff like that. So This goes back, 7, 8 years. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I wouldn't call myself a professional at that point. It was more of a...
Well, you had made the mindset of, okay, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
In like any kind of art field, you piddle with it, you make side money with it, and then there's some point you're going to say, I want to be broke, but I'm going to do this until I am.
I want to stop
competent
working
at
this dead end job that I hate.
Yeah.
I mean, I have plenty of friends that are tattoo artists, and every one of them has the same story.
Yeah.
From being an apprentice to working your 40 hours and then working 30 hours at a shop for free, learning your junk, and then there's one day you go, oh my God, I'm not going to get a paycheck unless I go there every day and pray to God and hope that it comes together, And
I think you got to, when you're talking about starting something like that, whether it be a band or a studio or a tattoo shop or whatever, you've kind of got to shoot for the stars. Really, you've got to look up to people that are just way out of your league, and then beat the crap out of yourself over and over because you're just like, why does my stuff suck so bad? And I think that plus dumping every penny you've got into it. Good Lord, I went into probably $20,000 of credit card debt, that first year. Just,
Like setting up this place or just...
No, this was the barn.
Oh, at the barn? Okay,
yeah,
okay.
So I found a better way.
Okay.
So,
I want to hear this setup at the barn.
Yeah,
so I can just...
So the barn studio, it was actually kind of cool. Yeah. It was like, for a barn.
Well,
it was
envisioned like the barn I had on my farm.
Okay, yeah.
We had a baseball. We had in our barn, we had a batting cage.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think of setting up a recording
it was kind of like
studio.
that. Yeah. I can imagine there being so. We were always having to kill snakes in there and stuff, so it was cool. But
have a lot of raccoons, possums.
No raccoons really. I think there were too many snakes and stuff for raccoons. There was a gigantic king snake in the back side of the barn. The barn was pretty big, but it was not watertight. So.
We never had possums after.
Never had possums.
Me and John were involved in a murdering of a possum in a public place at one point in our life, and I think it got around to the possum community that
they just stopped messing with us. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I haven't even run over a possum since then. And I mean,
they know.
Yeah, they know. Yeah.
I don't see anything here.
Yeah.
I don't see deer. I don't see possums.
Just drive at night. You'll see deer.
Yeah.
Cars.
Well, okay. So record with us until about 3 a.m. one night, and then drive home. The deer are waiting for you.
or Lawrence.
Or we moved too far. All right, we'll get back to Lawrence.
Oh man.
So we're talking about the barn days. Yeah. So it's just this building. I'm renting a house.
Do you still have it?
No, we don't live there anymore. Yeah, so I'm renting this place at this point in time. We're talking 2010-ish. It must. Yeah, well, I guess I was there in 2010, right?
You lived there for a while, man.
Yeah. So I guess from 2007 to about 2013. Yeah, I lived there and I had this barn, but sometime around my 30th birthday, I think I just lost my mind, and I was working at music stores. I worked at a music store in Wilson called Miller Music Center with my good friend John Locklear. He was managing the place. He's an amazing musician.
Yeah. Definitely heard that name.
Yeah, we did a recording for his new band, Mark McKinney and Company. It's him, his brother Jonathan, who's playing all the percussion, and his good friend, they're childhood friends, Mark McKinney, is singing and playing rhythm guitar, and it's just phenomenal acoustic country kind of stuff. And he's doing stuff on acoustic guitar that most people can't do on electric. So it's just, he can also play the crap out of an electric. So. But anyway, I moved off of the subject. So I'm working at this music store starting in probably about 2008, and I've come on board to do music teching or instrument teching and stuff like that doing setups on guitars, repairs, and stuff like that. And gradually, during that course of time, I start getting more and more into electronics. Working on electronics and stuff. So, kind of started up a repair shop out of my house. I also had a garage area in that house that I'd set up as a repair shop, which oddly enough is how I met Garrett, but we'll get there, I guess. So we, I was just doing repairs. I was repairing guitars and amps and all kinds of, which I still do, but I'm very selective. I do mostly tube amps now. I don't. There's nothing worse than somebody bringing you a crate Flex Wave and asking you to fix it for $30. Like, no, just throw it away. It's a crate. Throw it away.
Buy a new one.
You were doing a lot of live sound too.
Yeah.
Being in the scene back.
Yeah, so
years
we're talking
ago.
2006, 2007.
Yeah.
Eric's brother, Eric, you're not wearing the hat, so it's easy.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Don't use my government, man. Yeah, my brother had a vision for a Christian nightclub, all-age venue, and just to bring good bands. Because whether you know it or not, I mean, everybody's always trying to save the scene or whatever, but North Carolina's kind of known as the Red Sun in the booking industry. Like, nobody comes here. That's why we don't get good shows on Fridays and Saturday nights, because they know they can't make the money they want in North Carolina. And I'm not hating. I love North Carolina. I'm a Carolina guy.
There's a ton of great musicians here.
There's great musicians here, but for some reason we have a stigma here that you don't get those acts coming through because it's not a stop. And he wanted to put a good venue that was all age, because with the Christian market, you could bring in a lot more younger kids, teenagers, college age, and stuff like that. So he did the alternative.
Was this like 2006-ish?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
out in Clayton.
metalcore, especially like Christian metalcore.
Metalcore was at its
blowing
height,
up.
man. And we found a gym that was closed on the weekends, and we would go there. We'd start Saturday morning.
Yeah.
And we had a huge wrought iron stage.
No, dude, this was
That
a feat. I mean, it was a miracle, basically.
Yeah, we had it was 10 pieces of these 4x8 wrought iron stage that was 3 foot tall that we would stack, put in the back of a truck, go get our 3/4 inch plywood, go out there, build a stage, carpet it, put 2 subs up, 2 big house towers.
Shout out to Bobby Shepard.
Yeah. But we would do all this sound, but we had this huge sound system, but nobody to run it. That was competent, because you don't want to bring in an act that you're already fulfilling their rider.
The assumption is that, these touring acts are going to bring personnel.
Yeah.
But they weren't. That,
Shit, would
Yeah.
they have been like?
So,
Because how big of acts are we talking? Like,
I mean,
Right. Back in that time, we were doing a lot of the...
it was the Christian top 40 rock acts. Yeah.
Solid
so they should definitely have.
Yeah. Well, Christian rock top 40. Yeah. So
they were touring in vans and...
Solid State, Tooth and Nail.
Yeah.
Okay,
But they didn't have sound guys, majority of them.
Mm-hmm.
And we knew John from the scene, and we're buddies, known him forever, and he just started, hooking us up, running great sound, and we're getting wonderful feedback at these shows from these touring bands. Like, next time we come through, we're calling you when we book. Yeah. And it was like, it's a
exactly what you
gym,
want
man.
to hear.
But it didn't feel like a gym after we transformed and worked from 9 till 3 in the morning. Was our Saturdays.
Yeah,
mainly.
and sound was good, which is, I mean, you guys have played shows. Sound sucks. It always sucks. Now you can say that because there's 10% of the time where you've got a guy like Ron from, the brewery.
The old brewery, Rest in Peace, yeah.
You got, at
Paulie. Yeah,
Paulie,
you got some venues
Paulie
that
and
the sound
Chuck,
guy care.
Which I don't think Chuck's
I
there
think
anymore,
it's a
is he?
combination.
Yeah. But yeah,
It's a combination of who's running the board.
Yeah,
and then
the
who's
kind
on
of
the
setup they've
stage.
got. Yeah. So, but this was one of those. It was one of those times where it was just kind of a, and Paul's always been like that. He will just come up with an idea and be able to actualize it better than probably anybody I've ever met.
He just has a business eye, man.
Yeah.
If he wants it, he's like, how do I make it?
Yeah.
And then you're like, that's a dumb idea. But when it comes to fruition, you're like, I didn't see what you were saying because I guess I'm dumb.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right, and I'm gonna just
But
help you.
it was a huge hit. I mean, it would be packed out every time that
We
the
did a
show
show,
was
yeah.
thrown. Yeah. And it was paying its bill. It's like anything else. It's not going to make money for years. And Paul knew that.
It was an act of love.
Yeah.
It's just like anything else. If it would have took off, that's great. But it got to a point where,
Well, I think we, losing the gym was the big. That was
thing.
Was the clincher. Yeah.
Was it just
different management?
Yeah, somebody bought it. Yeah. And then wanted to turn it back into a gym.
Yeah.
And it
I imagine because weekends too.
Yeah.
Like weekends are so critical.
Yeah.
Sunday you can get away with it.
Yeah.
But you can't do a good show on a Sunday.
Yeah.
People are already in work mode for the.
Well, shoot, I don't know. Clayton, Steven started doing like the Sunday afternoon shows.
This place is almost right across 70
the street,
from where Clayton Beverage is now.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So yeah.
Shit.
I didn't know we were that far away.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
But I mean the alternative was like right across the street from
Yeah,
Clayton.
the alternative was the name of the club.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but
Club.
anyway, there was
For the club.
yeah. Yeah, it was I mean, but still,
It was a club, man. I mean, we had a
there was a van in the parking lot that was serving drinks. I'll tell you that.
you had to be a secret member, I think.
What was it? The FKDC?
Yeah.
That's a throwback to another time.
That was trouble.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was running loud sound, and then I remember when he told me, because a lot of people don't know, I've known John forever. I mean, we come up playing music together, and he used to practice. We both rented spaces in Four Oaks on a side street, and he was 3 doors down, so we practiced the same night. So they would take a break. They would walk down, hang out with us, and when we take a break, we'd walk down there.
Yeah.
So it was already friendship, and he told me he had enclosed his garage. The band that I had been in for years just called it quits, and I started to take heart. And I was like, dude, I got songs. Let's try it out. I've heard, he's been working his tail off, so
Yeah.
went over there and did it.
Yeah, and so that was kind of, and when I said earlier it was a disaster, it wasn't like they didn't know their music. It was like, man, I didn't know anything. we one of the songs was 250 BPM, and this is before I learned how to edit drums, which quite frankly I don't think most people know how to edit drums. So most of the
That's
local
why they're all programmed and
yeah, I know. It's like programming is easier.
Yeah.
Any up and coming engineers out there, let me give you a little hint. Just program drums until you know how to edit them, because it's gonna suck otherwise. But so editing and I had made a decision early on. The reason I wanted to start a studio is because I hated the program drum movement. I completely hated it. It was, it sounded. I was a drummer, coming up, and so it just sounded terrible to me. And I'm also a kid of the '90s, and so the '90s was like the quintessential. That's one word. I shouldn't have put a space there.
that's fine. Man.
It's the quintessential drum sound. That's where, like all the big great drum sounds happen in the late '90s. So I was trying to get back to that, but like put it into heavy music, because I was also a big fan of of heavy music, and I did not do that very well on that.
Well, I
that
just
record.
remember what, besides the friendship, what really made us go record with him was he had a vision of, I'm not programming it and I'm not using anything fake. Mm-hmm. You spend the money on the amps. Let's use something that has a soul instead of plug and play, which is huge now, and technology has helped out a lot. But that was like a selling point. I was like, yeah, why not? I don't want to plug into a thing with headphones and then I have this processed thing. I want a real amp. I want some squeals. I want that feel, So to find somebody doing it legit was worth,
Well,
we
we'll
didn't
say
know.
legit
We didn't
loosely.
know. He says it was a disaster. We didn't know. We went in there and did what we did.
No, I think it's still. I think the project still came out sounding raw and in your face, and which is what going into it we decided that we wanted it to be aggressive and in your face, and with my limited skill set at that point in time, coming from a live sound world, the studio is completely different. Live sound is hey man, think on your feet, get it done. You know, the show is going on right now. What are you doing about that snare drum, huh? You know, it's like, so that is the live sound mentality. When you get into the studio, it's like, I wonder if it needs a little 210 hertz in the snare drum. Let me try. Oh no, that was wrong. Undo. You know, it's like so slow, and that, you know, I've embraced it now. But at that point in time, it was like, oh, this is mind numbing. You know, like, why doesn't it sound good yet? And I'm like, oh yeah, it's not blasting at 120 decibels. You know, like, I've got to make it sound good down here. You know, where somebody's listening to it on their earbuds in an airport. You know, that's where it's got to sound good. So, but you know, it's still, I think we embraced the sound or the idea that we like the sound of live amps and we like the sound of live drums. We've stuck to that. And every time we didn't stick to it, I regretted it, you know. So I think that's kind of, you know, early on, even with Easy recognizing it, you know, first part, before he was part of the production crew, that, you know, we've decided to stick to our guns on that, and it paid off. So
I love what you're saying about that, though, because I feel the exact same about like the heavy music now, where I feel like it's just so computerized.
Yeah,
it's like the only way I
sure.
can describe it. It sounds like it was made on a computer.
I've got a term for it. It's aggressive EDM. That's
that's
literally
exactly
what metal is.
It's exactly
now.
what
Yeah.
it is. It's so
Yeah.
it's so bassy, and it's just so
Now,
like-
okay, your average listener doesn't give a shit.
no.
So, but at the same time, whenever a breakout band comes out, let's talk about that Every Time I Die record that came out in 2016. Okay, Will Putney did that. He's, you know, I love Will Putney. I love everything. Well, most everything he's done, and I don't blame the ones that I don't love on him. We'll put it that way. But that record came out, and it's not the best drum sound in the world. It's not the best guitar sound in the world, but it just beats you in the face from one end to one end of the record to the other, and people went nuts over it. Why do you think they did? Because it sounded like a band. It didn't sound like a computer. Now, even the average listener responded to that. So, you know, I think bands should pay attention to that. What happened? This band went in the studio and recorded a record the way that bands record records. They didn't plug into a, I know I've got a Kemper over. They didn't plug into a Kemper and be like, hey, this is a cool patch. Let's try that. Oh yeah, I got these sick new samples from Joey Sturgis tones. No offense, love Joey, but
Yeah, he's the man.
yeah, Joey's awesome. But
Revolutionary.
you know,
I mean, you do what like you do what you can with what you got.
Yeah,
like
sure,
if you
right.
if you
Yeah.
don't have the setup to be able to record live guitars,
yeah.
then you plug it in, you do DIY
Yeah, do what you
because that's
Now,
what you're doing.
but what you need to call that though is you need to call that a demo.
progress.
Yeah.
It's a work in progress.
Yeah, it's So like
Pre-production.
you know, there's a you know, and I've done my fair share of demos. I've done recordings that I got paid for that technically, listening back on, they were demos. You know.
Well, out of the BlackPlate family here, I consider myself the low man on the totem pole because I'm not a tech guy. You know, I'm a music guy. I hear songs, I hear holes. I want to change that. I want to change this. You know, just an idea guy. So that's where my point of view comes from with these things. But I think the plug and play mentality stopped creative sound to a point that, say, if you're cooking, you love pepper, you love salt, you love cumin, whatever. You don't use the same amount of each of those. You know what I'm saying? You have to do it right. But when you just plug a guitar into a thing that mods it, you're getting the very best guitar tone you can get. And then you're going to get the very best bass tone by itself that you can get. Then you're going to program these drums sound huge. Let me put these three things that are equally awesome to you together, and you're wondering why the song don't work because you never stepped out of being the guitarist. You never looked at the whole song. Because there's some, like he said, the drums weren't the best, but they paint this picture on this album that they're exactly what they're supposed to sound like.
They were perfect for the record. And so, you know, getting back to that particular record, it's like man, that's one of the best heavy records I've ever heard.
What was that? Low Teens?
Low Teens, yeah.
That's one of
Exact-
one of their best records.
Yeah.
I'd say.
They're gross,
Now,
man.
the other great record was the one that the Machine did.
Gutter Phenomenon.
Gutter Phenomenon. Yeah. So and I got all kinds of love for the Machine. So
But-
there's
If you could see, if you ever saw Every Time I Die live,
Yeah.
it wasn't just the album. I mean, as far as John said, they went to a studio and recorded because that's who they are.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen them on bills with these bands that are overly processed. They have a tower that looks like a spaceship running into a 412
Yeah.
with 18 million backtracks and, Skrillex playing in the background. And they
Laser beams.
Yeah. And they do their set and they sound good. And then Every Time I Die gets on stage and they put a cabinet over here, a cabinet and a head, and they crank that thing and they're like, we're going to rip your face off because we're talented musicians and this is what we play.
Yeah.
No filler,
Yeah.
There's no filler. This is all just going to, it's all killer on you, man.
Yeah.
And I respect that because those are guys, to me, I don't know them personally, but it sounds like they sat in a room and they played, well, that moves me.
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah.
I'm not hating on anybody because distance
Yeah.
allows people to play music. I'm going to record this and send it to you. Cool, thank you. That's fine. But there's just something about people who have done the work together and created together.
Getting in a room together, and there's a kind of synergy, that happens between, and we're losing it a little bit. I think it'll come back. People are recognizing it now.
Yeah.
But there's a synergy that happens when a band gets in a room and just fleshes out a song. It changes the dynamic of the song. Instead of, hey, here's the way the song goes, let me send it out and you guys learn your parts and we'll practice it next week. Then you're realistically just covering music, aren't you?
The thing that bothers me about that is it's like, oh, here's the song. Mm-hmm. It's like, this is what I wrote. Now you play off what I wrote. And I'm like, well, that doesn't really work for me because I am way too vocal to not.
and there's a ton of, we work with a lot of bands that work that way, and until they get in a room together, it might even be here before they've been in a room playing these songs together. They're like, oh yeah, I see how what I'm doing here doesn't really work with, what was going on there. Okay, let's, so the synergy is important. It's just,
And I think there's a term I use a lot is being too close to it because you're in love with it. And if there's one guy writing a part, he's never heard it with fresh ears. So there are times we bring people in here and they play their song and they're like, and they're happy, man. And I hate it. I hate to do it, but I'm like, why are you playing that part? Or what is the purpose of this riff? Oh, it's an article. You hear it? I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't do a purpose for anything in the song.
Okay, well, take that riff and do it in another song.
Doing another, and the look is like, well, why? Because you're too close to it, man.
Yeah.
That does nothing for it. I've taken, when asked, and people want production. Some bands don't, and that's fine. It's your dollar. You do.
Yeah.
We're going to give you the best product.
Right.
It is a service industry, no matter what. But if you ask, how do I make this better? I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna rip your song in half.
And you should be asking, how do I make this better?
Okay, so a good example of this, and this is a band that literally asked for this. We worked with a I don't know what you would call it. They're like ambient rock kind of Obsidian Darling. Yeah. So we did a single with them. It's probably been a couple years ago now.
December 2016.
Yeah, they shot a video with Justin. Shout out to Justin Wright. He's amazing.
You don't know. He's a genius, man.
Yeah. So, if you're not getting your video done by him, then I don't know what you're doing with your life.
Yeah.
So
anybody doing videos, man, keep working at it. Do it. That's great. And if you want to get better, watch his stuff.
Yeah.
Because
does he have any
he's
like,
done?
Do you got some names for people?
Yeah. So if you go to BlackPlate.productions, first 2, maybe 3 were done by we're done by him on the home screen. Yeah.
Okay.
So we kind of have a rule.
What was the? There's one band I saw. It's like a devil, like demon.
Demons. Yeah. That's
Demons.
okay. That's Inferma.
Inferma.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Justin did that one. Yeah.
yeah, he did that one. So
Check that out.
Yeah.
And I know it's not about him, but he's a North Carolina guy who's been in the scene. I used to play with him all the time
Yeah.
in bands. But he is Zach Wilde's and like
Ace
personal-
Frehley's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ace Frehley's. He's their guy to go to. Okay?
Yeah, he's
but
a
he lives in
videographer,
North Carolina,
yeah.
and he's never changed.
Uh-uh.
He's done a ton of videos I've done. Cause
The Lines of Winter video.
he did Lines of Winter
he
video.
did-
He did 2 Take Heart videos.
The
He did
Unicron video.
Unicron
Yeah.
video. I mean, but every time you work with him, you're not dealing with an ego.
Yeah.
It's like I just look at him sometimes and like, dude,
No,
you
he-
know how good and how
He's an
amazing
artist.
you are. And
yeah.
he's just like, man, let's knock it out. Let's get
Yeah.
something awesome. And it shows. It
Yeah.
shows.
Yeah.
Dude, it's just amazing.
Exactly. So, if you want to keep growing, you can't grow your ego. That's kind of the rule in this industry, I think.
Yeah.
There are plenty
Stay humble and push yourself all the time.
yeah.
But at the same time, if you're not surrounding yourself with better people, you don't get better.
Anyway, we strayed from the path a little bit.
Yeah.
This just happens.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
just
So-
happens.
Rage
This is a
Against the Machine.
conversation.
Yeah.
Like,
Same band, right?
Yeah, basically. So, we shouldn't say that.
I can say it. People would hate me anyways, man.
So,
they're
yeah.
dope. They got good songs.
Yeah, we're working with this band Obsidian Darling. They've got a single called Heavy. They've got a video for it, which is also on the BlackPlate Productions website.
www.blackplate.productions.
Shameless plug.
Yeah,
is it
completely
.edu?
shameless. Yeah, what's
Dot
that?
.edu?
No,
No, it's just Dot Productions.
.gov.
man.
Dot Productions.
It's just Dot Productions, bro.
Yeah, we're one of the onlys.
Yeah. But the video,
Yeah, the video. So anyway, they sent this. The single is, I mean, okay, they've got some virtuosos in this band. Dom, their drummer, is amazing. Sean, the bassist, is amazing. Jordan, their guitarist, there's something wrong with him in the best
ain't
possible
right.
way. Like
Jordan Hubbard is a god. Like,
Yeah.
that dude is ridiculous.
he made me feel bad.
Yeah.
Like, I had to leave the computer because I was tracking guitar while they were working in the other room. And usually we do the warm-up track, and then, let's see how far you get, and let's
Yeah.
get good ones, because you always want the best you can do.
Yeah.
And I started the song, and he played it flawlessly, the
Yeah.
whole thing. And I'm not talking about this is rhythm. The dude does a sweep
Yeah.
with his fingers with no noise.
Yeah.
Finger picking.
Perfect.
Yeah.
On the tempo, on the click, and goes back. And the whole time he looks like he's talking to me or
Yeah.
reading a book. He doesn't look like he's trying.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that was a fluke, man. Can we get another pass of that? And he does it again. And I was like, cool, take 5. I had to go outside because
He's like,
I was in the room with greatness, and I had to go outside and realize what a piece of crap I am, man.
So yeah, say all that to make this point is like really that song is about the vocals, and they had written, Logan has this kind of sultry, laid back kind of vocal styling that goes over the top of all that over the top, and what we realized is that by the end of the song, it was almost 6 minutes long because everybody got their moment in the sun, in the song. They want to do a video for this song. When's the last time you watched a 6 minute long music video? Okay,
Where the song was 6 minutes long?
yeah,
Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know.
2009.
Probably like
maybe.
Avenged Sevenfold.
yeah.
something
So,
like that.
yeah. So it's been a while, right? So right now it's not in. Attention spans are like that.
Oh, yeah.
So we we needed a radio edit, and literally, Easy came in and in like 2 hours had chopped it up, gotten it to the most important parts, and it was 4.5 minutes long. He had cut 1.5 minutes out of this, and you never missed anything. Now, if you want to hear the full version, go get the album because it's on there. But the radio edit, the video edit, still made the point without all the extra stuff. And I think that's kind of where Easy's understanding of song structure really plays a part into our production. Is that whenever we have something that's a problem, we'll send it to Easy. Whenever a band wants, they're like, we want this to be big. They want to emphasize something. It goes to Easy. So he's not in on every production we do, but anytime a band wants something extra, look, man, Easy's going to give it to you. He's done, well, he can play anything. Almost, not drums.
I hate drums.
Yeah.
God, I hate drums. No, yeah, offense. If you're a terrible drummer, you should feel bad. But good drummers, I love y'all. But that instrument should die in a fire. But we need it. We need it. I can't have love for it. I'm sorry.
It is what it. I think drummers have jaded you against the drum set.
Yeah.
So but that's part of our production tactics. Is especially with vocals. Easy's got a really interesting sense of pitch and placement that can. Okay, so you guys interviewed Russell, all right?
Yeah.
At Home in the Abyss, all that weird harmony stuff that happens right before the bridge and stuff, that was just Easy left alone with Russell for about an hour.
Oh, we got
And
weird.
yeah, it got super weird, but really, okay, what's the song about space? Feels like you're floating in space in that point. So that's what I call real production. Real production is not dialing in a guitar tone. That's technical work that I happen to love very much. But that's not production. Production is like, how do I make the song make the point? And, that's why when, we're...
And shout out to Russell.
Yeah, because he just put up with it.
Yeah. People don't understand. You will never feel like a worse musician than in the studio. Because everything has to be perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's right there in your ears.
And it's right there in your ears. You have no energy coming from a crowd, coming from your bandmates.
All anxiety.
Yeah.
All anxiety. But,
Adrenaline is replaced with anxiety. in the
but
studio.
vocalists have nothing to lean on.
Yeah.
They have a room and a mic, and they're listening to some voice tell them what to do.
Yeah.
That makes them completely vulnerable.
Yeah.
And then we pick that apart. So it's an uphill battle most of the time. But him, I'd be like, dude, can you try this for me? And he's like, what are you even talking about? And we would talk about it, and he'd be like,
All right,
on the
okay.
first couple times, he was like, why? I was like, because I just want to have it, man. And then after that, he was great. Like, he's like, whatever, man, you're crazy. Yeah, I can do that. You want me to chirp like a bird? Sure. If you want it, chirp. Here. Why are you using this? I'm like, I got an idea, man. Let's see if it goes. And I've been blessed to work with really good bands that come through here that wanted help or wanted me on it,
Yeah.
And the guys who trust me, and that there's a trust in between us. I have, it's not an ego thing at all, because it's not me, it's them doing the work.
There again, it's synergy.
I have got so many compliments from vocalists, like, dude, I didn't know I could do that. Or, man, you pulled some stuff out of me there. Yeah, because you have it, but once again, you're too close to it. It's what you do. You don't hear the full potential,
Some great examples of that. So anyway, if go listen to the album version of At Home in the Abyss, not the single that was released, because we did a remix on it where I just brought all Easy stuff up because I was just like, whatever, let's make it big and spacey and airy. I think the first mix of that we did for their single version, I kind of played it safe a little bit too much with the mix, and with the second one, I was not in the mood to play it safe.
Oh, and it was hilarious because I messaged John, because we're all in the message. I see he sent the single. I was like, cool. Because after I do production, I don't hear anything.
Yeah.
Until the band gets a mix, and then I know what John's been up to and what Garrett has, And I listened to it, and I'm like, did you not get? Did I bounce them wrong, or were the stems bad?
I mean, it's there, but it's tucked up under.
I got like one of those old horns in my ear, holding it up, trying to hear. And he's like, no, it just didn't work with the mix. And I was like, well, dang, that was a day of work with it. Okay, cool. But and the rule is, the song wins. Yeah. Period. It's not about your parts or
and
what
this
work
is,
you did. If
at the
song
time, as a new band, this is kind of what they wanted.
Yeah.
They weren't really in the experimental zone yet. They wanted a solid single to put out to, say, hey, here we are. we're doing stuff.
And they got it.
But then the album version, I didn't play anything safe on that record. So we had them.
There is no safe word in life.
There is no safe place for you to. So shout out to Through All This Time. That's still my workout record. So I'd say 8 or 9 months later. But yeah. So anyway, talking about production and stuff, that's another great example would be the Kill and the Catalyst record.
Oh my God.
Matt's vocals on that record are just ungodly, you know.
And I can say it and hate me, but that dude, why he is not making millions of dollars,
Yeah.
I don't know, because he has the most control vocally of anybody I've ever worked with.
Yeah.
Like, the dude knows his throat. And if I'm like, hey, can I just throw it in the basement? All right, cool. Whatever I
just
want,
like-
and his sound comes out. I'm like,
Can you sing this melody?
dude,
Yeah, man.
yeah. He is beyond talented, but being friends with him when he come in, he's like, yeah, I'll work. Yeah, man, this is gonna be great. We already had a friendship, and this. So he, once again, he did everything I asked, and then just crushed everything I asked, and it come out. He's great live.
It
Their
ended
songs are
up being
great.
a vocal record,
But
really,
it is
you
it's a great, if you like metal, if you like that, to me, I'm older, but that Roadrunner straight up metal,
Yeah.
heavy,
Roadrunner, if you're listening,
Yeah.
pay attention.
yeah. If you want that sound, modern and better, no
Yeah.
offense, but you need to pick up that Killing
Yeah.
album, because
You just gotta come
just
to
listen to
BlackPlate,
it
really.
some way, because once you listen, you're like, yeah, I need that in my life,
Yeah,
and it's a great product, come out great, but just even the tracking part of it.
yeah.
I'm standing there, and I go get John. He's in the other room. I'm like,
You got to listen to this.
this dude is crazy. I mean, I've played shows with him. I know he's great live, but in the studio, there was no timid, no vulnerability. He's like, yeah, this
Yeah.
is what I do. And what was great, he would lay something down that was butter. And he goes, is that okay? I'm like, yeah, that was okay. Let's see if we can do better next time.
No,
You know?
it's not good enough.
And I started, there used to be a producer, I don't even know if he still does it, but Travis Wyrick. And he
does, and he's awesome.
he's amazing. But
Yeah.
his saying was, that was perfect, do it again.
Yeah.
Like, that's
Yeah.
what he's known for. And that was the first time I was really using that
Yeah.
statement all the time. I was like, that was perfect, do it again.
Yeah,
That was another perfect take. Let me get one more.
yeah.
Christ, I'm like, okay, next part. Let's keep rolling. And it tracked quickly, but it tracked right, you know?
Yeah, I mean that was I think the first like really technical band we'd ever, and we didn't have a workflow for that kind of band, and that, you know, and this is nothing against the band, but you know, just it showed shortcomings in our workflow, and so we'll start with the bottom and move to the top. You know, that particular record, Ryan plays lead drums.
Yeah.
He's not a hey, hold it together, let's play the backbeat kind of guy. He's like, every accent matters. He's like
Machine gun
Yeah.
all the time. You mind if I elaborate on that?
yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, so the Killing the Catalyst record was a massive undertaking. This is incredibly
Well, I
technical
think massive
music.
for us.
For the
Yeah.
studio, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. It has redefined how we engineer and record instruments. The vocal production was out of this world. We're talking 40, 50, 60 tracks a song.
Yeah.
With the drums,
Yeah.
with the way Ryan plays thousands of hits in a song. So I'm dead serious. Listen to the record. It's intense.
Yeah, we
It's also got-
counted
album.
about 3,500 edits in one song. Like for drums.
to get it all like locked in and tight.
You
and
got to
modern.
understand metal though. Metal needs to be on the grid. If you've got kick drums that are flamming against the snare drums, it's almost unlistenable. It's like, oh, cool demo, bro. You know, but when things have to be like locked up tight for that kind of metal.
And especially how he plays drums, like you said, it is lead. And I was giving them shit, man. I was like, why is this not done yet, guys?
Yeah.
And they're like, you go die in a fire easy.
Yeah.
You're not here. Because I come in one day and Garrett was working on it, and I was like,
We had bought new
Oh.
software and shit just for
to
this
do it.
record.
And I mean,
Yeah.
we're talking 3,000-4,000 cuts a song.
Yeah.
Times what? 10, 12?
It ended up being 10 songs total. Yeah.
So
10 songs.
And it's not like if anybody
Massive
who
amount of
does
work.
editing is thinking, well, you just move it to the transit, you move it to the click. No. How he plays, there'll be
you got to
things
find
that-
cymbal hits
There-
and move them. You know,
It's
There's-
just got to be perfect.
Yeah,
Like,
and there's
that's
things that how he rolls certain rolls that it's not on the click
yeah.
as
You gotta
much as
find
it
out-
is that feel
Yeah.
that matches what they're
Yeah.
doing, and it was a
And
process for
now,
sure.
all that being said, Ryan is tracking to pre-production. So, like the guitars and stuff that he's tracking to aren't perfectly on the grid yet. So, like that was kind of a
looseness.
yeah. But that particular record did change a lot of things for us in how we dealt with it. Because up till that point, I don't think we'd dealt with that kind of technicality.
But at the same time, if it don't break you,
Yeah.
it makes you
stronger.
better.
Yeah.
You know, and that's true because
Yeah.
it about broke some things. You're like, I come in here sometimes and it looked like they had been in a prize fight. It was completely
We're all bruised
mentally
up.
fried. I'm like, how you doing, buddy? I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm like, no, you're not. You're not looking okay. But
Take a break.
we learned a lot from it, and I'm super proud of it. How it
Yeah.
came out.
So
Now,
badass
you know,
record.
looking back in time for any project, you're like, oh man, I missed that. Oh, I missed that. But it's still a very listenable record that
But you can look back at BlackPlate itself, and it's
broke your hat.
I did. I got a big head, man. I'm on the last little notch here, and it's holding on. It's like it's
That's why Easy is so good at production. He's got all that extra brain
I
in
got
there.
that big old head.
got that big head. I guess you could say that through all this time, it's just part of the experience.
I saw it hit you when you said
Yeah.
that. God help us.
If you guys
Couldn't
could
even
see
hold back
Garrett
a
grinning
smile.
right now.
Oh man, The
John
smirk will haunt me
hates
to the
this
end.
word, and I like using it because he
Because I
hates
hate it, yeah.
That's the only reason. But you can really look at BlackPlate, and it has been a growing process that's been organic. Like it wasn't. We didn't. You hold your heroes and where you want to go, but it was never like these steps will get us where we're going. It was we're going to fight and push until we find out what we do the best. Honestly, I fell into production completely. I was going to hang out with John and talk to him about Take Heart Business, and he had a band in. And while he's
And I was like,
mixing,
hey, man.
hey, we're I can talk to you, but I'm going to be doing this right now. I was like, cool. So he's working, and I was like, hey, man, you should do blah blah blah. He's like, okay. And then it's been like, I've stopped him 20 times in this one song. Hey, you might want to do that. And he's like, okay. I leave. And he calls me. He's like, we're going to do another song. You want to come in? I was like, for what? Do you need bass laid down on it or something? He goes, no, I just want your ear on it. I was like, cool. And that grew into his faith in me actually gave me faith in myself. Because God's blessed me. I play everything, you know. If
Except
I pick
drums.
it up, I can learn it, except drums. But I have no self-confidence about things. And through being here and realizing that, what I'm thinking does work for the good, it gives you more confidence. And I've kind of stepped back from any kind of technical thing in this place. And I'm like, I'm an idea guy. And I'm fine being an idea guy. And it works. It's just like, if you're in a relationship with somebody and they're a vegan and you love steak, either you try to lie to yourself and be a vegan, or you eat steak and you love them.
Yeah.
And you find your place in that relationship. Just like a good business, everybody needs to know where their place is and be at home in that. When you start having that competition that isn't healthy, that's when things implode and you see splits and you see people leave. But all three of us, there's three of us here putting out killer product because all three of us know where we're supposed to be.
And you know, there is some overlap. You know, there's I trust Garrett wholeheartedly to put together rough mixes and stuff for bands today. I'm technically the mixing and mastering guy. You know, I think I am the most scientific out of the three of us.
No doubt.
You know, I have some of that creative stuff that Easy has, but not at the level. You know, Garrett is a technician. He understands what it's going to take to get from this point to that point to this point, and you know, that's kind of his skill set. But he's also got some of that creativeness that Easy's got. He's also got some of the mixing ability. And then, Easy can also track. He can also, set up a preamp, get your compressor working right, and start tracking you into a computer. So it's, there's overlap, but it skews in the different directions. I think three legs will hold up a stool. So,
but at the same time, seeing that there's no ego about it,
yeah,
there is overlap because there can be. If I'm running a session,
sometimes there has to be.
Yeah, if I'm running a session and Garrett's engineering it, and he goes, "Hey, Easy, I got an idea." I'm like, "Word, what is it?" Because I trust him.
Yeah.
He's another set of ears,
Yeah.
And John is mixing and mastering. He's the final end of it. But the reason he is because he can do everything we do. And he did it by himself before he had us. You know what I'm saying? It's like he's put the legwork in. There's a lot of luck in hard work, is a saying my brother told me. And it's true,
Yeah.
man, because there's nothing wrong with earning paying your dues.
Yeah.
Because you should. You need to be a grunt to understand when you see a grunt working that you don't belittle them.
Yeah.
You need to start from somewhere and build your confidence and build your craft. And once you do that, there's no need for him to be in here to set a mic up unless he has to. And if he does, he does. But
Yeah.
I trust the work he's already put in has put him at a standard. And I don't expect less than that. He can do whatever. Same with Garrett. If Garrett wants to run we had a session I couldn't do the other day. I was like, man, if you want to do it, you do it. I trust your ideas. We've done a couple of songs with him already, and me and you are on the same page. So if they have it and you want to run it, you run it. And it worked out where they couldn't. They ended up canceling last minute. But you got to trust who you're working with. And playing music for a while, I've recorded at other studios that were solely on. One guy did everything. And I've been with those who had helpers. And I didn't say partners because they were helpers. You could tell that the dude didn't trust their ideas.
Yeah.
He just needed somebody to do X, Y, and Z. And I'm thankful.
Or maybe even it was an ego trip.
Yeah, or
there's
it's
a
the
lot
ego
of
trip.
that,
And we really don't have that here.
Yeah.
And that's killer. I mean, if you come in here as a band, you're like, those dudes are, there's we're either going to rub you the right way or the wrong way, but it's all.
Yeah.
John's
We're gonna rub you though.
Yeah.
Get a good rubbing.
Like, because
Don't you worry about that.
Now we're getting
if you
somewhere.
got the scientific mind of John, thinking of how things work, you got the technician in Garrett that's things are going to be right.
Yeah.
Even if you thought they were right.
And if
they're
you guys
not right.
have not, you've never seen Garrett as down as when things go wrong.
Oh.
Like he sits there and he goes into computer mode where it's like analyzing. Where the fuck did it go wrong?
Yeah.
It's
It's one of those things that where from
We're doing
this
it now.
perspective,
you saw the look change?
Yeah.
no,
it's like
He went to a psychopath.
Yeah.
you have to be a little psychopathic to do this. Look at us.
Yeah,
We're
look
fucking
at
crazy.
us. We sit in a building with no natural sunlight
But
all
and
day.
we all do this to an extent. We're all a little self-loathing, and anytime we do something, no matter how well or how unwell it goes, we're always thinking about it. Like even on the best of sessions, we often walk away thinking, what could we have done better on? And there's always that aspiration to
What was that?
be 1% better the next day.
Well, you don't judge yourself on
Yeah.
the success.
Yeah.
You analyze the failures and you do better.
Well,
Because
yeah.
if not, you plateau out. You don't pat yourself on the back because, this sounds dope. You hear, well, I missed that one thing.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
The client is as happy as they can be. And it's not saying it's a bad product at all. It's just, next time, I got
Yeah.
that.
Could be better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
That's
You
what you
gotta-
got to
because it
do.
Push it up.
Like, that's the one line I was like reading from this book I really like. It's like don't compare yourself to others. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday. So it's that simple concept. Like, how can I be better today than I was yesterday?
Well, I can tell you personally, man, last year was the hardest year of my life. I am not going into it, but it was terrible. And when I didn't think it could get worse, when things started going up, oh my
it did.
God, the whole floor fell out. I thought,
Yeah.
I'm all right on the ground. I didn't know there was a hole underneath it.
It's like,
Turns out
oh,
this is a
turns out this
dilapidated
rug is covering a hole.
But through that process, I stepped back. There was a lot of projects coming through that they didn't, they produced it. I didn't because I couldn't. Life happens.
Yeah.
But coming back into it late last year and getting back into the groove of it,
I think
that
you-
whole mentality of growing,
Yeah.
me being away from it and coming back, Garrett went from competent and I trusted him to. That dude's a damn beast.
Yeah.
The last time when I first come back in, I was running.
Don't
a section.
blow his head up now.
No, yeah, but watching him work, and I'm like,
Rosy.
this is what you want when you're an artist in a studio.
Yeah.
I don't want to feel like if I need to do this track over, I don't need you to wait and figure out how to do it.
Yeah.
I need to roll with. I'm in the vibe right now.
And look, there are always things that can happen.
Yeah.
We're dealing with tons of inputs and outputs with lots of things that can go wrong. But I've seen Garrett in the best of times and I've seen him in the worst of times. And right now, he's pretty even no matter what. You know, if something goes wrong, he's like, hey man, this went wrong. We need to take care of it. If something's going great, he's like, it's going great. We need to keep moving. You know, so, and one thing as an artist that you don't want is the gear getting in the way. You don't want to be thinking about, you know, like, yeah, the first thing we do when we're doing a bigger project is we go in the room, we figure out what amps the band gels
Guitar
with.
tones, drum tones.
We get all that technical stuff just out of the way so that the band doesn't have to think about it again. You can think about making a record. And well, I say record, a single, an EP,
A song,
whatever.
a
Yeah.
production,
So,
yeah.
but you know, Garrett does a really good job of keeping the gear out of your way. You don't want to notice it. You want it just to be fluid. And you know, I hear this all the time from bands. You know, especially guys that are getting into production. They, you know, they'll be sitting there in the chair watching Garrett like edit this stuff down as they're recording. They're like, how does anybody learn to edit that fast? Like, I don't even know what he's doing right now.
Moving too
He
fast.
yelled at
Can
me.
you slow down, please?
Well, man, it's like
Like, you can't learn from Garrett because
Yeah.
he's already four steps ahead of what you were thinking about. You know.
But the reason he is like that because I'm the hippie here, I guess, because I'm all about love and positive. But there's nobody control us or hate us more than we've hated each other.
Oh yeah.
Because there's always calling safety in here.
Yeah.
And if one of us does something stupid or not up to par,
Yeah.
you don't get away with it
no,
at
you're
all.
gonna get a text, phone
And
call. We
you
might
get
roll up to your house.
Yeah, and then you not only are you getting reprimanded by friends that you respect, then you feel like a jerk because we hold ourselves at a standard.
Yeah.
So the reason he is quick is
Yeah.
because the poor fellow lived through hell on earth for a couple years. Because, like I said, me and John have been friends for years, and here's this younger guy coming in, hungry, but God,
Wait.
John is just. I would just go hug him sometimes. I'd be like, buddy, you're doing fine.
Sorry about that.
You're doing fine. And John's like, don't hug him.
Yeah.
Don't you love him? Shut up. Come in here and do it right. You know?
No, I mean, you know, but Garrett came in completely green, you know, and well, I wouldn't say completely. He already knew computers and stuff. He's part of
that computer generation.
the generation, yeah. So
Can I elaborate on how we got
well,
here?
let's start with this part. Is that me and Easy are like 10 to 12 years older than Garrett. So, you know, we're another generation. You know, we saw digital ruin music. Garrett saw digital kind of helping music. He's like, cool, I can record my band. This resistor is really hot. You can tell that story.
All right, so long story short, coming out of high school, I had just finished 4 years of ROTC. I was lined up to go into the Air Force. I would be a captain now had I stayed the course.
Oh,
And-
there's the regret.
No, God, no, God. But I had started to get into music into high school. I was messing around doing vocals in some really terrible bands with some really great people. Shout out to those people. You know who you are. And started college, did a year and a half of that, moved out, started playing in a band. The band's called Death of a Tyrant. They actually just got back together and they tracked 2 singles with us. Shout out to Cody, Aaron, Adam, John, and Jamie, and Tim.
And Tim, yeah, because Tim helped write
Tim
a
is
lot
still
of this
writing
stuff,
some of
yeah.
the music. Moved away. There's some awesome dudes, awesome friends, and
And it is heavy.
it's dirty.
Yeah.
Like it's really dirty. But regardless, long story short, I was doing vocals in this band, and around 2011, 2012, we had a PV Valve King at practice set on fire. I'm not saying like just like a cap or a resistor blew out and it burned a hole. Like it burned. Like there was a hole 1.5 inches wide in the circuit board.
I think
where it
we
had
still have
burned
that
through.
Valve King here.
It's
Like,
right
it
over
came
there in
back.
that closet. But
Yeah. It's yeah.
We had
I've
just
got another
recorded
Valve King story, by the way.
a 4-song EP with a guy named Chris Keeley. Chris, if you ever hear this, I love you, man. You're awesome.
And
Like,
sorry about that.
Sorry about such a terrible experience. We'll never dip in your studio again. but regardless, Chris kind of was the stepping stone that changed my life, because we recorded 4 songs with this guy, and I thought, holy shit, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. So every once in a while, Chris would let me drive all the way to Rocky Mount or Wilson and sit with him for like 30 minutes, and then he'd run me off. This happened 3 or 4 times. And we had that amp blow up, practice, like literally, like you could see fire coming through the pots. Like John's amp cut out. I looked at it, and I was like, John Barrett, what's going on here? He's like, I don't know, man. And then I saw like fire coming onto the pots, and I was like, okay, we got to turn this off. Post on Facebook. Chris ironically commented on it. He was like, you should talk to John Barrier.
Yeah, because at the time I was working in Wilson. I knew Chris Keeley through, or knew of him. We knew of each other through the music store, I think. Carry on.
So, I drove out to John's house. Like, I messaged John. He was like, yeah, you can come out. Let's check your amp out. Drove out there. Turns out at the time he lived 12 minutes from me. Like, literally 5 miles down the road.
This is the house with the barn studio.
Oh, yeah. So we're going to get to that. That was the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen. But we get out there and show him the amp. I had already taken it out of the chassis foolishly. I didn't know that.
Okay, so something you don't know about Valve Kings is they don't drain their power. So you just reach in that thing and you might die.
Yeah, like
even when it's
zap you.
unplugged, and
You'll
you know,
peel it.
yeah, like they don't drain.
But so take it out and take it out the chassis like an idiot. Shouldn't have done that. Luckily, I didn't die. I'm here today.
Hey guys, don't pull your amps out of the chassis if you don't know how to drain the caps. That's just a rule. All right, don't
Dangerous.
do it. Easy.
So show it to John. John was like, "Yeah, man, I
you
can
don't do it
this
intentionally
for X
It
amount of
falls
dollars.
out.
Do you want to check out my barn studio?" So he shows me the barn studio, and I was like, "This is the coolest thing ever." So a month later, get the amp back. I'm so enamored with John's barn studio. Like, I had such a good time there. I had my first beer with this dude.
Yeah, that's
Like,
true. It was a rolling rock.
It was a rolling rock.
You taste the string.
Yep.
What a great
Man, I was broke. I was
he
spending
was
all my money
21.
on gear.
Not even.
No, you
even.
were
Yeah,
21.
he was 21.
21. It was 21. All right, you're right, Tanner. I was 21. I'm still 21.
Yeah.
But
I don't care what you do if you're over 18. It's on you at that point.
hey, freedom. But anyways, so see John's barn studio. I'm totally enamored. I'm like, this is cool as hell. Awesome. And he was like, yeah, it's barn studio. Showed me around. This was when he had that left-handed drum kit in there. It was really weird.
That's
Left-handed-
Chris's drum kit. It's
Yeah.
back.
It's still really weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
But I go back to the guys. I'm fucking pumped. Like, this is the coolest thing ever. We got to work with this guy. He's cool as hell. Sometimes he's not. I'm kidding.
I was not
No,
cool.
it's-
But
Hey, and
It's true.
still am not sometimes.
Yeah.
we came back. We did 4 songs with him. Those are somewhere on a hard drive, never to be heard again.
Mm-hmm.
Good times.
True.
We should release them.
Yeah, we should. We should totally release
Hey,
them.
you don't have them, please.
I don't.
Okay, all right, good.
It's just
If,
a
I
show
mean,
of
I could probably
progress.
dig in the archives.
There
of
was
Facebook.
some money exchanged between Garrett and myself, and I ended up refunding some money and giving Garrett some hardware to apologize for the fact that recording was never going to see the light of day.
I'm sorry, my band sucked.
No, it wasn't that. I just didn't know what to do with it. Like if we know things now, we didn't know then.
You know the things.
Yeah. So it is
But yeah,
what it
so
is.
John would let me. He'd let me come and hang out with him. So it started with reamps, and I would just come and watch him do reamps. I'd just hang out with him, like.
I would literally post on Instagram that I was doing something in the studio, and I get a text from Garrett. Hey man, you in the barn? Can I come? Can I
I'll
come
be
by?
there.
Yeah.
I'll be there.
And to John's surprise, like when I asked him if I could come out when he was telling me about reamps, I did.
Yeah.
Because normally in the studio, people always ask you if you could hang out, and a lot of times people don't show up or you don't hear anything. It's just
Yeah.
Music
simple as
people
that.
Blow
Yeah.
things off a
Yeah.
lot.
Well, it's a little different here because this is kind of become a. Carry on with your story.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So I used to hang out with John. Moved out not too long after that. Became an adult. I was going to school full
He did
time,
it.
working
He
2
did it.
jobs.
He did it.
Yeah.
Did the thing. And then one day at my day job, I was a warehouse manager in Raleigh, which is crazy to be at 20 years old, is to manage a warehouse full of people
who are 20 years older than you.
It's just like, Jesus Christ, like, how did I get here?
Yeah.
But I had like a breakdown. Like, I got out of work and I realized that
this is about the time of the theft, isn't it?
Yeah, this was
this was a really tough year for Garrett.
This was 2014. It was March. It was March 1st. And I called John. I was like, "Hey, man," because like back in the barn days, he had offered me. No, wait, this is in between. So after the barn days, I'd moved out, and about the time I moved out, John had actually set up shop in here in Dunn. Mm-hmm. And he called me one night. And he's like, "Hey, dude, you should come and check out the new studio we just put together." Come out, I am re-enamored with it. I showed him some demos.
Because we've got glass in this one.
It's got glass. You can see through.
We didn't have glass in the old one. We had plexiglass. It was different.
In my late teens, I'd been experimenting with Superior Drummer, Amp Sims. I used to spend a lot of time demoing my band and just getting online and like getting on the Ultimate Metal forum. You know what I'm talking about if you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. If you're old school, that's where you learned how to record metal.
So like I was on the Ultimate Metal forum and John built me this 100-watt resistor. Like, it was literally a resistor with a cable.
Yeah.
And I had to hang it off of my desk because it would get so hot. Because we would do reamps at my house. Like, he was
tracking through a 5150 with no cabinet, using the resistor as the load,
and then running amps,
running out of that into a direct box to like record guitars.
Yeah, his 51 still works.
That's not the same.
Well, it's
one.
because it's not yours.
Yeah.
But
we'll get into that. Easy has bought more gear than you see in the studio. I think
some of John's knowledge comes from just having to fix.
Yes. Yeah.
Everything I've broke.
No, literally. So the way you get into repairing stuff is you are too poor to buy new stuff.
Yep.
Okay. So me and Easy, we weren't raised affluent. We'll put it that way. But there's a lot of, oh crap, this guitar amp that I got for a really good deal that I'll never be able to buy again
set on fire,
just broke. How do I fix it? Well, hope I don't die. That's and so it just starts from there. But anyway,
bringing it back around. Yeah, so John had helped me out. I would ask him questions about recording while I was doing demos with my band. Like, I just got online and I was like, I've got Audacity, I got Reaper, like it was go time.
That's old school.
I was all about just figuring out how to do it. Long story short, moved out. John called me, got a new studio, came here, hung out with him, was totally enamored, showed him some of my demos, and they sounded terrible. But he told me, hey, we may have a big project we're working on later this year, and I might need some kind of assistance on it. Just somebody here. And I totally was like, yeah, man, I will take you up on that if it comes up. And 3 months later, it's March 1st. It's at my day job. I realized that I fucking hated my life. I hated where I was going. I didn't like school. I didn't like this routine. Like, this was unfulfilling, and I was miserable. And I just had enough of it. And I got off work, and I cried a little bit in my car. I picked my phone up, and I had this urge to be like, call John. And I called him, and he was like, yeah, man, come in April 1st. It's a Monday.
Yeah.
Came in Monday. Quickly realized that I didn't know anything. And for the next year and a half,
welcome to the club.
Started rolling cables, slowly learning how to mic stuff up, learning what mics were. Like, I didn't know anything. I thought I knew everything at 20 years old.
Yeah.
I didn't know shit. But, here we are. It's 2019, and the amount
Don't
of
say that.
change and growth and information that has occurred over the last 5 or 6 years has been incredible. Like, this dude, they're laughing, they're fucking with me.
No, we're not. We're laughing at something totally unrelated.
John's just making sure that we can post this podcast and I don't destroy it, basically.
But yeah, so ultimately, like when I felt spurned and scorned by the world, and I was miserable and unhappy with who I was, John was the dude who looked at me and for whatever reason saw potential there that no one else saw.
Yeah, nobody did, because I didn't. Because John's like, hey, man, I'm going to bring this kid in.
Even Kyle Whitley, shout out to Kyle. It's like, oh, you're bringing in George. Okay.
God
Yeah,
damn it.
yeah. Kyle always called Garrett
Well, the
George.
first time I met Kyle, I held my hand out. And I was like, "It's nice to meet you." And he was like, "Nice to meet you. I'm Kyle." I was like, "I'm Garrett." He's like, "You look like a George. I'm gonna call you George."
But I knew Garrett from. I've played music for a long time in North Carolina, so I knew him from shows and his bands and stuff. And I remember looking at John. I was like, the kid from
Death of a Tire?
Dote.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah. I was like, no, bro. You don't. No, you're building something here, man. He's like, but he's hungry to learn. I was like, cool. I'm not working with him. That's not my thing. So.
And this is before Easy's working here. Yeah.
This was just a friend conversation. Because I can say that the guy Garrett was then and the guy Garrett is now are two completely different people. Like, I would do anything in the world for him at this point.
Yeah, you can see the same. You know, his personality hasn't changed much.
Oh, yeah.
But his understanding of what the ins and outs are into the inner workings of a band is just phenomenal at
Leaps
this
and
point.
bounds,
Yeah.
man.
So.
Yeah. Being, like I said, if you don't surround yourself with better people, and at that time I was playing music a lot, doing a lot of opening spots for nationals, and the band I was in was good for North Carolina. And so I was like, this kid doesn't know his ass from third base.
I didn't.
You know?
Didn't know
But
anything.
what killed me is the reason I was that way, I was salty. Because I went to help him out. He did a show somewhere in Benson, I want to say. I went to go see it, and I'm talking to him, and I try to give him a little bit of advice for one of his guitar guys. And he just goes on this 15-minute rant of me looking for any kind of help out of this conversation, telling me how, basically, not in this way, but the gist of it was, you don't know what you're talking about because I've looked up these forums, and this is what the tone's supposed to be, and it's supposed to be this, and it's supposed to be that, and I'm like, I gotta go, man. I just gotta go.
Sorry about that.
Oh,
I didn't know. I was
a different
19.
time.
I
Yeah,
didn't
it
know
was a
shit.
different time.
I still don't know shit.
But we're trying, by God.
By God, yeah. So
Oh, yeah. But
with that, you know, and that there's always this make or break point in everyone's life. You know, anxiety is a buzzword right now, but what we used to call it is stress. You know, and I think that, you know, everyone deals with anxiety. It's more prevalent now than ever before because of how connected but disconnected people are. So there's a part of your brain that doesn't exist yet that is supposed to live inside of, you know, knowing thousands of people. And it becomes a little overwhelming. But Garrett went through that period that we all end up going through, that is the what am I doing? You know, so like you have to show up for that, and you have to be present and deal with the emotions and the heaviness that is, what am I doing with my life? Do I love it or do I hate it? You know, and I think it all kind of came to a head for Garrett, and he's probably reluctant to get into this part of the conversation, but he went through a few things back to back. He had all of the gear that he had amassed, except for one drum kit.
And a 5150.
And a 5150, yeah. So, stolen from him at a place that he used to live. And we're talking, you know, $15,000-$20,000 worth of stuff. You know, like music gear.
is that the trailer still in too?
The trailer was stolen. So long story
Not only
short,
did they still
They stole the Sent by Ravens trailer?
the EG, yeah,
The
the old
yeah,
one,
yeah.
one of my best
Yeah.
friends in the world, Trevor Howard, asked me to move in with him in late 2013, early 2014, and we got this house in Anger, and it was a great time. We were becoming Super Smash Brothers champions, like, you know, at Fresh 21, like, this is fucking exciting. Like,
So who's living there? It's you,
me,
Elton.
Mendoza.
Yeah.
Shout out to Elton, you're my boy. Hope you're doing well, man.
Yeah.
And Trevor.
Yeah.
Trevor's still my best friend. He's like my brother. But yeah, so
Don't
we
be
lived
gay,
there.
Trevor.
We played music all the time. We're always doing stuff. Several bands were practicing in the house. It was wild. And one day I got a call in June 14th, 2014. And
You're like Rain Man with these dates, bro.
Man.
Dude, he's
He's
March
like,
1st,
I feel like-
August 11th.
I feel like I'm on like SVU in an interrogation. Where were you on the 6th of April in 2013?
I don't know.
I'm like, I don't know. Garrett's like, I was having a cheeseburger from Andy's. The wind was
This
blowing.
is before it was Highway 55. It
Yeah.
became Highway 55 3 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Good God.
But yeah, so we had this house where we were doing all sorts of cool band stuff. We had 2 different refrigerators. One for regular stuff, which had nothing in it, and then another one for beer. The whole 9 yards. It was wild. We hung a hammock up in the living room, and the way that we'd hung the hammock up was so, like, the Nintendo 64 controllers could reach the hammock if we wanted to. Like, it was wild. And
It was dirt bags. They were dirt bags.
We
Let's be
were-
honest about it.
we were just being ignorant. And on that particular day, I just said I got a call at work, 8:30. Hey Garrett, everything in the house is gone. What do you mean everything in the house is gone? Somebody broke into our house and stole everything. So I left work immediately, got home, and other than clothes and furniture, they had wiped the entire house out. So I had an entire backline for a band at that point. Several different amps, like a 610 bass cap, like a vintage Sun 610. The whole I could go on and on and on. It was roughly $12,000 in gear,
So,
give or take.
moral of the story is, if you're going to break into someone's house, make sure they have an empty trailer beside the house, so you can get everything in the
In the
house
trailer. So-
in one
so
trip,
they-
and just
they
hook the
took-
trailer up and go.
All
That's
our
why I've
video
never owned a
games.
trailer.
That's
Yeah.
smart.
They took all our TVs. They took some of our firearms. Like, they took everything. And then several custom built computers. One of the Apollo interfaces that had just came out then. Like, I mean, the list goes on.
That was back when we were like, you don't
They-
need an Apollo.
They took our 55-gallon fucking trash can. They took our gas cans for the weed eater and the
They
lawnmower.
took the ice trays out of the freezer.
No, hold on. So to top it all off, I had just gotten there. I'd just been freshly robbed. I'm walking around like, man, getting robbed is thirsty work. I should have a delicious beverage. And I opened the refrigerator, and the day before, we had went to the grocery store, and we had bought a 20-pack of Dr. Pepper. Hadn't even opened it. And I reached down, pulled the drawer out where the pack is, not just like individual Dr. Peppers, the entire box. Pull the drawer out. They took the fucking Dr. Pepper. Like,
that's some mean shit right there.
like you took everything that we owned, and then you had to violate our refrigerator.
Yeah, they're going to have for that one.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. If there's a hell, those guys will be there.
man, the amount of gear is ridiculous. 3 Mesa cabs, 6505, 5153.
Now it wasn't just
like,
Garrett's gear; they stole Trevor's
everything.
gear.
Yeah.
They, Jamie McGee, they stole his gear. I mean, because he was practicing there.
Yeah, like Jamie and I were jamming. Like, they just took everything.
Anything that Garrett didn't have here was gone. Yeah.
And at the time, I'd had a 5150 that I just left here because this is about the time John started letting me intern/apprentice. Like, I would just come in, roll cables, hang out, stay quiet, take notes. If I didn't stay quiet, I'd get yelled at. I've yelled at several interns since then.
Yeah, I mean, there's a thing, we don't mind having interns, but kind of the rules are, dude, this band doesn't care about your band. Stay quiet, do what is asked of you, observe, learn. If you don't stay quiet, if you're like, hey, yeah, my band's doing blah blah blah, like nobody cares.
It's kind of
like
Trying to promote yourself.
It's a
Yeah,
dying
exactly.
it's a dying thing, but the concept of an apprenticeship or an internship is the exchange of labor for knowledge.
Yeah, right.
Knowledge is incredibly valuable. Like, before, it took 3 or 4 years before John even hired me per se, and never once, even to this day, have I ever looked back in a negative light of it, because I've learned an incredible amount of information that is just and the way to process information as well. Like, it's not just here's some data. It's like, here's some data, take this home with you, and then it's you study on it and you expand upon it. But the exchange of knowledge and practice for labor is a dying thing. Like, nothing in this world is for free, and kids go to school all the time. They go to school for audio, and
They come out knowing nothing.
it's like, you don't know how to edit drums.
I mean,
you don't know how
yeah,
to.
It's all trial and error.
Why are
Yeah.
they telling you that extreme compression is not okay? Like, This is creative work.
My vocals have like 40 to 50 dB of compression on them. Screw it. It sounds good.
Well, there's a difference between living in the real world and living in a classroom. I mean, my trade is graphic design. You know, that's what I've done for years. And I used to work across the street from NC State. And
Shout out to Easy. He can do your logos, and it does a really good job.
He does flyers and T-shirts too.
but they would send
He will make you
students
look
over
great.
because they needed one credit of real. And I can't tell you how many people come through, and I'm just like, yeah,
You're
they
not
need a
gonna make
logo
it.
for this. Let's
Yeah.
do it. And then they start drawing with a pencil on a piece of paper, doing concept thumbnails. I went, it's a $25 design.
Yeah.
Work faster.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean? They say you don't do these steps in the real world. That's somebody in a class getting paid stupid amounts
Yeah.
to make you dumber.
Yeah.
You know, just
Yeah.
do the work. And there's a lot, do the work. It's not that hard.
Well, and I think that all that being said, we don't have any interns right now. But
No, we don't. Shout out to Katie.
Oh my God, Katie
She was the
amazing.
best intern.
Yeah.
We hope that we run into you again. We love you. We miss you.
She's
Please-
a beast.
Yeah, please
she's
start
the
doing
best.
audio for a living.
You can
because-
always come back.
Yeah.
We love you.
Yeah, yeah. We've had, and we've had a handful of interns that were good. She was one of the best though. It was like she took the junk seriously.
It was ridiculous. Like I would be like, Katie, can you help me make these drums? And she knew her stuff from school,
Yeah.
and there wasn't.
But she was also willing to be like, okay, but that might not be the way that these guys work.
And at the same time, you're doing an internship because you don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one thing. I got that internship. Cool. This is, the reason you're there is because you don't know. So
Yeah.
shut up. I mean, have your personality or whatever, but just realize why you're there.
And dude,
And that works in any
Yeah.
kind of internship.
I appreciate schooling plenty, but most of these professors, they're not doing this stuff in the real world.
That's what I
they're
was just
not.
saying.
Yeah. Well,
Those who can't teach.
yeah. Well, there's and I love teaching, but I teach from here. I don't teach from from a classroom where everything's idyllic. Man, hey, most drummers are terrible. Let's go ahead and get that out of the way. Most drummers are ridiculously bad.
You mean the
And-
tempo stays the same? It's the
and-
same for clicks.
Yeah. So
if you don't play to a
the
click,
reason
you get
they're
the-
bad is they're in short
vibe.
supply, and the reason that guys like
Metallica.
Patrick Carlton, our Dr. Midnight, get so much work is because he's literally the only guy who understands music and plays drums and
Patrick
can execute
Carlton
well.
Is the day man to the night man.
Yeah.
When everything is just
Defeater of the night, man.
when
He
everything is
the defeater of the night.
scary and you don't know what's happening and you call Patty. Patty rolls up and it's like
I got you,
the
man.
sun rises on the darkest day. It's like the end of From Dusk Till Dawn where they don't fucking die.
Yeah.
Well, Tanner, I'll let you know. This is my opinion. This is not Easy's opinion. Do not directly reflect BlackPlate or their company.
But it
They make
may.
for good audio, so
And this is not popular at all.
Yeah.
What I'm about to say. So that's my warning for it. So you can ignore anything else I say about it. When I came up and started playing music, it was vicious.
Yeah.
If you weren't good,
You got
people
shit
walked
on.
outside
Yeah.
to smoke.
Yeah.
oh, I mean,
And they let you. And
You
then-
remember this.
And then when you got off stage, you would say, "You have fun?" No, y'all are terrible.
Yeah.
They were that. And
Yeah.
these are strangers and friends.
Yeah.
So you know what you did? You went back to the practice space and you worked harder.
Yeah.
You took your craft serious.
You put a video camera up.
You
see.
You listened
yeah.
to yourself. You played until your fingers bled. Literally, that's not figurative. You
Yeah.
play until it's right, not till it's close, not until he can sing to it. But you play it until that part's right, and then you play it until you can play it by yourself with nothing else.
Yeah.
And then you play it to a click. But that's the bar you set,
Yeah.
And everybody who was doing something that people came out to
Yeah.
took it serious.
Right.
It's music, it's art, it's fun, yes. But individually, we took our craft really serious. And now with the whole plug and play, and you can You can track it a piece at a time, a note at a time.
And
if you
then
need.
Garrett can sit here and slide it in place for you because you couldn't play it tight.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know.
You're losing that integrity of owning your craft. Like why are you going to pay somebody to record your band if you don't know the song?
And you're
What?
just gonna
We see a
disappoint.
lot of that.
Yeah,
You know, it's-
well, you know what? Okay, so we're crossing over into something else now, though. That like the fans are becoming aware of it. That like they're starting to relate this digital recording sound with bad bands.
Because
So-
you love the album,
yeah.
you pay your money, you go see the band, and you're like,
That's-
what is this?
yeah.
Because this is not what I
Right.
I know this song.
Yep.
There's one album I love, I listen to. I'm not naming anything. But it was a band I never listened to. I heard Unstoppable Recording Machine talk to one producer. And he's like, yeah,
Which
really,
is a great podcast for
Yeah.
engineers. Yeah. So
And
What's it
he's
called?
like,
Unstoppable Recording Machine. It's A.L. Levy, Joey Sturgis, Joel Wanasek.
Awesome guys. They are
Yeah.
super informative.
and they bring in guests who produce it. He's like, yeah, really like this band because they let me do a lot of things. We really push the envelope. And I'm like, I want it because the thing that got me, he goes, I didn't produce this.
Josh Schrader.
Schroeder.
Is it Schroeder or Schrader?
Schroeder is what
Okay.
I hear.
Josh, if
Okay.
you hear this, how do we say your name?
Yeah, can
Yeah.
someone tell us
Just
how to say
tag him.
Josh's
Just
last
tag
name?
him.
Yeah.
He,
Why not?
He goes, I really went for a more movie score feel than an album feel. And I went, that's really cool.
Is this
I
the
want to
one?
hear it.
So we've already exposed who the band is. So I guess you're gonna.
No,
have to
I'm
say
not
it.
going to say the band because they'll come shoot me with guns or whatever. They do. But
They're totally not called
the-
Shoot Me With Guns, though.
yeah, that would be a good name if you're not using that one. The album is beyond phenomenal.
Yeah.
It's heavy to the point you might wreck your car because you're looking at the radio going, my God.
I have lost my freaking mind to that record
Yeah.
more than once. Yeah.
So me, stupid me, I'm all about musicians and things. I'm like, when are they coming to North Carolina? Okay, they're not coming anytime soon. I'm going to YouTube them. I want to see how they pull this off. This is great. One guitarist, one bass player, one drummer. I love a trio, man. I love it. It is the thinnest, crappiest sounding junk that I was like, okay, everybody has an off day. Because you play a lot of shows, you realize sometimes you're sick. Sometimes the sound guy's terrible, whatever. Every video I see, videos at festivals, I'm like, is he playing a twin amp? What? Is that a 112 that he's... What? There's no bite. Where's all the... At least you can run backtracks of what Homeboy, this producer,
Isn't that the
gave
dirty
you.
little secret of hardcore, though?
Of what?
Like, you don't really have to be good if you just play heavy.
Talking that good
Might be turning my head a little bit over here.
So now I don't. I mean,
I could. Okay, I had to pull myself out of the anger of that comment.
no, Easy
and
plays hardcore, but they don't play like he has a standard that he sets for his
But
band.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
A lot of the bands, the
There's no standard.
Mosh Fest or This Is Hardcore last year. My buddy showed me a video clip. He goes, "This is why I don't know if I want to ever classify us as a hardcore band or anything." I was like, "Yeah, because the scene changes and it gets really cliquey. I understand." But Lionheart is playing. If you don't listen to Lionheart and you claim to like hardcore,
My wife loves Lionheart.
who doesn't?
Yeah,
It's the
yeah.
most arrogant, mean.
Yeah.
That dude is what man is, okay? You can assume his gender. I don't give a damn because he is awesome. But these
actually a
guys have
dinosaur,
paid their
thank you.
dues. They'll let you know, yeah, we did this because we want to do it. We play where we want to
Yeah.
do. You know, you got to respect the ethic of busting your ass and doing it.
Yeah.
So they've been around forever. They're playing a festival called This Is Hardcore, or whatever. And the floor is open.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, did they play early? Was there not a lot of people there yet? Because festivals, whatever. And I see it. I'm just like, I should have went. If I could have seen him this close and intimate, I would have punched him while he was doing vocals because they get me a little worked up,
Yeah.
And then I was like, man, that crowd is really off. He goes, yep, this is the band right after him. and it's a modern. I'm not naming names because I've played with this band and I think they're terrible. But
You can just throw it out there if you
no,
want.
they didn't. They sound.
Yeah, see, that's what Tanner does. I've listened to enough podcasts to know he
should
wants
see-
people to get in trouble.
It's not bad. It's just it's.
Edit it out.
We'll edit
no,
it
we
out.
won't.
All right.
I don't know that shit.
They play garbage riffs. They're so sloppy, and the recording sounds so DIY that a lot of poser mentality of a scene makes you have to like them because, man, that's gritty.
Yeah.
No, it's garbage.
Yeah.
It's garbage vocals. It's garbage music.
It's flaming
There's no
hot
reason
garbage.
DIY has to sound like shit. And
What-
there's no reason, if you respect what you're making, that you don't make it sound right. It doesn't have to be fake or industrial. But what I'm saying is, when they played, very next band, same crowd. They didn't open the doors to let more people in. The floor is elbow to butthole of people with at least 30 people on stage jumping off and hitting people. To this crap that you will not listen to in 2 years. There's no way.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is what's wrong. So I can understand when you say you don't have to be good in hardcore to be popular, because you don't.
Yeah.
You just have to be, have fuck on your t-shirt and maybe a Baphomet or be any kind of edgy, any kind of edgy that you can be when.
Some kind of yellow long sleeve shirt.
Yeah,
Say-
we'll switch
one
switch
thing.
after. But I have to
What
say,
talk about.
in the mentality, it's great to see millennial hardcore kids because it's the biggest oxymoron ever. When you're offended by everything and you need a safe space, and if I look at you wrong, you're going to attack me. If I don't agree with you, you have to get loud and yell instead of have a own brain in a conversation.
Yeah.
But you're hardcore. You suck. I mean, because everybody's like, violence isn't the answer, man. You shouldn't talk bad about people. When you get hit in the face by somebody who just hates you and they want to fight you, and they put everything they have into hitting you, yeah, it hurts. But you know what? You realize you're not made of glass. Mm-hmm. You're not breakable. Then you realize what you're made of.
Yep.
And you might get your ass whipped in that fight. That's fine. But you learn something about yourself. You learn what you're made of. If you're never pushed, you don't know what you're made of. And we have a whole scene of fake tough guys. And a whole scene of false offense. I'm not really offended, but I'm going to act like I'm offended when you say that word, because that is the social norm to be offended. No, you're not offended. Shut up.
Yeah.
It's 2019. Once again, Easy's opinions do not reflect John or Garrett. It's 2019.
They might.
It's 2019. We've had a black president. All of us are born in America where you have freedom of speech. And yes, there's dumbasses of every race, and they're always the loudest.
Every color, every
But-
creed.
I've worked in minority-owned business for years, designing for historical black colleges in North Carolina, and I'm a white guy. And it wasn't an issue because the owner and me, when I started working for him, he goes, "Yeah, I see you white and you wearing overalls." And he starts laughing. I was like, "Yeah, man." He goes, "Well, I ain't never been a slave. I don't think you ever owned people, have you?" I was like, "No, bro, I'm poor and white." He goes,
That's why I'm wearing overalls.
yeah. He's like, yeah, so we're good. I was like, man, we're all people. I don't care. If we can get back to being just all people instead of all the isms and divine shit, then you can be offended by something that really offends you. But when you're offended,
Yeah.
directly talk and do your point.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's not going to change somebody's mind.
Yeah.
But at least you said your piece about it, and then you let that person be. Some people are idiots. Some people love being idiots. Some people just want to watch the world burn.
Yeah.
Let them be. It doesn't mean you have to be miserable or live fake.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, there's pulling that all back around to the scene, it's kind of starting to infect heavy music. It's allowed it, or now it's not. I was watching something last night, and it was basically calling. Oh, it's that CNN documentary on the 2000s, talking about rock
shit, that's
music
a thing
lost
now.
its will to fight. Man, all these scene posers have lost their will to fight. They just want to fake swing on people and act like they're hard. But everybody is overly sensitive and not willing to have a conversation with somebody in the music scene, specifically the rock music scene. They're not having this problem in hip hop. This is not a problem they're having over there. This is a problem we're having in the rock music scene. And I say rock when I'm stating,
heavy. Anything
all-encompassing
guitar-driven,
distorted
heavier.
guitar.
Yeah.
But and you'll hear, I can hear people, oh, we'll fight. I'm not talking about 5 guys and one guy who was being an individual.
Yeah.
I'm talking about one-on-one.
Yeah, when you
and I'm not
gang
even
up on a
talking about
dude, that's
physical
like
confrontation.
That's being a pansy
real
in the
talk
first
for a
place.
Just
moment.
talk.
Yeah.
That's how I got to know Easy. Like in 2010, 2011, I had pissed off a group of guys with my behavior. At the time, like when you're a late teenager, you're kind of a shit.
Yeah,
Kind
it
of.
happens. Yeah,
Kind of
Like you
You're a guy into heavy music.
yeah,
you think
And
you
your
know
team?
everything.
yeah.
And
Exactly.
you know it's still
Good luck, Brad.
an ongoing thing, but something that's like I wake up every day and I try to remind myself I don't know half as much as I think I know. Like when I get the idea that I think I know some shit, it's like I get this instinct. Okay, cool.
Is that weird taste in the back of your mouth?
Yeah.
It's like I need to pull back.
Is that
That's
penny?
not
But
right. Yeah.
Is that penny?
long story short, I had pissed off some people who were along the lines of what they're talking about in 2010, 2011. And we were at a show, and 6 or 7 people were preparing to take me out back and gang up on me.
Yeah.
And Easy is...
Well, that's what we're seeing on social media, isn't it?
Like,
They were
these
doing a
dudes
fist.
were going to take me out back and
Beat them.
they were going to beat my fucking ass.
Yep.
And Easy saw what was going on, and to a degree, mind you, my behavior and my attitude,
He deserves some reprimand,
I might have deserved a,
but not getting 7
Yeah.
people hanging up on it.
but I had pissed off the wrong clique of people,
Yeah.
and Easy saw what went down, and him and Chris Roy diffused and stopped the entire situation, and since that day, none of those people have ever messed with me again.
Yeah, well, and I've seen that. We Garrett and I, affectionately joke about Easy being the godfather of the heavy music scene around here.
I'm
And-
right, though.
Yeah, I mean,
Look
he's
at him, he's beautiful.
Yeah.
Like,
Not just
My
north,
name's
but
Easy.
Like,
Yeah,
we always
South
come
Carolina,
through
yeah.
South Carolina, like, I would always
Yep.
see them, like, Embracing Goodbyes
Yep.
coming through. Take Hearts coming through Florence.
Yeah.
And I go fucking see them.
Yep, exactly. Well, there's a
Appreciate that.
Embracing Goodbye is like one of those OG names that you don't hear about much anymore, but it had such a huge impact on the Carolinas music scene. The same way that I would say that like Sent by Ravens had on the South Carolina music scene.
Yeah.
They're our boys, man.
It just changed everything around here for people. And to an extent that scene died out. People get older, they move on with their lives, we didn't because we're losers, but it's
That's true.
it's one of those things that when a band like that comes out, you had Paul fronting the band, and Paul's a great frontman, but more than that, he was able to market a sound that people hadn't really been exposed to
Right.
before. So, this all leading up to where I guess we are now, and I think we're about to have kind of I wouldn't say a renaissance, but
It
a
comes in
resurgence,
circles, man.
Yeah,
All of it
of
does.
heavy music, where people are really trying to be good because you have to be, because there's some really good bands coming out right
it was
now.
like at Clayton Beverage, was it last Friday?
Yeah.
Death of a Tyrant pulled in 100 and something people. I'm not in that
Yeah.
band anymore, but they pulled in over 100 people at
And
Clayton
look,
Beverage.
obviously
It's a
that was a
tiny
stacked
place.
show. Primordial Tides opened up. They had some technical issues, but still put on a great show. Death of a Tyrant and then Croesus. I mean, it was like that was a really great show.
Y'all should have come out to that show.
Yeah.
We know it.
Yeah,
Dude, it was like we're not
We're not
embellishing.
so you guys are like those
the 100
fair
people
weather
thing, like-
show goers. I get it. Yeah. All right.
We're just getting off of work and we're like,
We all work. I don't
was
want
like,
to
you
hear
know,
it.
We were just getting off of
Okay.
work. We had to
Dude,
deal
100
with bands
people in
all
a
day
30
and
by
went and
40
saw
room.
another band.
440 trying to get to Western, and we're like, dude, we're going to go tonight. Like,
It was rowdy.
We're going to get. I'm gonna bring
Next
me
thing
some
you know, you're on
barrels,
top
man.
of it.
Yeah,
we're
that's what
thinking
was gonna
about it.
happen.
No, that wasn't.
Well, real quick, just go back to what Garrett said about diffusing. We didn't diffuse the situation by going and be like, okay, Garrett, me and my
We're
best
in your
friend Chris,
corner. Yeah.
Chris Roy, I love you.
Yeah.
That's my dude.
We love you, Roy.
We all love
We didn't
Roy.
go out there and be like, all right, if you hit him, we're going to go on y'all. No. We diffused it with logic
Yeah.
and being straightforward.
Yeah.
You know,
Hey man,
if
why
it
you
would
doing
if it
this?
would have escalated,
Yeah.
I trust Chris Roy to always have my back.
Yeah.
And that's not an ego thing, and that's not dick measuring. You have to prepare for the worst, but if you handle things in love, respect, and straight honesty, most of the things are just blown out of proportion.
Yeah.
And if you say, man, you're just being a hothead right now, they'll be like, you're right.
Yeah.
Or you're mad because you look dumb because that dude just hit you in the face in front of your girl. But he's just having fun in the show, and you know where you stood.
Yeah.
You know, there's no need to stop somebody who's set up, who's been there all day, to stop a fight because you paid your admission and now you have a hurt ego, so you want to cause a scene.
Yeah.
There is not a need for that. My favorite thing, I went and saw Tara play at Drunk Horse, and there was fights there that night. But Paulie starts the show saying, a lot of you don't come to my venue, which if you don't go to Drunk Horse, you're not really going to a music venue in North Carolina. All the other ones are great. I love freaking the Maywood. I love Kaboom. I love everything that's going on. But by far, Paulie will always have a place in my heart because the dude cares about musicians.
Yeah.
And
he
gives you
is a
place.
musician.
Yeah.
You know, like, yeah.
But he starts, he goes, if you don't come to my venue a lot, just know, watch out for yourself because none of us are going to watch out for you. And I was like, that's the way it should be. I respect that. And he had one fight broke out right where people were dancing. And the lead singer jumps off the stage and goes, hey. And it's like a record hits, the music stops. He goes, is this a real fight? If it's a real fight, you take it outside and handle your business. If it's just like ego and somebody got hit and they're mad, stop that bullshit. We didn't drive here for that. And they go right back into the song.
Yes.
And I went,
Now that's real hardcore.
that's real hardcore
Yeah.
because it's terror.
Right.
I mean, come
yeah.
on.
Yeah,
Those guys-
it is real hardcore.
Yeah.
But also, that's the real hardcore mentality.
Yeah.
You know, these. I
It's
hate
violent.
to be the old
It's,
guy.
it's
but
violent, but it's supposed to be violent because life is violent.
Yeah.
But it's not hateful. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be.
You're not targeting somebody.
Yeah.
No, you're just letting some.
It's
you
a
let
chance
it out.
to let it out. Yeah. And there aren't that many places like that left. So I really want the hardcore scene to come back to what it was. Or maybe even better. But right now, it's just a little posy. You know? So.
Yeah, it's just,
We are.
is.
So you guys are familiar with Dave Chappelle's the Player Haters Ball? Again,
yes.
Russell.
Yeah.
We figured out what you were saying at like 3 a.m. when we were mixing the record, and we might have been a little tipsy. We were a lot of tipsy.
Yeah.
But we are some righteous haters sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and you know,
But somebody's got to.
everybody is a little bit of a hater because you grow up, you think things are one way, turns out they're not, and you just have to deal with it. But there's a lot of hate in between those.
yeah,
two
because there's not one way.
steps.
And this is from anybody who knows me. I'm a devout Christian, and not really as much as Christian culture, but me and Christ got a thing going on. And I think He's the answer. As much as I hold true to that in my personal life and how I live, as far as thinking that anybody is ever going to see Him the way I see Him, I gave up that ghost. Because, you like you said, you grow up, you think things are one way, and then you find out there are other. No, you just don't find out there's another way. You find out there's a million other ways because we all have different personalities. And we see things
in
different.
different paths.
Look at people who are colorblind. Colors that we all agree on, they see different. Are they wrong? No, they see something different.
Yeah.
And that's just a broad example. Why are
Yeah.
you going to be mad because this guy, I think this band's terrible? You can, there's bands I hate. I'm just like, I'd rather listen to Terry Schiavo die of hunger pains than listen to the, once again, Easy's opinions and analogies are just his opinions. But I'd rather listen to that than listen to their band because to me, they're terrible. But at the same time, certain bands like that, I'd be like, full of talented dudes. Because I respect what they're doing. Yeah. I think it's garbage. Am I not going to listen to them?
You're talented garbage.
You do, but you're super
Man,
talented.
that's some rosy smelling garbage.
And you're
there.
about it. And if this
take a
John
shower
Q.
today?
Nobody is wearing their shirt and loves them, dude, you do you, man.
Yeah.
Dig what you dig. My favorite is when I find people wearing patches or pins or T-shirts of bands I know personally and have played with. But I might not be wearing something that is scene appropriate because I come from work or whatever. I'm just like a thug all the time. But
yeah.
I don't know. Anyways,
Hey, they've got a City Trends in Dunn now.
I know, I'm stoked about that. But they look at me and they size me up like, this dude ain't the real, he's not legit. And keep walking, I'm thinking, you want me to open my phone and call the guitars from the band of the shirt you wearing? Because you're cooler than I am. Where is that? It's music, man.
Yeah.
It's just like art. If you have a band that you hate, y'all are rival bands, both of you quit playing music right now.
Yeah.
Because you suck and you're a cancer to what music is.
Yeah.
If it's really art and somebody smokes you on your instrument,
Yeah.
hang out with them. Pick up a lick.
Yeah.
Because it's art. I mean,
even like going back to the show last weekend, I don't listen to that type of music on a daily basis, but just watching the musicians, the three bands last weekend was incredible. These guys are, they're skilled craftsmen at their
what's
instruments.
that bass player's name?
Which
Brian?
From Brian? Dude,
Oh,
Brian is ungodly. That dude's not
I don't know
human.
who's listening, but anybody know his last name? Anyway, Brian from Corrosis.
Yeah, dude.
I have a man crush on you.
Yeah.
As a bass player,
He's also evidently a good videographer.
that dude smokes
So
everybody. He smokes
pronounced Craig?
everybody I see.
Yeah.
And I am a bass player, and if you hand me a 4-string, a 5-string, 6-string, I will walk it like it abused me. I have no. I've put the time in. I can say that. But I was getting a beer. They're playing. I've heard the band before. I know Brandon and them.
Yeah.
Brandon-
And Brandon's
Brandon
also
and
Brandon's
a
also
mad
awesome.
scientist.
Adam's cool.
Yeah.
Dan and I go way back.
Dan, all those guys, they're about it. They're putting the work in. It's not what I listen to all the time because I'm old.
Yeah.
And I listened to it when it was fresh to me. So the bands that were like Despised Icon and these bands that just rip my face off.
Yeah.
If I want to hear that, I'm going to hear them play it. And if you're doing it well, I'm like, I'll give you props. But it's not. I'm one of those
We're
things.
old. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm old. I grabbed a beer and I hear this bass line and I went, hold up.
What?
What is this? I make my way through the crowd, and I am standing like a girl at a Britney Spears concert next to this
With that weird
2007.
grin.
Yeah.
with that creepy grin, just staring at this bass player. And I was like, bro, you.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna go back
chubby
out.
right now.
I stood there for 3 songs, like
Yeah.
just like.
Easy
a
never
pedophile at a
stands.
school. I'm
the
just
last
standing
time
there.
I saw him stand there for 3 songs
Oh.
was back in 2006.
Garrett can tell you the date if you need.
Yeah, probably. He came to see my band, and he was the
12th,
only one there.
2006,
So he's
7
like, "Well, if I leave, they're gonna know."
Notice.
But no, just a shout out to him because
Yeah.
the dude takes it serious and he can play. And
Yeah.
Dude, he rips,
Plays like
man.
a fucking guitar, dude.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. He
He's
does
all
not.
over the
Well,
place.
He plays like a bass player who understands. Sometimes I want to use my fingers.
Sometimes it needs the low.
Sometimes I want
Yeah.
to use a pick
Yeah.
because I respect my instrument. I know it makes different sounds. And then sometimes he taps a bass part in one of their songs, and he's not tapping to say, "Look how good I am."
Yeah.
Because there's some bands that do that. And I'm like, you can play that in another place. There's
Yeah.
no need for you to show off right now.
Right.
And it sounds like dog you doing it that way. But he does this tapping part, and I watched it, and I broke it down, make sure it couldn't be played easier, And it couldn't.
Yeah.
And it was clean. And I went, I don't think this dude knows how good he is. Wow.
Well, he's
And I made
another one of these guys. That's like, oh man, I'm just
super humble.
Yeah, it's just like,
Awesome.
Because I made a point
Yeah.
to pull him outside after everything. I was
Yeah.
like, bro, I don't have to tell you anything. I can play. I'm not, it sounds bad, but just know that the guy's complimenting right now. I don't have to.
Yeah.
But you deserve it because, dude, you just melted everything I've seen.
And even we hung out a little bit with Brandon that night too, and he's the same way, just
Humble.
a really humble guy.
Brandon is
And,
awesome.
Yeah,
Like him and I go back to high school.
Yeah.
Like that's how we met at that time, and that dude has done nothing but just work at his craft up and
And-
down, day in, day
yeah.
out.
And look,
the guitar player. Right?
yeah. And so I don't know the other guys personally. I mean, I know Dan, and Dan was really. They all play to a click. That's really
Dan
technical
was rock
music.
solid.
Yeah, I mean, he was. He was super solid, and that's what you want from a drummer.
The world likes to give Dan a hard time, but he was solid Friday night.
Yeah, well, see, okay, look, the only reason people give Dan a hard time is because he records his drum playthroughs on a phone, and it sounds like, he's hitting garbage cans. Dan, you need some mics, man. Listen to me. Put some mics in your practice room when you're doing your drum playthroughs. People are going to love it. At that point, it doesn't overwhelm the microphone. That's
it was
all.
nice to see a band that was humble and that was good.
Yeah.
Because if we take that model, no matter what style you do, and if you're humble, you're good, you're approachable to people, and you're there to play your set and support the other bands. One thing I miss about the brewery, rest in peace, was the merch pieces. Yeah,
We still got some.
was,
You guys want some ceiling
the
tile?
merch tables. because we would play our set, and then I'd go sit at merch for however many bands my time was.
Yeah.
But you sit there, you watch the other band, you talk to the band set up next to you, and you talk to people coming up to buy things. Because you're not there to be seen, you're there to be a part.
Yeah, it's kind of like by design too, because the merch tables are right there.
Yeah.
You know, you're not. You've got to walk by them.
Yeah.
You know, and so it's all kind of that was a community.
It was.
And I think the only person that's really done it to that extent in North Carolina has been Paulie.
Yeah. Paulie keeps it that feel.
So, you know, is what it is. We went somewhere. How did we get here?
I don't know, but Tanner talks the whole podcast.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
He
the
just
whole
won't
time.
shut up.
Dude, I enjoy this so much, though.
This is what we talk about.
Yeah.
This is what we really like. Like, just spit it out. Whatever you want to talk about is really what it's, to me.
Yeah, I think, you know, if...
We will get back to
Yeah.
BlackPlate, though.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
whatever.
This is BlackPlate,
But
though.
this is okay. Ask anybody who's recorded with us at the end of the session. It turns into 4:00 in the morning, a pile of beers on the table,
Yeah.
and we are just sitting around talking.
Well, there's a reason it's
Yeah.
not BlackPlate Studios.
Yeah,
It's productions because you can record anywhere.
Yeah.
But if you want a production of your material, come in here. Let's beat off all the dust. Let's beat off. Let's beat off all the dust.
Mostly
No,
dust.
Garrett, yeah.
Hey.
Let's break your songs down
Yeah.
to their core.
Yeah.
That's the best. And then let's rebuild them and let's get the best product and let's produce something that you're happy with, that you want to put your name on, because there's no money in a lot of music. It's love. It's what you want to do. And if you think you have something to say, put the best product out there for people to come to shows and buy your merch. There's money in merch.
Yeah.
Baby, that's why Take Heart would play for free about anywhere in South Carolina or North Carolina, as long as they're like, you got a merch, because we're bringing a damn hot topic with us of merch. Because we need to make some money.
We need to talk about is Take Heart's viability as a clothing brand. Like, being honest, if you have followed Take Heart or you have seen their dozens of incredible fucking t-shirts and merch designs, like, Take Heart is the best brand that you've never worn.
I appreciate it. Who knows? We might have some new shirts coming out.
I'm telling you, like you get an arrangement with Hot Topic, you can go wherever you want.
We could have our whole section.
I mean, I totally don't have 15 Take Heart shirts.
I'm pretty sure most people listening to this podcast own a piece of Take Heart merchandise.
Dude, I own a piece of lot of Easy, man. Dude, I tell you what, since I know
Well, there's a lot left. You
I've
want
seen
some more?
Play since like 2005, 2006.
Yeah.
Every time I see you, I get an Easy T-shirt. The baby blue one.
Oh,
about
he's
to
my
say.
homeboy.
I still
Yeah.
got the sucker.
Dude, that's
Don't
a
fit.
weird time, because I was actually playing in Embracing Goodbye
Yeah.
in
John was
that
with us at the
stretch.
time.
So
Were you the guitar player?
Drummer.
No, drummer.
yeah,
Okay.
that was the drummer before Casey.
Casey, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
And then I know Patrick came around at one point.
Patrick come and got an AG when Travis Avery
Yeah.
had to leave.
2010, 2009.
2009.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my favorite show is when
Hard-
down to Columbia. What was it? It wasn't New Brooklyn.
Headliners?
Headliners.
Yeah.
Tickle Me Pink.
Yeah.
Y'all, Send by Ravens, and a couple other bands were playing.
That's where I played that Bon Jovi cover with whoever the headliner was. I can't even remember that band. They were signed. They were huge, but they had no bass player.
That was Tickle Me Pink.
Yeah.
They like lost their bass player from like a car wreck.
They were the coolest guys, because we got there and we're in the green room we've already set up, and Headliners was a fantastic venue.
Very nice.
But he was like, man, we played this cover of Bon Jovi, blah, blah, blah. He goes, man, we heard y'all at Soundcheck. Would you mind playing the bass on that? I went, what song is it? And we run through it in the green room, just acoustic. I was like, yeah. So here's me. You got to realize at that time I had a beard.
By the way, right now
beard.
Tanner is taking his clothes off.
Yeah.
He
Tanner's
is
getting-
slightly more
Oh,
naked.
okay, buddy. But I had a
I
beard
do not have
down.
Neither do us.
Well, this is BlackPlate. You can ask anyone. We don't either.
But you got a band called Tickle Me Pink with this fat, bearded redneck with overalls
shoes.
who's barefooted. But it was a great time.
How did you not get ringworm? All the stages and the bare feet and stuff.
God loves me.
Okay, maybe that's it.
all it is.
It's got to
Every
be.
time I seen him
Lots of
play,
calluses
he was
didn't hurt
wearing
though.
overalls and
Yeah.
shoes.
Yeah, she is. I've caught a couple nails. Those will let you know what life is about, right there.
I had a bottle cap dig into the bottom of my foot. It just like got stuck. It was just like I was like, ah, shit.
My favorite
That's
was
not good.
we played Asheville, North Carolina, and I used to have what I'm saying is correct. Before bass players are going, nah. I had a 210 cabinet.
Yes.
Made by PV from early 80s, which was gigantic. But as everything I had, the wheels broke on it. And since I am
How do
really,
you do that?
I'm really,
I'll tell you how he does it, because he's stronger than the cabinets.
Yeah,
so literally, he moves the You guys can't see this, but it's like, imagine this sound, but in physical force. So yeah, literally,
Yeah.
that's how he moves stuff.
that's how I did.
Yeah.
it. But when I put the wheels back on, I put them on a little higher than where they were supposed to, so it would teeter a hair, not much.
Just a little.
But when I took it out of the trailer and put it on the sidewalk that was freshly iced,
He smashed the sidewalk.
I turned back to the trailer and here at teeter, those wheels scoot the bottom out of it, slinging it down onto my shoe, which was just one of those beach docksider shoes because I was going to be barefoot anyways.
Ooh.
Breaking my big toe and the toe beside of it. And all the guys here, they're inside, and they just hear me scream. And it's a church, it's a youth group thing. And my
So
brother,
he's trying to scream, with
I didn't care what I was screaming.
Oh, that's
God
good.
loves me no matter what. But
Yeah.
all I know is they come out and they're just like, bro, somebody take the trailer off, let them throw it. Because I'm in an immense amount of pain. I end up hobbling over to the fellowship hall, and my brother says, we got to take that shoe off. I was like, dude, there ain't nothing but mangled toe and bone in that shoe. I don't want to take that shoe off. We take it off, and it's purple, and it's gross and terrible.
Time for the tape.
But it's like 4 hours before the show. It was us and, this is how long ago. It was us and Demon Hunter and the Showdown.
Yeah.
And they give me a bowl of ice water, and I'm doing 10 minutes in, 10 minutes out, 10 minutes in. And the wonderful guy comes up, he's like, man, we got you a chair in front of your cabinet, where you can sit and play tonight. I went, we didn't drive 4.5 hours for me to sit and play bass. He goes, what are you talking about? It's like, you got duct tape and paper towels? And he starts laughing. He's like, yeah, why? It's like, can you bring that to me? He's like, what? So I wrap
He
the
starts
paper towels
straightening his-
and make me a boot out of this duct tape. I hobble over, man. We're playing, and it's just adrenaline, so it's no pain. I'm dumb, and I used to do this really big stomp, because you're a fat guy, I'm not going to be jumping anywhere. So I bring my leg
Stomp,
up.
though.
I bring my leg up, and I stomp down with the foot I broke the toes with.
And immediately remembered.
Oh my God, the striking pain behind shot to my eyeballs. And I'm just like, and I finished the song and we still had like 3 left and it subsides. I'm like, okay, thank you, God. Okay. Do it again. The very last song, the very last note of the song, it hits a breakdown and I hit it, dude. And I go, oh. They ring out and they're like, yeah, I just put my bass. If you play in a band, get your shit off stage. Put it on quick, get it off quick.
Yeah.
It's nobody's job.
Your turn's over.
Yeah, it's nobody's job to
That's a
help
whole
you.
other conversation.
But, dude, I just put my bass in front of my cabinet, and I walked by my brother, because he was a true lead singer who never loaded anything.
Yeah.
But I look at him, I went, grab my bass. I'm going to go cry in the van now. And I didn't even get to see the Showdown at all. Or I caught one song by Demon Hunter because I was in the van just like reeling in pain. I'm like, oh, sweet God, kill me. Why is my foot still attached? But,
Yep, that's tour life, bro.
Mm-hmm.
There was one time, we played a slew of shows while I was. It was like 3 shows a weekend.
yeah.
For
And EG
I think
made
that's the reason I quit.
Yeah,
Because I'm
'cause it
like,
was
man,
too
I
much.
want to do some other stuff.
Yeah.
So
It got to the point in EG that none of us ever planned weekends. Like,
it's like,
Somebody's like-
and I'm freshly married. you
yeah.
know, so
you
like,
and
yeah,
like, what are you doing this weekend? And you could ask any of us, and we're like,
we're
gonna play a
playing
show.
shows.
Where
yeah.
at? I don't know yet. We'll
Yeah.
figure it out.
Music.
Because Paul, once again, was the manager, booked everything, did all the work, and I did not realize how much work he did until it was
it's
a band
a ton of
dad.
work, isn't it?
Yeah.
But there's that whole period of Embracing Goodbye's history that is just like you wouldn't the reason people still know about them is because of how many shows they played. And there's if you lived in the tri-state area, you probably saw them. If you were into heavy music, because that was just how relevant the band was at that point in time.
It was good, man. We did a lot of work, and people were digging it. It was funny. One of John's first shows, because he was in another band, and he's like, I can play drums
I was
for y'all.
actually the front man for that band.
Yeah, he was the front man. He's like, dude, I'll play drums. I was like, thank you,
Yeah.
His first show, his wife, newly married, his wife's there, and the band he was in wasn't doing the same stuff EG was doing.
Yeah.
But they were on that grind. Yeah. But his first show was at Silver Bullet in Greenville.
Oh my God.
When it was doing shows.
No, not the first show was Luna Bean. That was like the second one.
Yeah, one of his first shows was there, and we knew it was going to be a banger. It was like Us and the Hotness, maybe Knives. It was good bands on it. Yeah, and Norales and Norales is finishing up, and you hear him. And John's in the back. He's got to set up, tuning up, and just whatever.
I'm very regimented at shows. Like,
very much. And Eric from Norales goes, "Who's ready to see EG? Embracing Goodbye's up next." And it was full of people in that venue. So you hear this big swell, and I was like, cool. I got my bass out, and I look at, and John goes,
I'm like, what the fuck?
Wait, there's people here?
Yeah.
You got to understand, the band that I was fronting at the time, they wouldn't let me write music. I'm actually a pretty good songwriter.
I can play the hell out of guitar. He'll fool you, but he's really good.
So I came up as a guitarist and a singer. That's I started playing drums as necessity because drummers suck. So they do.
They do. You didn't get a look from me. But
I'm just trying to make sure that
everyone knows.
Look, we all know
drummers suck.
Yeah. So it is what it is. But but they wouldn't. Really this particular band would not let me write anything, and they, the stuff they were writing was questionable. It was technical, kinda, musical, kinda, but not the kind of stuff that like had hooks, or and so it was gaining gaining a fan base in off the wall kind of music is difficult because you got to find your niche pockets in every market. I'm not even saying we were good enough to get those niche markets, okay? So, but that is the way it works for niche music. If you're going to write something spastic, you got to understand that only like 1% of the population is going to actually get what you're doing. So, you can find them, and 1% of 7 billion people, sure, there's enough to make a but you got to get in front of those, those people to figure out how it works. Now, that being said, this is a band I was playing shows with in front of 15, 20 people. We all know what that's like. Yeah. My first EG show, there's 250 people in here, and it's like, and, at that point, it wasn't even packed,
And it wasn't work.
Yeah.
Because nobody was in this time period, nobody went to shows to take a picture and post that they were at the show.
Yeah.
They went to the show because they wanted to be a part of something.
So one of my favorite or most memorable experiences from that time period was another show at the Silver Bullet, which was also with Hotness, Secret Lives,
and Evergreen.
Was Evergreen Terrace there?
That was the Secret Live show.
Yeah, so
Hotness,
it must have been. But that's the one where EG had this slow song that's been around for a long time. It ended up on pretty much every record. Album, but in different iterations. But it was a song called Jairus' Daughter, and it's based on that, that story in the Bible. But we had never played it live because it's a slow song. So at some point, we just decide, fuck it, let's do it.
The sets are getting longer.
Yeah.
People are liking it.
So we did it at the end of the set, and Dude, it was like 350 people in there for that show, and they're all like, this is back when you could hold up a lighter in a venue.
Yeah.
They're all like, there's a bunch of lighters in the air, and the whole crowd is singing it back to the band.
Yeah.
But we haven't released a record yet.
How
did that happen? Okay, the demo was out. The demo was out. Yeah. So
On MySpace.
Yeah, on MySpace. Yeah.
Good
Hashtag
days.
MySpace.
But it was a great moment, especially with my brother having a little girl, and it's all from a dad's point of view about a little girl, and it's just like it was a great moment.
It was really, this memory might not be accurate, but this is what I see in my head. There was a point where Paul was just kind of like up at the front, kind of kneeled over or sitting down. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, he had sat on that
but he's just mic's down, and they're singing the outro, and it's just like that's one of those moments that you don't get to experience much.
No, yeah,
and
no doubt.
It was that was like a quintessential. Well, this is a scene. These people really and look, man, not everybody in there was a Christian. They didn't understand but there was emotion behind it.
But they're all people.
And everybody feels the same, like it or not. So
what year was this?
2007?
6, 7?
Yeah, might have been. Yeah, because I came in 06 and left in 07 about the same time. So I was in the band about a year, and then Casey came in 07, right? Yeah.
Were you before or after Norris?
I was after Will.
Then when was Chris in the band?
Before Will.
Oh, yeah. Okay. We went through a ton of members, man. I mean,
I feel like I remember. I might have remembered you.
You can't keep a band together.
I mean, it's hard.
Well, there was a lot of drummers in that, and I was the way it happened. The way I got in the band is I had bought a touring band that they wouldn't disclose had wrecked a trailer. Everything in the trailer went to auction because insurance paid for it, and I bought a rack of gear out of this trailer. Turns out it was a live recording rig. So I didn't know what was in it. They were just like a rack valued at $5,000. I got it for like $1,000 or something. So anyway, I get this recording gear. I'm like, whoa, this is not live gear. I was expecting it to be like, cool live gear and stuff. There was like a monitor mixer in there and a couple of recording interfaces and stuff. And I had recorded a band, Our Blood Avenged.
Yeah.
Pre-Engine Joe. Yeah. So I recorded. This is Will Howard and David Fowler and
Kyle
Whitley. Lewis was in the band.
Yeah.
And who else was in? There was one more. Who else was in the band? Oh, Brandon.
Yeah.
Brandon was playing drums. So Brandon Evans. Anyway, so they had just been like, yeah, we'll give you a couple $100 and record us, put some stuff out. So we did like 3 songs or something, and my first paying recording gig back in 2006. But it turns out some of the recording gear was broke. 2 of the compressors. I had this Drawmer compressor, 4-channel compressor that's supposed to be awesome. 2 of the compressors, their release time was broken, so like everything's just like smashed sounding all the time. But anyway, I recorded that, and it came out pretty cool because the band was tight. They were really good. Paul heard it. He's like, hey man, like we need some stuff to take to Cornerstone, because you guys were going to Cornerstone with Chris.
Yep.
That year, so we just did like a live recording, and it was okay. They came back, wanted to do an EP, and I gave them a pretty good deal because I'm still like trying to learn about the stuff and whatever. And this is, we're talking 2007. Digital recording is in its infancy at this point in time.
Brand new.
Yeah. So, we're, me and Glenn Allen, you're, the guitarist at the time, which Glenn was a genius. God rest his soul. He was one of the early pirateers.
Oh yeah, he was a hacker before hackers was the term.
Yeah, he got a call from the government one time telling him to stop using their phone numbers.
Yeah.
And
that's all legit. The dude he was my oldest friend.
Yeah.
And life got him, but Just a genius.
Yeah, no,
Savant.
yeah. I mean, he was a delicate soul that was just unbelievably smart. You know, as a matter of fact, me and Chris, we had a whiskey night down here, and we started like crying about G the other night.
I understand that.
But he.
But we recorded with John,
So
and we had.
But I didn't have any like software. So G's like, yeah, I got some stuff. You know, like he'd been,
I found this.
yeah,
It was on the truck.
he'd been recording their demos. You guys are too young to remember this, but he'd been recording their demos through like Sound Blaster cards. He had daisy chained 2 motherboards together and like
I
linked
know
them.
some of you may be thinking, "Oh, he put it in a computer." No, I am talking about a fold table
Yeah,
with cards
Yeah.
sitting on a
Laying
table
on it. Yeah.
with wire
So
connecting them.
Okay. These kids understand graphics cards.
Yeah.
Imagine 12 graphics cards, you know, plugged into motherboards laying out on the table. You're watching Linus's Tech Tips, but it's G in 2006. Like, well, yeah, I've got 24 channels in. You know, like Bob Rock didn't have 24 channels in at that point in time. So, you know, he's like, yeah, I got some stuff. So he brings like some software over. We loaded onto my computer. I was like, oh, okay.
Where did
Can
you get this?
Show me how to
Don't worry
use
about
this. So we record an EP, and about halfway through the EP, the drummer quits because he farted on somebody's table or something. Is that the story? Will.
Will?
Yeah.
Oh no, we
Yeah.
lost our drummer because
He was young. Okay.
he was
yeah.
very young,
Yeah.
and I made a super offensive joke to him that was a funny joke. I stand behind the joke.
What was the joke?
Nah,
The gist. Just the gist of it.
He was Catholic,
Yeah.
Hey,
and I wasn't raised around Catholics.
don't diss Catholics.
Yeah.
Say what?
So don't diss the Catholics.
I'm
Oh
not.
God! Well, I'm just gonna keep.
But
my,
with that guy, I
just
would,
keep things tight back here. Oh yeah, I'm not 12.
Oh, it's funny because it's true.
No children here.
He lived 2.5 hours away from us, so when he come into town to play shows, he'd stay at my house, and I'd take him to mass in the morning. I've never been there, so I walk in, and they got the big thing of water at the front, the holy water, and I see them, you know, put their hand in it and cross themselves, and I'm like, oh, this is cool. I go to reach. That's a no-no. I'm not Catholic, so he hits me. I was like, dude, I'm working on 3 hours sleep. You leave me alone. You know?
I'm doing the best.
I'm like, this is cool. I've never been in a church like this. This is awesome. I'm very optimistic about this. I go and sit down on the pew, and I was like, this is what all churches need. They have a footstool. So I sit and lean back.
And I know better.
I lean back in the pew, and I'm like, oh God. And I put my feet up. I'm like, oh. I'm so tired. I get hit again from Will. He goes, take your feet off the altar. I was like, the altar's up front, man. What are you? That's an altar. I was like, that is not an altar.
That's not the way the Jews did it.
I was like, okay, so I do that. And then I didn't get the cheat sheet that everybody else had. So Father Scott, the priest at the time there, goes, peace be with
Probably a great man.
He is a killer guy. He goes, peace be with you. And then the whole congregation, and with
Also
you.
with you.
I went, I'm looking around like,
I grew up Methodist, so
Okay.
I know,
Okay,
I know the
yeah,
back
yeah.
channels. Yeah.
and then it's like I'm a part of a concert that I've never listened to the band.
Yeah.
Because they're doing gang chants.
Yeah.
I don't know when to do the gang chants. And I'm so blown away because I've been in the church my whole life. And I'm just like, cool, man, this is what they did. It's really nice. I kind of felt like I was going to a family reunion of people I didn't know. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
these people love
That is
God.
a family reunion.
It's
Yeah.
great.
With the cousins you never met.
Then they
Yeah.
go and they're like, we're going to do communion. I was like, cool. I know this. I do this. He gets to our row.
Get the little cup and the cracker.
Nope. They get to our row. They stand up. I stand up. And Will goes, what are you doing? I went, I'm going to go have communion. We're at church. He goes, you're not Catholic. I was like, right. I'm going to go have communion. Blood of Christ. We're homies.
Yeah.
You know? He's like, no. So I sit down. I'm
You
just
have
like,
to go to confessional first.
yeah,
bro.
I'm like, whatever. So he's already a little peeved with me.
He doesn't understand
He doesn't
that
understand.
you have no clue.
Yeah,
about
I have no
this.
clue,
Yeah.
and I'm unapologetic about
Yeah.
it. And you know,
You
it
still
happens.
are.
And nice.
Yeah.
next weekend he comes and stays, and we're all hanging out. We didn't have a show on Friday night, but we did Saturday. We had to leave early. He comes, crashes, and it's right when Team America come out. Oh, America! So we're
Fuck yeah!
Yeah. So we're watching that, and when they do the 8th song, he's walking through the room because he didn't want to watch it, which is fine. But he's walking through the room at the precise time where he hears the Pope has AIDS. This works him into a tizzy. We get him calmed down. The next day we go play a festival in Greenville, North Carolina, or Kinston. And it's the first time playing with the Hotness.
Okay.
No, this was Newbern, wasn't it? Wasn't this the salty? Okay, it wasn't the Schmalty Dog.
No, it wasn't a Schmalty Dog. He did play that. He did not like that place.
Yeah.
He was just really young and sheltered.
Yeah.
More. And we stuck to our guns. One thing I can say about EG, we had people who would, we did the best we could, and we never really tried to perpetrate a front on people.
They were always rough and rowdy, but on stage there was a persona that you maintained because you didn't want to get in somebody's faith walk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you try not to be a shithead because you know that everybody else's reputation in your band is by how you live. You know what I'm saying?
Paul only cussed on stage one time, and it was because of cough medicine.
Oh, he was hammered on cough medicine. He wouldn't cancel the show, and he had 2 wisdom teeth pulled. So
So it was perks or something.
Yeah, he comes in, and he's just like, and he hits the mic, and the mic's not on, and we're at a Christian coffee house, and he's like, "Is this thing on?"
And it's not. And then they cut it off.
They cut it on right when he says "biatch."
Yeah. but the phrase.
But the phrase is, he goes, "Hello, it ain't on easy. It ain't. I come in the name of the Lord, biatch." And all you hear to the sounds is some of
Name of the Lord, bitch.
I was like, oh God. And he is at the point.
To this day, I think we just embarrassed him. Right now.
That's so out of his persona and character that he's just like, dude, come on. I was on medication.
Yeah.
I was like, I know, but it's still funny.
In the name of the Lord.
But no, they were so rowdy. It was a long time ago. Breaking the Girl and the Hotness and a couple of other girls. And anybody knows they partied. Mm-hmm. They partied hard. We didn't party with them. Mm-hmm. We hung out with them, but we didn't party with them.
Yeah.
But Will saw the alcoholism and the rough lifestyle and the drugs, and he called his mom. He called his mom.
He said mama.
Mama. He called his mom, and she come and picked him up. He quit the band. He's like, I can't be around this.
Mid-recording, by the way.
Yeah, mid-recording, which, it's his personal choice. It's what he thought I needed to do. Mm-hmm. At the time, I was like, get the hell out of here. Yeah. What are you doing? We're doing good things here, guys. Yeah. We're the only band who wasn't acting like that in that environment.
He was just young.
But he was young.
He couldn't comprehend what
he
was
went on
going
to play in successful bands.
Great
Didn't
guy. He play in The Wedding?
No,
not The Wedding.
He Speak of Wolves.
Speak of Wolves, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I love Will.
And he was a great drummer. He introduced me to big cymbals.
He started playing bass. Yeah, and he played bass too. But there's no hard feelings at all. It was just that time period and young, but it was hilarious to see somebody quit. We went through 8 drummers in the years in EG.
So you guys all know the promo dudes. Like David Fowler was one of those drummers. Yeah. He was a long-standing drummer of EG before it was EG.
Yeah.
Helped write some of the early stuff.
We got him, and we were like, "Oh, this dude can play."
Yeah, and he can. He's still a great drummer. So,
but no, John he was already in the middle of recording, so he's like, "Let me play drums."
Yeah,
and I was like, "Thank God we get to keep going," because I hate. We went through so many drummers that we had a thing trying out drummers that we would all wear hats. And as soon as one of us hated that guy, we turn our hat around.
Yeah.
So you didn't have to say anything. You're just playing, and you look around and you see hats turn around. I was like, "Yep, cool, we're good, man. Thank you for coming out. You have a good one." That way, you never have to be rude. And we'll let you know.
Yeah.
But I can remember a couple guys coming out, and they set up and they played a half of a measure, and my buddy Travis would be like, "Whoop, no," half turn around. What up? How many people are coming tonight? Yeah. But what was great is Casey Allen, Heartmouth now?
Yeah, he's doing the Heartmouth stuff. Yeah.
Season of Snare, he was in Bird in the Hand.
A
fantastic musician. You should check him out and support him. He was a child.
Yeah.
He was in high school.
He was 17.
17, and he come to try out with us, and we're like, But he sat through 2 other guys trying out.
Yeah.
Who didn't make it. And he sat in the corner, and my brother's like, cool, let's go home. And I was like, dude, that kid has sat here the whole night.
Yeah.
He goes, that kid's 4 years old. I'm
Yeah.
not babysitting somebody in a band.
Yeah.
And he
Already tried that.
he goes, what? I was like, dude, give him a chance. The drums are set up. He's like, cool. And Casey is this real meek kid. You know, he comes up, he's like, I'm like, did you listen to the songs? He goes, yeah, I think I got, I listened to them last night. I was like, great.
He wasn't telling you about the other times he listened to
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
And also, he's on like a grudge march to get in this band.
I didn't know any of this.
Yeah,
So he goes, yeah, I think I got one. He lullaby or something. He's like, yeah, okay. I was like, you want to click it off or you like it to start it? He goes, oh, Travis starts it. He goes, I was like, yeah, he does. Cool. And Travis starts the song. Kid rolls into it and just destroys the song.
Now,
And I
the
went,
whole time, he's like nervous as hell.
Yeah.
It's like, you're like, yeah.
And
Am I getting it? I think
it was
so.
it was so bad that Travis started with his hat backwards.
Yeah.
Like, just like, yeah, dude, here's the song. And he's like, turns it back around. He's like, you know any other ones? He goes, yeah. He had learned 5 of the songs.
Yeah.
And then he gets done, and Paul's like, he's still 4.
Yeah.
Well, we can't do it. I'm like, I'll take care of him. I don't care. He's in the
I
band.
think Paul went and talked to Rose.
Yeah, and then
yeah.
Paul actually went and talked to his mom.
Yeah.
But yeah, Casey got in there, and he was there until we closed it out, man. Kid,
Now, and
no.
Casey's one of these guys. He's a phenomenal musician. He
killer.
is a great drummer. He's also he can play guitar. He's a pianist. He can sing.
Yeah.
So he is a real musician.
He's a jack of all trades.
Yeah, and a master of some. So it is what it is.
Is there anything you wanted to get through that we haven't rambled through yet?
Dude, you guys are good. You guys are good. I wanted to talk about where you guys are at right now with BlackPlate.
Oh yeah. So I think currently we are recording a lot. Yeah, so we're working. Who are we working with right now? Can we say we're not under contract? With
I mean,
any
they
of these
are. We're
bands?
not.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so right now we are in a place where we just finished 2 singles with Death of a Tyrant. We are preparing to release Constellation Atlas's EP.
Seeking Solace.
Seeking Solace's EP,
yeah.
Continuations.
Which
EP.
yeah.
I think I know that, man.
Valleys just finished their record here. They've got some really cool stuff
Oh
going
my
on.
god,
They're about to
I
put out-
hate it that nobody's heard that record
Yeah.
yet.
It's an incredible record. Those
Yeah.
guys, I remember those when people used
Yeah.
to kind of to laugh at those guys, and now those dudes can play everybody under the table.
Yeah.
They are awesome dudes. Also, happy birthday, Will.
Oh, is
And
it Will's birthday?
It was like yesterday or the day before.
Oh yeah.
yesterday.
So
Also-
look, we're
who
we're
else
late
are
to
we
the
using?
punch anyway. This isn't
Unicron
coming out
is-
for weeks.
That album.
Yes.
Okay, y'all guys, this is the truth here.
Yeah.
I'm in all the messages, even though I'm just producing the songs. And when John sends, "This is your masters to send off to get done,"
Yeah.
I don't download them. I wait until they're out, because
Yeah.
I've already dealt with. I was jonesing so bad to hear because I'm seeing the promo you are pushing the CD release show. I was like,
You dug back through.
I dug back through and downloaded the whole album, and I listened to it yesterday on the drive home, and I was like,
It's mean, dude.
"Oh my
Yeah.
god, people aren't even close
think
to ready to have."
Unicron's-
Yeah.
Unicron's new record is one
Oh.
of the heaviest and most
That
dangerous
was-
records that's about to hit the tri-state area.
And
That's
that
not us
was
being
another
like,
really challenging project
Oh, yeah.
very
because
difficult.
has anybody have you guys seen Unicron live ever?
I just heard of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
We're violent.
so do you
I
guys
was in
do you
it, but you're a
remember
violent bunch.
Knives Exchanging
Well,
Hands
something
back
like
in the day?
that.
So it's Travis. Travis is the front man
Okay.
for and it is a lot of that just brutal,
Raw kind of
raw
thing.
aggression. But
Okay.
the music is spastic in a way you can groove to.
Yeah. When EG called it quits, Travis walked up to me at that show. He's like, "You done?" I was like, "No, I ain't done. Me and Chris Roy are going to start Take Heart." He goes, "You want to do a band?" I was like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, I want to do a band. You're a great vocalist." He goes, "You know people will play?" I was like, "Maybe." And Trevor used to be in the Avenger from Greenville. And then one of my best friends, Evan, plays. And then we went through a few drummers. And we put Unicron together. And we're like,
What band was Evan in?
Evan was in Holiday Avenue.
Holiday Avenue. That's
But,
right. Yeah.
Basically, everybody starts a band and they're like, what kind of music we're going to play? All these guys are, we don't care as long as it's stupid and heavy.
Yeah.
And they're like,
To
we're not
this
going to take
day-
it serious.
Yeah.
It's about robots. We're
Yeah.
called Unicron
Yeah.
when it started. Let's tune to A and just play just chunk, and they would bring riffs, and I'd be like, cool, let's change the time in here, and let's add some bounce so you can bop to it. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. And I stepped away from it a year and a half, 2 years ago. Thank God, while we were in the recording process of it, after tracking, I looked at Garrett, I was like, dude, you need to be in a band. He was like, well, maybe. I was like, you should play bass in this band.
Can I speak to that for just a second? So remember where we are. So this is the kind of technician that Garrett is. You guys don't, hey, don't you start that grinning thing.
I put it away.
No, but like something I've known about Garrett for a long time is that when he decides that he wants to do something, he will pick it apart. So he learned how to play bass by taking Easy's riffs, putting them in Melodyne, and figuring out what Easy was playing and learning it, and then being like, but I could do it here instead, And so, Garrett, I would say that Garrett started life as a heavy vocalist, but he's migrated into being able to play drums and guitar and bass because like he's figured out how to shortcut, the bullshit that we all go through learning G, C, and D. He's like, I just take Easy's multi-tracks and figure out what he's doing. So literally, he's playing like the perfected versions of Easy's tracks, on bass, and that's why he is our engineer. In case any of you fuckers were wondering,
he put the work in, man, and then he would come up to me and we'd be in another. He's like, when we're done, will you show me that one song? I got it, but I just want to see how you play it. I'll be like, yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm here, and he took it and run with it, and now he gets to do the CD release show, and I don't, and I'm not.
But you know what?
But
I will say, though, that Garrett is part of the Unicron experience.
He is, dude. He's a violent somebody. If you haven't seen Unicron, when is the show?
April 5th.
April 5th at
We're at
Kings.
Okay, so look, this is going to be a great show.
It's a BlackPlate show almost.
Kinda. I mean, we haven't got Dear Desolate yet, but we're working on that.
We should get
We know y'all listening. We know y'all.
I mean,
Who
I've
is it
recorded Jeffy a couple times. Yeah, Valleys.
We done both of those.
And Unicron. And Dear Desolate.
Dear Desolate.
So yeah.
They're also
it's a
very
banger
talented
lineup.
Chris Seneca's.
Yeah. That's it. Him, Brandon Garrison,
Brandon.
Chris Walsh, Jeffy.
Respect to all those guys.
Yeah.
Those
love
are
you.
killer musicians too.
Yeah, I mean, and they're one of the tightest bands you'll ever
Man,
see.
real talk for a minute. Like when we got robbed, way back 2 hours ago when we got robbed.
Yeah. It was crazy.
Brandon was one of those dudes who was
Damn.
helping us like scout
was 2 hours
for
ago.
stuff on Craigslist, and like we ended up driving around trying to figure out where some of our stuff was. Like
Yeah.
Brandon was that dude.
Yeah.
But we got those albums, Unicron's albums coming out.
Tracking the Fall we just finished up.
Tracking the Fall.
That we're mixing
Oh
that
my
right
God.
now.
Yeah.
That shit is wild.
That shit's got to be great.
Yeah.
I already know it is.
I'll let you hear some stuff
Good.
when we're off
Yeah,
air.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is like my favorite. That's my
Strength
favorite
Betrayed.
part about this.
Strength
They're
Betrayed.
right here out of
Okay.
Dunn, and they've put together a really intense Strength Betrayed. They're
Think
a
about
hard rock band.
if Nickelback
Okay.
actually was heavy and like punched you in the face.
like
repeatedly.
imagine what's that Nickelback
Yeah.
record with the car on it that everybody knows all the songs
Or
from?
no.
Imagine Dragons.
No,
So it's
that's only relevant for this year, by the way.
Was that their first one?
Yeah, like the
first,
big
like,
record.
EP?
It had the,
No,
it had the car on it. It had Rockstar on it.
Yeah.
Had the car on it.
You know what it is.
Yeah.
Stop
All the
screaming.
right reasons or something
Yeah,
like that.
I think that's-
it's
yeah.
like a heavier version of that.
It's like
Okay.
if that made you feel dangerous, because it obviously doesn't. But
Except
no,
Rockstar, that song makes
at
me
the
feel
same
fucking
time,
awesome.
it's not like that at all. It's got this it's got its own thing as well.
It's very unique. But those shout out to Thomas, you're a boy. You guys are awesome. But they did put together something that was very heavy. It's very
Yeah.
catchy. Like it's
Yeah.
one of those things that by the time the chorus comes around, on
Dude,
almost any
their
song,
guitarist Jake, my God, Jacob is so he grew up
human.
on Eddie Van Halen accidentally. He's younger than all of us. He's younger than Garrett.
I shit you not.
So-
This dude comes into the studio and we get the rhythms tracked. We move on to leads. This dude is the most phenomenal Van Halen shred lead style player we've ever seen. And I'm talking to the point where on some of the songs we had to we did dual solos just because he played so tight and so wild that it just made the guitar sound bigger.
Yeah.
Just to have him do it again. And at one point, my favorite part was, he's standing over here by the amps. Imagine me standing by a stack of like 10 amps. And he's just playing. He's playing the solo. He's got a cookout cup. It's on top of the desk. He's ripping it. He's doing some tapping kind of stuff. He reaches, grabs his big cup of sweet tea, is drinking, and continues tracking. Puts it down, takes his right hand, and while his left hand is still doing the tap shreddy thing, puts his right hand on it and finishes the riff.
Yeah. And Garrett looks over. He's like, "Man, what the fuck was that?" And he's like, "I don't know, man. I was thirsty."
That's pretty good.
Nickelback rules, okay?
Yeah.
Anybody who hates on Nickelback, Creed.
You don't know what you're talking about.
If you act like you didn't rock with Nickelback, with Creed, or with Limp Bizkit in their prime, you're lying to yourself.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Chocolate starfish.
You can hate now all you want, but we all know we
Yeah.
all know what we did at one point in our life.
Here's the thing about like producing music is you start respecting things that you didn't groove to early on. A couple weeks ago. Yeah.
Don't call it. Don't.
Yeah.
You're gonna say it, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Everybody's gonna know.
No, what? You tell the story then.
No, we had before a session talking about production, and John was turning me on some stuff I really never paid attention to. That producers have their own sound. I know that should be common, but you can really hone in on it, how things are mixed and sounding. So we're going through them. He's like, "Man, I know you hate. I hate Soundgarden. God, I have hated Soundgarden from.
I
go.
love Soundgarden.
He
Soundgarden
adores
saved my
Soundgarden.
life.
Yeah.
So
that's why he lives shitty. Soundgarden's terrible.
I live shitty.
You live great.
I live pretty good.
I was just punching you.
All
man.
right. It's not, but God, now I've got to
What?
reassess my life goals.
Also terrible.
How many times did if you haven't gotten the riff from
Yeah, like, we
Coach
can't
E
be
stuck in
friends
your head?
anymore.
How do you like Nickelback but don't like Chris Cornell? That's like
No, I love Chris Cornell. I think he's dope.
So
You don't like
he's
Soundgarden.
showed me some. Now, Soundgarden was off the beaten path. You know, it was just.
I just don't like him. Okay, I've never liked him. He knows that. We've always given
And
each
maybe
other
that's
shit
why he
all
doesn't
the
like
time.
him. Because he didn't like him originally, and I really loved him. So he's
Which
like,
I
I'm
have
going
to
to
hate
like
him
him
more.
even less.
But as we're going through these different producers, he brings up Black Hole Sun. I was like, you bastard.
Yeah.
But since we were in work mode and you're just listening to the art of it, that dude's a genius. I hate
Yeah.
the song, like the band, but his
But if
choices of how he mixed and things that you will.
Brendan
Just as a
O'Brien.
regular,
Yeah, Brendan O'Brien.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just a regular
Yeah.
listener to listen to a song and bounce in your head. You will
Michael
never
Beinhorn
hear
produced it.
that the Black Hole Sun, the echoes, Black Hole. He doesn't do the same pattern twice of where he's panning those, or the timing
He's
at which
keeping
he
it
pans them.
interesting the whole time.
It moves
yeah.
the whole time, and I was like, dude, that's and I was like, dude, that was amazing. And John's like, Easy just said Soundgarden song was amazing.
And I was just like, what is? Oh, I'm dreaming.
Black is
Yeah,
white,
it's just
white
not-
is black,
yeah.
dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria.
Feel like Alex Jones right now.
Yeah.
So,
It's interdimensional one.
Well, I'm kind of
aliens
a
are here
retard.
now.
But to bring it back around, we are at a point where we're getting ready to release roughly 10 or so projects, and we're booking into summer and fall. So
Yeah. And we've kind of skipped over some of the stuff that we've done, back in time.
Yeah.
So there's
If you're in the hardcore scene and you used to like Skylar and My Boys in Bathsheba,
Yeah.
that EP is us.
Yeah.
We did that. If you like
Montrose.
Killing the Catalyst.
dude,
was-
we skipped the whole part of history that was the Anger times.
oh man,
Oh,
the
yeah,
Andrew
yeah.
times, that was
Okay.
wild.
At one, I'll do a Cliff Notes because it's...
No, it's really important though because Swines is
Yeah.
how we hooked up
Yep.
with
Yeah, you're right.
So-
And respect to him.
and rest in peace. They Enemy in Disguise did 3 singles with us, 2 of which were never released. I don't think. Kinda released, soft release.
One is a Bloodhound Gang cover that
Yeah.
you should really antagonize Russell about,
Yeah.
because the world needs
Yeah.
to hear it.
Maybe tonight. Maybe tonight.
What?
So what?
You hate Bloodhound Gang?
I don't like them.
You would
love-
sweat.
love
I've
him. I don't-
already,
Baby sweat.
I've already berated him.
Sex
You would
from
love.
Texas Drought.
Have you heard this cover though?
Dude, it's beautiful.
Have you heard Bloodhound
Baby
Gang?
sweat. Baby's tail.
They are phenomenal.
I've seen them live.
Kiss me where it smells.
That's funny. Hey, Pac-Man. You want to do some crystal meth?
Anyway, so you know, we decided, and it was kind of financial. You know, it's been a rough road when you try to run something at I would say on this level. Finances come into play. You know, it's like
Big deal.
how do we get paid to do this? And, you know, also afford to keep the lights on. You know, those are things that, you know, that run in your head in a partnership, you know, and we've had to be creative over the years. So we were like, we got to go further west, which, you know, still isn't out of the realm of possibilities for us, you know, but our thought was, okay, we're going to move to somewhere where we can save some money. So we're not paying rent and power and stuff. Well, we were paying rent, you know, but
It was
You have all your
rent.
utilities.
yeah. So, you know, anyway, we substantially cut our monthly nut. You know, it was just like cut it down to what we could.
We cut it down by 70%.
Yeah. So
Possibly, maybe 80. It was
anyway,
a ridiculous cut.
we move in with my friend Rick Ellington. He's got a
Music
kind
school?
of a so it's
School
like
of rock.
a school of rock type thing in Anger, and he's doing you know great stuff over there with kids, teaching them how to play music, not play notes. So you know I still have massive amounts of respect for what he's doing over there. He had this extra room. We were going to rent from him. Garrett and I and some friends, you know, Coffee helped us a lot building this place.
Mm-hmm.
So, Chris Coffee, you know, he's on Instagram. He posts sad stuff in cars. So,
Really
yeah.
cool car stuff. Though. The car stuff will make you happy.
Yeah, love you, Coffee. Anyway, we start building a control room in this place and a live room, and we recorded several bands over there. As a matter of fact, one of our two award-winning bands, we recorded their whole EP there. So, Season and Snare recorded everything practically there, and I think they won Periscoper of the Year.
Yeah,
Periscope
yeah,
Year,
Periscope.
Shorty Awards
Shorty
2016.
Award.
Yeah.
Yep.
A Shorty Award. Yeah. So
Not a Tolly Award.
yeah, it's Shorty.
Look, you know, you
But
can't.
I mean,
somebody's thinking.
Al
it.
Roker gave it to him.
Al Roker,
That's
yeah.
cool. Yeah.
Roker, I hardly know her.
Oh
sorry,
my
sorry.
Anyways,
Not
we went to
sorry.
Andrew.
Well, yeah. So we moved there in 2015, I think. And this is before we were BlackPlate. You know, we were here. We were trying to cut our expenses, so we move out and we go to Anger in 2015. What? You got that weird? Oh, you guys are holding hands now. All right.
Hey, you mind your business.
All right.
Everything has like the same bromance.
Yeah.
When you get that buddy, it's like
Look,
you
man,
just
when
can't
you
let
and your
go.
boy
This is
touch
us.
feet, you're connected forever.
That's it. Soul to soul.
You're
There's
never
a reason they
walking
call him
alone.
the soul of your foot.
Yeah.
Once again,
Together
Easy's-
we are one.
Easy's opinions are not of John Barry.
Yeah. So anyway, we're getting to.
We're in Andrew. It's
Yeah.
a little space. But
So we did a single for a band called The Wake Within, and
Wow.
yeah, and
That was when we met.
yeah, Easy,
Buddy.
you were part of that. Remember? Yeah.
yeah.
So anyway, you know, not a bad band. Buddy was in the band.
Buddy
you know?
was in the band.
So yeah.
Drunk Buddy!
Oh, whoa,
No
whoa.
longer drunk buddy.
Well, maybe.
Hey.
Still might be drunk, buddy.
But they were a good, really
Yeah.
good band. Kinda-
Yeah, we do a single with those guys. It was well received, I think, and Buddy, you know, started talking to his bandmates about us, and at the same time, I think Swines had kind of hit you up and been like, "Hey, man, you know, we're looking to do. I know you're working with these guys who worked with these guys, and Rhett's in my band. You know, it's like a weird kind of
Circle.
circle. It's a circle.
It's not a square.
It's not. It's a circle.
So no jerks
So,
here.
hey.
Hey.
All right.
Hey, man.
All right.
Anyways, so
So anyway,
Swans.
yeah, Swines
I was thinking the
hits
same thing.
Eric hits Easy up. You're not
I
wearing the
will
hat.
punch you
I
in the
forget.
head.
Yeah, keep forgetting,
I
man.
don't know, man.
So look, anyway, and we book a single with Enemy in Disguise, and it was it Black Lung?
Yeah, it was Black
Yeah.
Lung. Black Lung. There was
Yeah.
the.
So we
Black
do
Hand
that.
cover.
That's like one of the first projects we do at
Andrew.
in the Andrew location, and it came out really good. It's the first time I worked with Russell. He was great. He was very receptive. He got drunk on red wine. It was amazing.
Every time he
Yeah.
still gets drunk on red wine.
Yeah, like we've given him an excuse to drink red wine. There's a trick that Matt Bellamy talks about, the singer for Muse, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll have a couple of glasses of red wine because you can loosen up, but the buttery no, not sweet red wine, that'll dry you out, but buttery red wine will kind of keep you a little phlegmy. The way that helps,
Yeah.
you know." So, Russell's like, cool, I get to drink red wine. So it works for everybody, though. Keeps them loose, keeps them listening, kind of. Doesn't work for Adam. Adam listens less. Yeah, Adam, if you're listening,
We love you.
we love you. But the more red wine, the less you care what we think. Which is sometimes good for Adam. Anyway. But, so... Russell was great. It's the first time I'd really hung out with Will and Rhett and Patty. Oh my God, we forgot about Patty.
God, Patty, we love you.
So I was playing in a band at the time called American Eyes, and we played a show with Kiss the Curse the Friday night before the Sunday that they were supposed to come in. And this is at the point where, Pat's in the band. I think Matt was in the band as well at this point in time. And, it was a really good show for us. It was in Wilmington. It was at what's now the Throne Theater. It was Ziggy's at that point. And, we had a really good show. It's on YouTube if you want to find it. It's pretty good, I was good anyway. I'm not speaking for... No, Mike was good. Justin was good. Bobby was pretty good. It's a good show.
Moving on.
Moving on. But anyway, we're just sticking around, and Kiss the Curse comes on, and I'm specifically paying attention because I recognized in the group chat that there was a Patrick Carlton in Enemy in Disguise, and there was a Patrick Carlton in Kiss the Curse. So, I'm like, I think that's the cat that we're going to be recording. And at this point in time, me and Garrett are really wary of drummers because our editing skills aren't quite where they are now. We're still using Logic, and you can kind of edit drums in Logic.
You can edit drums in Logic if the drummer is a type player.
Real good. Yeah. Otherwise, look elsewhere. But anyway, I'm watching the guy. I'm like, that guy's really good. Like,
Yeah.
oh, okay. So, this isn't going to be that hard. And it wasn't. It was like, it just fell right into place.
Amazing when you know how to play your instrument.
Yeah,
Amazing
so...
Shocker.
Damn drummers.
Yeah, but you got to understand, when you're coming up through the ranks as a new producer, you're going to deal with the bottom feeders first because your prices are low, you're what they can afford. You're going to deal with the worst of the worst. That's just where it starts. And that'll kind of tell you if you're going to make it or not, because if you can get through that and push past it, and eventually you'll meet a Patrick who will come and save the day anytime
You need it.
And then you start recruiting them.
Yeah.
You're ours now.
So, anyway, we recorded that single and a single with Killing the Catalyst, and then 2 more singles with Enemy in Disguise before they kind of called it quits. So, that was I think that was really our start.
Yeah. And when they moved to Andrew is when BlackPlate really...
we decided it was BlackPlate at that
It's
point.
BlackPlate.
BlackPlate formed in November of 2015.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
What was the
we
date?
were there until...
Got a date for me?
We'll say the 28th.
We were
Right
there,
after Thanksgiving.
there until it became feasible to get back here, and then to come back here and just been working your ass off, man. The thing is, bologna, you can get bologna cut real thick and you can grill it up, you can eat it, it'll fill you up. Or you can get a steak, and depending on how much you pay for that steak, depends on how great that steak is.
Yeah.
You can grill it up, and you can eat it. You're full in both cases. So you've reached a final product, whether you ate bologna or whether you ate steak. The process of that and what it does to your body is completely different. That is recording. If you're in a band and you want to get your stuff recorded, either you're going to pay nothing and you're going to get bologna, or you're going to have to pay something. And the more you pay, majority of the time, the better you're going to feel about what you're giving other people.
Yeah.
Better you're going to feel about what the process was.
Yeah.
Because none of this shit in here is cheap.
Yeah.
And when you come in here, you're going to see, good God, a wall full of guitar heads for us to choose from. A wall full of cabinets. One thing we used to call bass god, which is every bass head a bass player could ever want.
Master basser.
God damn it.
But the reason is because through listening to all this thing, coming from a garage, coming here and not being able to hold it, go to Andrew, refocus, find our crew, come back here, put the work in. It's been a process. That's why we do production, because it's a whole process. But you put your dues in to the point that you're like, bring on the world.
Yeah.
And that's, if you want to know where BlackPlate's at now, we're at bring on the world.
Yeah.
We wanted to bring on North Carolina. Now I'm like, bring on the East Coast and the Midwest. If y'all want to fly out and record, let's do it. We can get you close, and you're going to walk away with the best product you ain't going to get anywhere else.
Yeah.
And that's true to the master. And you can put our stuff up against anything that's on Spotify or Apple Music, and let's do the clarity and the hotness of it. And we're there. So but with our mentality, it's only going to get better, which I don't know what that is. I think
we never knew what it was.
No, but my next step is production ideas. You know, we're shooting all these things that I want to try, but I can't try them unless I have a band to try them on that's willing to think outside the box sometimes.
What do you mean?
Just different ideas of, well, what if, because I do post-production also, so I'll write strings and synth and things. What if I have a vocalist who can really sing? Instead of writing this pad part, what if I get him to sing drone notes and then really get into those notes and use them in ways that don't make sense, that nobody else knows, but then send John, put these here, see if it works in your final mix. And then you got atmosphere. You go from being about the details to being about the whole story to being about the details.
Right.
In anything in life, you know? And right now, I think all of us are going to start narrowing it down to minute changes people might not see if you bring it up, but they're huge changes to us because that's the next step. That's the way to do it. Instead of producing a song and making sure it has the hooks, now I want to do that, but I also want to produce the atmosphere of the song. What aren't you hearing? You know, there's not a part there, but there should be a noise there. There should be a feeling there.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So
One of my favorite, and this is something I just brought it up to the dudes in the band too, and they didn't even know it was there. And this was one of these projects that Easy was in on the beginning and he was in on the end, but somewhere in between he wasn't there.
Yeah.
So the Through All This Time record that ended up coming in, and you know me and Russell had talked at Metal in the Mountains last year, April, May, sometime, whenever it is.
June.
I don't think it was.
You were gone for
it was
2
in
years.
Flahamas.
Yeah.
It's last year.
Yeah. So whatever. Yeah. So
Not
anyway,
June, sorry for being wrong.
yeah.
We
But-
should be.
What are you gonna do?
Wow. That was really good.
Little mouthful.
So you know, we were. Hang on, let's take a big mouth break.
He kissed me with A every time. All right.
So anyway, you know, we were talking, and you know, they were trying to wrap up their record, but they had been an incredible hardship on Edward because of how long it took to get to this point. And you know, during the course of that, you know, Edward's going through the biggest growth he's ever gone through. You know, so you know, Pat calls me and he's like, "Hey man, can we just like track drums at your place? Just for the record, I'd probably take a day. How much will that cost us? You know, that kind of thing." And you know, I was like, yeah, but what's going on? He's like, well, let me send you some stuff. And so he sent me Salt of the Earth. And I was like, man, it's pretty good. I mean, there could be some work on the drums done, sure, to make it, pop a little more, but it sounds pretty good. He's like, yeah, but this is like the best one. This is the last one we recorded, and the first one we recorded doesn't sound anything close to this. Yeah. Not that it's like better or worse, it just doesn't sound the same. And I was like, okay. So he's like, man, this process, and, we just need the stuff out. I was like, you're not a band that needs to just put stuff out, So, let's figure out what we can do here. Get me the stems. I'll do a remix, see if we can work on it or whatever. Edward sent me the stems over to mix, and I mixed it up. I remixed At Home in the Abyss as well. Sent them back, and the guys were like, yeah, this sounds dope. I was like, but the problem is I don't know that I'll be able to make all the drums sound this way. So if we're going to do this, then if I'm going to mix it, then I need the stems to come in, and I'm probably going to need a day with Pat to retrack drums. And then I'm probably going to need a day with you guys to just fill in some gaps, because it still wasn't done. There was a lot of stuff there, but it wasn't done yet. And, I don't think anyone will debate that fact. I'm sure even Edward was pulling his hair out, trying to just get the project done. So, they end up, Pat comes in, he's a monster, 4 hours, he's tracked the record, it was just stupid. So, he comes back in, the record's tracked. We've got like a 2-week period to get this record out. So, hey, bless you.
That was a Dr. Pepper opening.
So,
that he stole from Garrett's refrigerator.
You're the thief.
23 of the best flavors,
You son of a bitch.
What a twist.
So anyway, Pat comes in, lays the stuff down. We call the guys in for the band. Garrett, not Garrett. I'm looking at Garrett, so I said Garrett. But that was weird because I was thinking about Russell, and I said Garrett. Garrett Russell is
Silent Planet.
Yeah. Yep. He's anyway, that was weird.
It's a whole world where people don't talk. It's fucking
weird. Yeah. Wouldn't it be wonderful?
Wouldn't it be great? So anyway, Russell comes in. I want him to do some harmony parts and stuff. That's kind of my vocal production is something that I really specialize in. My wife has perfect pitch. It turns out my son has perfect pitch. I do not, but I have to compete with that shit. So I've been harmony chops and stuff. That's kind of my wheelhouse. So I get Russell in. We do we record a bunch of harmonies and stuff, and we touched up some guitar tracks, some stuff that just weren't done yet. There weren't doubles for certain guitar parts and things like that. So, and this is at the point, I think, Edward had gone back up north for a little while, and so, he sent me the hard drive because he's had to go back up north. And so we're digging through I don't use Pro Tools. So I'm learning Pro Tools, trying to dig this shit out. And, we get it all together, and we've got 2 weeks to have masters. Because they've already booked their CD release show.
Yeah.
So
ridiculous deadline. It was wild.
Yeah, and it was a crazy time, but it came out great, on the other side, and it's it's a recording I think that everyone involved is very proud of, So the band is, we are, Edward is, everybody really put in a lot of work into that record, and it shows. It's a great record from one end to the other. So. I think that was the point where Garrett and I start looking at each other and we're like, we could do this faster if we focus more. That was kind of the point where we all just, between me and Garrett, because Easy was gradually working his way back in. We're talking summer of last year.
August.
So, yeah.
So that wasn't that long ago.
Yeah. So how do we work more efficiently? And so Garrett and I just start dissecting our workflow and breaking it down into, okay, how do we edit faster? How do we make, get things into the mix quicker, and how do we still give every band their own sound, because I don't template. That's, the only templating that I do as far as mixing is I've got like my basic routing set up. So you can see that as like, okay, if you mix on a mixer, you use the same mixer every time. But the faders are down and there's no EQ. So it's like my routing template, things kind of, I've got drums here, bass here, guitar here, vocals here, But I don't want to give one band another band's sound. Because that's not fair to the band, and also it's not fair to me. I don't want to do the same thing twice. That's boring. So we figured all that stuff out, and it's really helped kind of. Like last year we remixed the Unicron record because I was like, this is so much better. So we just completely went through and remixed the whole record. We did the same thing I think with Inferma. We did.
There was like this light bulb turned on, and it was that breakthrough. So when you're working on something, or you hit a point where you're frustrated, or you're at a point where you don't know what to do, and you walk away from it, and you come back and you pick it back up, and all of a sudden it's just like, I should have done this thing.
Yeah.
And that was a serious moment for John's Bigness, like mixes. That was a serious moment for us as a business, as a workflow. Like all of a sudden it was like we picked it up, we put it down, picked it back up again, and it was just like,
okay, here's what we do.
Yeah, exactly. So
I think it changed a lot of things for all of us, and we had put out some good work up to that point, but it was the kind of work that's pulling teeth to get through. A lot more hours than it really needed if we knew then what we know now. So I think the previous year we put out. Your record came out last year, didn't it?
The EP came out
summer
2017.
Yeah.
2017. No, the EP, I thought the EP came out.
Yeah.
Summer 2017.
Okay, so
The Death in Me came out
that
that
was
year
like
as well.
the okay, so Take Heart, Divergence came out. The Death in Me came out. Killing Callous came out. We did Obsidian Darling came out in 2018, right?
Early 2018.
So we'd put out several, and then a handful of singles. Well, actually a plethora.
A plethora?
There's a big word for you. Yeah, we did a lot of and I still like doing singles with bands, especially new bands.
Singles are a lot of fun.
Yeah,
like, there's a
kind of helps the workflow.
Yeah. That's something that I wouldn't. I don't know. That's something we've talked about because I don't feel like doing a full album is even worth it right now.
Yeah. Well,
and I don't even know if doing an EP.
So let's talk about where the market is right now, because we've done a lot of research. I'm in the band that I'm playing in right now. I can't really disclose anything on it because there's some contractual stuff that has to be taken care of first. But we've been advised that the way that the market turns now is a single a month and content every week. Yep. So what I'm kind of advising bands to do that aren't getting signed to record deals. So if you're being shopped for a record deal, that's different. Record companies still want to do the record cycle. Mm-hmm. But if you're independent, the best thing you can do is book 3 songs, because now you've got 3 months. See? Okay. Yeah, you guys are figuring this shit out.
I apparently unintentionally figured this out.
Yeah. So there you've got 3 months worth of content for keeping. Here's the thing. You release a record and it's got 12 songs on it. People listen to it for a month, no matter if you give them 1 song or 12 songs. Yep. So if you've got 12 songs coming, even if you want to come in and save a little money by recording a whole record at once, okay? Because it will save you some money. Mm-hmm. You don't have to do drum setup every time. You don't have to do, mic placement and stuff like that every time. So you will save some time by recording 12 songs at one time. Don't release it as a record unless you have label support. Release it a song at the time, down the road. Unless you've got some kind of niche market that requires records, you've got 12 singles. you can use
a
that
year.
for the whole
That's
year.
a year.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's kind of where I'm advising bands to go now. Video everything you can, and every week put up something. You know, it can be shit. It can be demos. Heard about that?
Did you like that idea?
Yeah, it's actually a shit idea, but
Oh,
in the
thanks.
kind of way that that people would love. So
Yeah.
it's that behind
It's a
the now.
niche
Here's
thing.
what I think about that idea.
Okay, shoot me. Shoot me.
No.
'Cause
So
I want the.
so my thought is you have to establish what you sound like first.
Yeah.
Okay, if Linkin Park had put out their demos first, you'd be like, this band sucks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but knowing that, you know, when we're talking about, you know, Linkin Park in particular, if you've got Hybrid Theory just comes out and they're like, oh yeah, now we're going to release all our demos. You know,
Yeah.
but if they're like, hey, here's all our demos, and now here's the final recordings, you're like, oh, you guys aren't really that good, are you? You know, so you've got to keep public perception in mind.
What about so like take that idea of doing the singles.
Mm-hmm.
So you go single at a time. 3 months, you just got 3
Single,
months.
single,
You've
single.
got these three like really well done content, and then you start going, hey,
Yeah.
if you want to hear some of our other stuff that's
Go to
not
our
recorded
Patreon.
yet. What?
Go to our Patreon,
Yeah.
and you get
Oh
you're
yeah,
gonna get
we're-
access to.
we do have a Patreon for Broccoli and Breakdowns podcast.
Yeah.
It's not 100% up yet, but hopefully by
Hey,
the time this is out,
by
it
the
will be.
time you are listening to this, you should be going to Broccoli and Breakdown's Patreon
Yes.
and supporting, because it brings content like this. You have no idea how much they paid for this interview.
It was ridiculous.
They are
Like,
so broke.
we have no money now.
Like, I don't even have gas to get back home.
Yeah, the truth is they had no money before either. So
Man life.
no, you know, so you know, there's tons of ways to make money that okay, the traditional prospect doesn't work. Okay, fine. So that is literally capitalism at its finest. Like it, don't like it. Here we are in America. You find another way, and if you're not dedicated enough or not smart enough, sorry, that is
Find
also
people who are.
that's also capitalism. Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, find people, you know, put people around you that are thinking about how to do it. People are always going to listen to music, man. And recorded music is so recent in human history that it is basically a newborn. You know, recorded music did not exist until 100 years ago. You know, and it wasn't even listenable until 50 years ago, 60, 70 maybe. You know, but you know, you couldn't understand what you were hearing until, you know, probably the 40s. So think about that. As far as, okay, if we're saying that civilization, not humanity, but civilization itself is 10,000 years old, then, you know, we're at a point where, like, oh, this is like a fraction of a percent of time that people have been civilized. So we're still figuring some things out. Yeah, the record industry did go belly up. Thank God. You know, it was in the beginning it was cool because it was a bunch of investors like, I don't know art. Let's just throw a bunch of money at this band and see if it works, you know, and here comes Pink Floyd. You know, that worked out. Sometimes it didn't. There's probably a ton of those bands that never made anything. But, you know, it did kind of create what we've got now. But then, you know, the hipsters, people who knew, they were like, yeah, this won't be cool with the kids. Those guys are making decisions now. So, oh, we're making decision on taste, not talent. All right, okay. Well, that's when things changed. And, you know, I think Napster was kind of a breath of fresh air. It's not fun right now because artists aren't getting paid, you know.
Hopefully.
But
Hopefully start getting a little more.
it is going to sift out the shit. That's for sure. Because if you're not good, people aren't going to listen. So here's a tip. Go get good. You know, write songs that people want to hear. Write songs that you like. And then play them and execute them well. And, you know, at some point, you won't be sifted through the grate. That's just the way it works. Okay. Off the soapbox. That was it.
Yeah,
That's
you
all I
gotta get
got.
it out sometimes.
Welcome to BlackPlate.
Yeah. It always ends up here. So yeah, I mean, pulling back to, the story of what we do, we really just got into it because we were disappointed with where recordings were going. Mm-hmm. And the first project that we did back here, what was that? That was Nolan, wasn't it?
Remove the Earth.
Yeah.
That was Bobby Lynch from Fit for a King doing
Yeah.
the songwriting, Easy on bass, John doing production, and
Pat on drums.
Yeah, Pat on
Again.
drums.
Yeah. So
That's-
yeah, so Pat's technically on a project with Bobby Lynch. And it was Bobby approved. Yeah. We sent it back to him. He's like, "Yeah, this is dope." So yeah, Nolan had met Bobby through Nolan
Smith.
Yeah, but can we can't talk about the. I don't think they're prepared. He's playing with another band right now, so
It's hush hush.
it's
so
hush
that's
hush.
why
So yeah,
I'm not allowed to speak about it yet.
yeah. But anyway, he was working at the time with Maddie from what's the band?
For today.
For today,
Maddie
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Montgomery. Sioux City, Iowa.
Yeah, yeah.
Bam! That's where I went to college.
So he had moved down to I think Alabama
Yeah.
to work at Maddie's new company after For Today called it quits, and it didn't really work out. I think the company was
A company.
it was a
Startup.
company. It was a startup. Startups have ups and downs, and he was through those connections though he was able to kind of hook up with Bobby and get this stuff working, and Bobby wrote 3 banger songs for him, and to this day they're still great songs. You can find them on Spotify,
Yeah.
Apple Music. You can find them on Apple Music. Spotify doesn't care about you if you're an artist. So,
Yeah, this is a different podcast we're talking about.
yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
man, we're the best kept secret in Dunn.
Yeah.
I mean, this town, there's not a reason to be here unless you're here.
Dunn looks like one of those towns. Like it looks like
you
as
just
you're
need to
driving
drive
there,
through. Yeah,
Like it
just
looks
go.
like when
Yeah.
you're driving through it, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna be on an East Coast beach, and it's like, no, there's no beach for another hour and a half, 2
There's a
hours.
swamp. We have a swamp.
swamp.
Yeah.
Like,
You know,
even
trying to go
y'all-
to the swamp.
First one.
For those listening, they were scared to get out of the car.
Yeah.
They got here.
Okay.
Because it looks like a
Who-
run down
let's just-
shot, man.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Let's stop
dude,
this for a second.
It's-
one was scared to get out of the car.
Yeah, yeah.
I was
Tan-
brave.
Tanner was scared to get out of the car.
No,
I was a brave soul.
Dude, I thought it was gonna be like Lethal Weapon 2. They're gonna put
Gingerly
fucking,
knocked on the
shit my
door.
nipples. They're gonna shove me. I'm Mel Gibson.
It was like, not to mention, I like knocked and I'm like, is this open?
Yeah.
And I just like opened the door and I'm
Yeah.
like,
That's why I'm
oh,
like,
okay, we're good, we're good.
I was yelling for him to come in, but it's like a big, thick door,
Yeah.
and you can't hear anything.
couldn't hear anything.
There's totally not a kidnapped person back
That's,
here.
that's the best part, man. I love people who are like,
Yeah.
why am I going to Dunn?
The reaction.
Oh, God. And this is the place. Fan.
I mean, there's like one window, and
Yeah.
that looks into the
And you can't
lounge
see
area.
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I see.
Like, this place doesn't even look that big. From the
If you were just,
outside.
It-
if you just
it's
opened your
very
eyes here
deceptive.
and we did this whole interview and then you walked outside, you'd be like, where did I just transport to?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that's kind of I think the reason we keep it that way, and we try to keep the ambiance
Yeah, I mean,
proper, is
It's
because
hidden.
you can kind of escape into a different place. And
Do you guys want a sign?
we
a
have
sign?
No.
we don't want any outside signage.
Okay.
That's kind of part of the
wondering.
it's kind of part of the appeal. And I don't think even if we move, that's not we want to be known on reputation,
Mm-hmm.
not location. So it's one of those things. I want to create this
Yeah.
wherever we go. And the environment is important. You need to feel like you can come in and create. I don't. Go ahead.
No, I agree 100%. I was just saying, when we're done, he needs to do like a 1 minute snippet, because we're going to let you hear what we do. Where everybody else can look it up at.
Yeah.
Where can they see our roster of artists we've recorded?
BlackPlate.productions.
BlackPlate.productions.
Yeah.
Go listen.
W.
That's what. That's the quality that we stand behind.
Yeah.
Period. You know. But when we cut the recording off,
Yeah.
we'll
We'll let
open
you
up
hear
some
some of that
sessions.
new because most of the stuff that we've got on the website is.
it's old.
I mean, we're talking a year old for most of the stuff. You know.
Yeah.
So.
2018 was a busy year,
Yeah.
but usually once something is recorded, sometimes it takes a while before it hits the market.
Well, if a band does it right, you know, if it comes out immediately. Now, through all this time was different because they were bumping up to that deadline already, and we just had to kind of come in and
Help them get there.
yeah, we
go
were
time.
pinch hitting at the end. So, anyway, so it was just one of those, you know, their stuff came out, but we were also working with a ton of other, and you can ask any of these bands that we've worked with, you might just come in on a Friday or Saturday and there'd be like 3 bands in here at the same time.
Yeah.
It's, you know, like today when you guys came in, you know, we were working with John from Death of the Tyrant. Because it's like, well, it's Saturday. You know, we got work to do. Tomorrow there will be 2 bands in. We'll have Dead Casual in and Infirma at some point. So, you know, it's shout out what?
Nothing.
All right, okay. So, you know, it's just one of those things where, you know, on a Friday night, you might be like, yeah, I'm coming back from the Drunk Horse. Let's see if, you know.
I've done. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if anybody's at studio.
Take
There'll be a
Heart.
yard full of cars out here.
The band,
Yeah.
you know, Take Heart
Yeah.
had that deadline to get Eulogy the record, and we were in here finishing up vocals one night in the other room, and there's 3 bands hanging out in here,
Yeah.
and they're just hanging out, drinking, and talking about projects and stuff. And I opened the door and was like, "Cole, how many people want to do gang vocals?" And it's just like
Everyone.
just kept circulating. I was like, "Come on, I need you 3 times.
Yeah.
Come on, I need you 3 times." You know. And there's some chance that it's an army, but it's
Yeah.
all our peeps. It's all
Yeah.
North Carolina scene, just
Yeah.
musicians doing work.
And that's another thing about all these records. And I don't even know if it gets credited, but there's so many guest spots on so many records that have come out because it could whoever's here. And something that I was, you know, that we got to talking about probably, you know, I'd say fall last year is we kind of want this studio to be what the studios in LA were in the 90s. You know, where like, you know, you've got Rage Against the Machine and Tool and
You got
Deftones
recording.
and- yeah.
And they walk down the hallway.
yeah, they're walking
and
down.
grab
Let's go see what Maynard's doing over here. You know, and like now all of a sudden you've got, you know, Maynard on a Deftones record. And
Years ago, we were recording. Take Heart was in here recording, and we were working with the Death and Mia band that was from around here. And one of our songs, I'm like, dude, let's give Greg the second
Yeah.
verse.
Yeah,
And everybody's like, cool. So he's in another one. I was like, dude, you want to do this? He's
Yeah.
like, yeah. It's like, cool. You know, guest spot.
Yeah.
2 bands. We were both hardcore bands, both in the scene. You do it. It's like the Killing album. Matt's friends with us, but was a fan of EG, of Embracing Goodbye. So he's like, man, I love Paul to be on one thing. And Paul's like, I'm in retirement, man.
Yeah.
You know? But he's like, I'll call him. He's like, yeah. So he's on one of their tracks, and it's a banger, you know. And
yeah. That particular track didn't have any vocals in the beginning,
and they
So-
got together and wrote the whole thing and
Yeah.
came and do it. But we got there's guest vocals on a ton of things because the synergy.
Yeah,
You know, you're in here, you're doing work. You pass a band leaving when you're coming in, and you're like, oh yeah, we played a show with them.
Yeah.
I know those guys; they're good boys. Well, they're recording right now too.
yeah,
Well, I would love to see if they want to hear it and see what they think, or you know what I'm saying.
yeah,
It's not just a business. I know I sound like I keep bringing it up, but it is a production company, man.
Yeah.
It's hopefully eventually it's a stable. It's a family. You know. I know I can go and get BlackPlate because the quality's going to be dope, but I also love the guys working there, and I'm going to send my friends there. They're going to record, and I might jump on a track or back and forth. You know.
And there's a lot of that, and that's kind of that's what I see happening in the scene though, and I'm encouraged, you know, with the scene right now because there are there are older bands holding these younger bands more accountable for doing better work, you know, and in a production environment, you know, you've got an older band that's been through recording a few times, and you've got a younger band coming in and watching them do it, and they're like, oh, okay, so I gotta, okay, got it, okay, now I understand, you know, because these
experience.
these are already bands that, you know, a lot of people respect, you know, they've seen them doing the work. When they come in seeing them record their records, you know, that changes the mentality you have on recording from the way that most of, we're talking the mid-20s generation, is growing up. You know, you go to your buddy's house and plug into his laptop, into his interface. You know, I mean, cool, you know, good. I'm glad that technology is here. Yes, sure, yeah, sure. But, you know, I'm glad that technology is here because it's already enabling you to hear what you're doing. You know, you're able to look and see on the screen what are the transients looking like? Am I picking hard enough? You know, that kind of stuff. And it's
But
always
at the same time, we've had a few bands or a few guitarists come in here and we put their cabinet, you know, mic their cabinet up in its own space and it's loud as hell.
Yeah.
And they're like, I didn't know my cabinet ever sounded like that.
Yeah.
Because they're used to overly gated digital sound.
Yeah.
And we plug into something that has a tube and has a soul.
Yeah.
And it's ripping and they're like,
Yeah.
what is this?
Right.
Yeah, because it's a different beast. This is real sound. It's a live sound.
And you know, you play a little different whenever you're reacting with, you know, an amp than you do a direct
100%.
box. Yeah. So
You can feel it in your hand, you know?
So there's a, you know, and I think that that's something that we try to do more and more of. Now, if we're on a time crunch, we're gonna pull up one of our Kemper patches. You know,
So
we're
when
gonna
we
plug
bought
you
the
in.
Kemper,
Yeah,
we-
get it rocking, because the Kemper doesn't suck. You know, it's
Yeah.
I will say in my experience, it's like 80% there. You know, I don't think it'll ever get better.
But I can say everybody I've ever seen us just, let's get it in the Kemper, let's get some tracks, let's get some feel.
Yeah.
Get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
That every time I've ever seen that happen, I've always seen us pulling a dry line.
Yeah.
Before
So
the
that we
Kemper-
can reamp later.
So we can throw it
Yeah.
to a real amp.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
eventually it's going to sound even better. Because sometimes that Kemper is amazing, but
Yeah.
sometimes it needs its big brother of a real
Right.
a real
Well,
amp
we
to
had
be
a-
like
you know-
standing with it, you know?
So, and even sometimes it's like, well, we really want to try, you know, the amp that the guitarist in the band had. So
Yeah.
we just did Seeking Solace,
Okay.
you know, and we had, you know, their scheduling was weird. They couldn't like stay in for a week. You know, they had to come in a few weekends and stuff like that. So we made the decision early on to just track through the Kemper, and then, you know, we would, if we liked it, we liked it. If we wanted to reamp later, we would. Well, Matt, one of their guitarists, had PRS Archon, so we borrowed his amp after we got, you know, everything like precise and on the grid and ready to go, and reamp through that, because I mean,
Why not?
What could it hurt, you know?
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, it's still over there. We got to get that back to him.
Hey Matt, we'll have it to you.
Matt, we're gonna.
by the end of the
Yeah,
weekend.
you should have your amp back by now.
Yeah, the Kemper is a really cool tool. While
Yeah.
we're not big on Sims, we took everything off of it, and we started compiling an archive of tones that we create. Sometimes for
Yeah.
Weekend Warrior projects, it's made sense to go ahead and when
Yeah.
in that process of figuring out sounds, we dial in and profile some tones to track with.
Right.
There's some cool effects on it that come in handy, like, you know, most people don't have like a crystallizer kind of pedal or anything like that, and we use that a lot with some of our delays and reverbs.
Our leads and stuff. Yeah, a lot of
But-
the leads on the.
Take like the
the
Through All
tap.
This Time record,
Yeah.
especially has the crystallizer on some of the delay
Yeah.
for the leads, and it's an incredible effect. So it's a cool tool.
It is
but-
a tool. Technology is not bad, and Sims aren't bad. These
Yeah.
are great things as long as you're not defining what you're doing through it.
Yeah.
It's a tool. You
Yeah.
can use it to better things. But unless you realize, why does that modeling sound good? Because it comes from a real physical piece of equipment they're trying to emulate.
Yeah, I mean, we're
No.
not buying our patches. We're
No,
making them.
we've got an
Make-
archive
but
of about 250
you know what I'm saying? As long as
patches.
it's not, it's an addition.
Yeah.
and
You know,
counting.
nobody wants to eat nothing but sprinkles. You
Yeah.
put sprinkles on a Sunday, and it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
Why
all right.
not?
Yeah.
Sprinkles taste terrible.
They're
horrible. They're just awful.
They're for women and children.
They're dry
Let's
and
be honest.
like.
Did you just assume gender?
I did because there's
Did you
two.
just assume my
and
children?
age. God.
Is there
Yes,
okay?
really.
Oh god. Easy's ridiculous conspiracy theories are just his. Look up in the sky, you see one sun and one moon. So all you occult worshippers who are super masculine and worshiping the sun side of the cycle, or you're Wiccan and you like the moon cycle because it's female. What happened to all the genders in the celestial thing? Oh, there's two of them.
What about the flat Earth cycle? Why are we talking
For
about that?
freaking reason. There's two. Okay,
All
you can.
right.
Here's an idea. Maybe you don't have a million genders. Maybe you just have a personality.
Wait.
You might be a straight guy who likes musicals. You might have feminine qualities because you're an individual with personality. You don't have to have a million titles. You might be gay, but you like football.
Here's the tangent.
Yeah, I can't. It just blows my mind
how you
because
get
people
clicks.
have like a damn. It's like
Yeah,
a
it's
damn
like
resume
a-
over their head. I am considered this, but I would like to be referred to.
put
I
a
would like to be
marker right
referred to
here.
as Easy, the sexiest man on the planet. It's not true, but if I want to be referred to it as, it's just my delusion. Don't expect other people to try
He
to
is the
live in
sexiest
my
man on the
delusion.
planet. Don't you worry about that.
Okay, sorry, done.
Tanner, I hope you can
I put a
this
market
up.
there, a mark there so that we could.
I
Cut
hope-
that out.
I hope you can.
That one is for personal use only.
I stand by what I said. If you hear this, they cut some shit out I just said. But it was true.
Starts and then it
Just
just
know
stops.
that.
Whoever
Right.
thought that most of the censorship would go to Easy?
Dropping truth bombs and y'all aren't having it. That's okay.
Hey man, I don't care. You can drop whatever.
This
you
is
want,
not a
dude.
safe space. I promise you that.
There is no safe. Never mind.
Do you have a
You're
umbilical
gonna
cord hooked up to you?
quote-
You're not even
Yeah.
safe in there.
Look, man. Hey. I gotta pee.
Anything else, man? We have rambled forever.
No, you guys are good. I just,
I'm
yeah,
kind of having fun.
if you
I'm
just,
having a blast.
yeah,
Is it okay for us to keep having fun?
Yes.
You mind if I pee?
you can pee with the door open.
Cool.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Don't do that,
Yeah.
dude.
Oh, no,
Dude,
no,
dude,
no,
this
no, no,
dick
no,
sounds
no.
enormous.
No,
It's
okay.
because it is. Everybody who recorded at the
I'm a
studio,
little tipsy right now.
you probably know what we're talking about. Oh God, it's a motley crew around here, man. It is. We're very professional when it's time, but sometimes when you let your hair down, these guys have some long hair. You know, I'm just like,
That's
I
not
want-
the only thing that's wrong.
why is Garrett? Okay, I'm not going to set him out, but to say the term "things get weird" is to say there's sometimes Easy just says, "I'm out. Y'all have fun and lock it up. I'll come unlock y'all in a minute. You know, I'll be here in the morning. Try not to be too debauchery." But,
Ain't nothing wrong with it, man.
no, as long as it's good, it's not even safe for clean fun, but it's fun.
It's bromance. It's honestly bromance. It's a little gay, but it's still straight.
Hey, you can love a dude. I mean, I would die for my friends, man.
I mean,
It
easy
doesn't
enough.
mean-
Been
it
holding
doesn't-
hands for 20 minutes.
It doesn't mean I want to have sex with them or nothing. It doesn't mean I have that kind of affection.
Yeah, man.
Anyone who's gotten the BlackPlate Christmas card knows what we're talking about.
Exactly.
If you don't, hit up Michael Evans. He'll
Don't
send
ever
it
hit
to
up
you.
Michael Evans. Michael Evans is a great human being. I love him. Phenomenal guitarist who is a million times better at me in guitar. But yeah, that dude, he'll get it weird, man, and be completely unapologetic about being weird about it. So
Yeah.
that's your
To
warning.
the point that he will offend Russell's wife. Yeah.
What's great is I was hanging out with Mike
It was
Thursday
a
night.
total accident, by the way.
Thursday night, I'm hanging out with him, and he goes, "Man, I told one of your jokes and completely offended my buddy's girlfriend." I was like, "You got to know your audience, buddy." Yeah, it's
It's like,
funny.
oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
He goes, she looked at me like I was the biggest piece of garbage, and I was like, "Did you tell her? You know what you follow that joke up with? It's with this one. And if they walk away, you're even better off." You know? You see that, and you get that look of condescending in somebody's eye, man. A lot of people are like, "Well, I should pull this back," but there's something in me when I see that look. I'm like, I smell blood.
Yeah.
This shark's going to go hunting. Let's see if I can go ahead and gobble you all up. There you go.
With it, you know, and Mike's another kind of like studio staple. As
Oh,
a matter
yeah.
of fact, I think he lived here for a little while.
If me and-
I wonder if he still does.
I think between if me and Mike and John and Patty, we're in 15 or 16 bands
Yeah.
probably.
It's- yeah.
If we got credit, if we got credit,
We
for
got
the,
technical about
the
it.
credits for things that are unspoken.
You almost join every band you're
I actually
recording.
know a little bit about that, what you just brought up.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not going to say anything.
Well, no, I mean, look, hey, here's a truth bomb
If
for
you
you.
can't cook a steak, you can't play a bass. That's the
And
truth.
I'm not gonna what you need this.
I need
I'm not gonna apologize for this truth bomb. If your bassist sucks, easy's on your recording.
That's what it is.
Deal with it.
You may not know it.
I'm not. Well, no, if you don't know it, then you guys should stop being a band.
Or if your bass player is just in denial, let him be in denial. He doesn't need to know.
Well,
But
I mean,
that
if
is
your
true.
bass player sucks,
He doesn't know.
probably he doesn't know.
No.
I mean, Glenn Fricker has made T-shirts about this. Just saying.
And there's a guys, I'm a bass player. I
Yeah.
love
You're a
bass.
bassist. You're not a bass player.
Yeah, I love it.
He's
I
a
love
basser.
it. Like they'll let me hear things that I had no part of, and this is the final revision.
Yeah.
And they've done a
They're like, no,
ton
you
of-
should have done this. And
ton of
I'm
work,
like,
and I was like, what is wrong with that, dude? You should do and John has this specific look. He's like, 1, you're an ass. 2, I'm not doing any of those things. And 3, why were you not here? You know? I'm like, I'm sorry, I know it don't matter, but that bass line, dude, he could have done this right here. Damn it.
and then I have to look at him. He's like, oh, the guitarist played bass because the bassist wasn't good, right? I was like, yeah.
That sounds like a guitarist player.
So
It's
hey,
not just a 4-string guitar, guys.
yeah.
For those who
Here's
are
a call out to all you bassists: start playing better.
Start play better, man. Use a pick. Learn how to play with your fingers. Learn that it's not a 4-string guitar. Also,
You know,
if you
but-
want, if
but
you want
there's
to
a-
learn more,
There are a ton of great bassists around here, though.
look up pedal points.
Oh, I said ton. I meant like 5.
5, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like,
Sorry.
where are you? Are you drinking?
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, you can change. If you're in a band with 2 guitarists and they're writing amazing things, and they're like, "This song's a wonderful thing. This
Yeah.
is the chord structure." As a bass player, you can change that whole chord structure and feel.
Yeah.
If you don't look and say, "Well, I'm going to play exactly what you're doing."
Yeah.
Your main job is to be the basement of the song, hold
Yeah.
the foundation, don't get off course, but at the same time,
Mm-hmm.
they're playing a chord. You can make it a 7th, you can make it a 9th.
Right.
You can walk it so it has a bounce. They're chunking up, like doing chugs. You can do long drone notes, and then it sounds even heavier.
Mm-hmm.
Or they're doing drone notes, and you can grind the bass out, and now you have movement. You know, there's so much to that
Or how
instrument.
about get out of the way?
Or get out
in
of the way.
in the space
Or
spots. you
don't
know?
play.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hit them with silence.
Mm-hmm.
That way, when you hit that next note, they're like, "Oh my god, that's so heavy! You didn't? No, I didn't play anything."
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's techniques to it, but 1, you got to give a damn.
Yeah.
You know, and 2, you got to learn how to play your
and
instrument.
here's the thing about when we're talking about heavy music, and this is, I'm not. This isn't a call out for anybody. It's just an observation because we've recorded probably over 1,000 songs in the last 3 or 4 years. And, this is something that we've observed over. Now, I'm not saying that all these songs were good, but we've recorded a bunch. But something I've observed is that in a lot of these heavy bands, the bassist tends to be the guy that was hanging out in the corner of the band room when the bassist quit. You get what I'm saying?
Or when they couldn't find one.
Right.
Charlie's a good buddy of mine. See if we can show him.
Yeah.
It's 1,
Yeah.
3.
Don't worry, we'll tune it for you.
1 open.
Kind of thing. So,
This brings back
Yeah.
memories.
When you're starting.
Yeah.
Oh my. Yeah.
but I mean that tends to be your average bassist. Oh, there's an easy instrument to play, and I don't have to mosh anymore. I can be on stage. Well, okay, maybe you can get away with that shit live, but like when it's under the microscope, what is it? Because bass is really gluing heavy music together.
Guitar might get the metalheads to throw their hands up
Mm-hmm.
and get respect, but bass is what makes people and women move.
Yeah,
If you want to
Oh,
know
yeah.
why women don't like your show, they don't come because
you got to give them that low.
They
son.
can't shake their butt to it.
they
Give
can't
them
shake-
that low.
They can't shake their butt to it. If you can't
Yeah.
move to it, well, that's not my target audience. It's everybody. You
What was
want
that
rhythm.
video? Somebody wanted me to show them how to do a
13/4.
groove in 13. All right, so here's how you do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't play 13, motherfucker. It's like, ain't nobody shaking their ass to 13.
My favorite. What?
I
Like
think I've seen that video.
I'm playing this beat and it's in God knows what the hell. 1908. And I'm like, no, the hell it's not. No, it's not. If you get over 7 in what you're counting,
Yeah.
guess
I
what?
can see 9.
It's just a repeat. I can't even see 9. 9's just three fours.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, you can count it without trying
get
to
that.
boost your ego and thinking you're the next thing. You're not. You're not great. I mean, but if you love it, do it. Mm-hmm. But when you start getting into this, well, I know a lot of theories. So this song is actually that, and no, it's not. You're just trying.
You're probably
you're
just
pumping
not
up your
able to
chest.
understand the groove
Yeah.
at that point. Yeah. So I mean,
I was literally playing with a drummer, and I had this part, and he's like, "Dude, I can't do that. That's a measure of 3/2, 3/4. That's a measure of 2/4, and then one measure of 4/4, and then it repeats." I was like, "Or it's a measure of 5/4 and a measure of 4/4. Mm-hmm. That's how the groove is. That's what the turnarounds are." No, that's not it. I'm like, well, think of it how you want to. As long as you play it right, man, I don't care. Mm-hmm. But in any other world that you're looking at sheet music, you would have a measure of 5/4, measure of 4/4.
Yeah.
At the tempo we're at right now. Well, no, this is actually a measure of 9/4. However you need to count it, man.
Dude,
we're all saying the same damn thing.
Let's just play the song.
You're not going to be able to read the sheet music anyways. I don't see what your problem is trying to say this, you know?
So, we went on a little bit of and here's the reason that I think that we get so frustrated in the studio world. And I say we is like
Producers
people who produce music, engineers, producers, anybody in that world gets frustrated with trying to record live drums and bass because typically these people don't take the time to figure out what's going on with everything they're doing. Whereas you will have a guitarist who lives in his room for 5 years doing nothing but this, That never well, it does happen.
Yeah. Practice.
So it doesn't happen as much with bassists and with drummers. And so I'm going to go back in time a little bit when we were talking about, production and stuff. I thought early on, oh man, this recording thing is going to be easy. Because I was in a band with Casey and with Justin. And to this day, my brother, Justin Barrier, great bassist.
Yes.
He's one of the North Carolina few. I would put, of the guys that I know. I'm not gonna say these are all the guys, but Easy, Justin, Jeremy,
Jeremy Porterfield,
Will, Aaron Yao.
Wesley out in Greensboro.
Yeah. So these are guys that these are real bassists. They come in, their shit's on the grid, and it's the right part. They're thinking about what they're doing.
Yeah. And a rule of thumb: if you're recording, if you're a band listening to this, and you're like, I don't want to look like an ass when I show up. Know your songs. We've said that, but if you got more than one guitarist, y'all two sit and play it on acoustic. Mm-hmm. Or play it on a clean patch to make sure y'all have the same picking pattern and that your chords work.
Yeah.
If the room starts feeling like wah, 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 that means y'all are off. Yeah. The chord ain't right.
Yeah.
And then your drummer and your bass player, you look at your drummer and your bass player and you try to get their attention. However you can do that. But you try to get their attention and you say, let's run through this song. Just keep time on the hi-hat and play your kicks. Mm-hmm. I don't need the whole part. I need kicks and snare is what I need.
Let's lock up.
Run through it. And if the bass player isn't playing with the drummer, one of them have to change because those two need to play something that the guitarist can play to.
Yeah.
I was walking through once, listening to something, and it was a pre-pro. Mm-hmm. And somebody working, trying to be ahead of the game when they come in. Love that. Mm-hmm. And I listened to it, and it wasn't my project. I was taking a break from a project, and Garrett's listening to it, going through it, and God, his guitarist was sitting right there. I don't know the guy. It wasn't a project I was associated with.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, and they're just grooving along, and I walked through, and I got this look on my face, and Garrett goes, what is it? I went, can you play that again? And he backs up. I was like, is that bass player playing this band?
No, they kicked him out.
And he goes, what are you talking about, Easy? I was like, listen, he's not playing what the guitarist is playing. He's not playing what the drummer's playing.
We'll have to talk about who this is later.
I was like, that's just terrible. Is that guy what? And then he turns to the guy. He's like, yeah, it's his band. I was like, dude, I'm sorry to tell you this, but did they hate each other?
That they also hated each other. That was a thing.
Yeah, that was the thing. But
It was an all of the above situation.
and I was like, when they come in, if you want me here for bass, I'll be here, bro, because that is. He's just looking in circles. He's out. He's that kid playing t-ball who's playing left field, looking at butterflies and things.
Yeah.
He don't even know he's in the game. I was like, what is all of this? It's not that hard.
Yeah.
The kick makes a sound.
Yeah.
You should probably be playing most of the time when that kick's playing. You know.
Well, you know, through the entire process, we have developed a pretty tried and true way of doing projects. So I'm gonna. Well, at this point,
What's our formula?
Yeah. Our formula is basically when a band comes in, whether you're doing a single, an EP, full length, whatever. What the first thing we do is we set you up in the room together. Like, we want to see band practice. So let's say you book a day for a single. All right, we're gonna book you for 8 to 10 hours. You know, that's gonna be your booking. And the first thing we're gonna do is put you in the room together. We're gonna set everything up. You're gonna play the song. We're gonna record it, multi-track. Then we're going to go through, and Garrett is going to tag everything you did. If you play to a click, great. We'll give you a click so you can play to. If you don't, that's okay too. He's going to go through and tag it and figure out, you know, what the time signatures are, where the changes are, where's the chorus, where's the verse, that kind of stuff. And then he's going to break it all down and edit it to where it's on the grid. You know, he's going to shove things. You guys are whispering.
I was just like asking him, people play to a click on pre-pro?
Sometimes,
Yeah, just what he just told me. I'm very...
Yeah.
Shout out to Morgan from Continuations.
Dude, yeah.
Morgan came in here and hammered it out to a
band
click.
he might be in.
Yeah. So, you know, another band that that had some amazing pre-pro was Obsidian Darling. You know, their pre-pro was just spectacular. So, you know, but anyway, we record them in the room live. We edit it down to where it's like, okay, this is kind of where they're comfortable. Figure out where the time changes are, where the signature changes are, or tempo and signature. And that is our template. Once it's all edited down. Now, it doesn't sound great because we've squished it and pulled it around, you know, but it can... Well, actually, sometimes it sounds really great.
But it's a map. It's a solid map.
It's our map. So, and the reason we do that is I never want to go into a recording blind. I don't want to go in there not knowing, oh, the bassist is not locking up with the kick drum here. We've got to figure that out. We've got to get that, you know, solidified. And they're also not playing the same chug pattern that the guitars are. How do we fix that? You know,
especially if we
this
break
is
the
heavy
session.
music.
Yeah.
This stuff is important.
If we break the session up into different rooms to get the most out of your time you're paying for. So we got guitarists working in one room. I got the bass player or accompaniment in the other room.
Yeah.
We both feel like if we went into it blind, we both feel like we're getting solid tracks.
Yeah.
And then we just wasted everything.
Yeah.
Because we didn't listen.
Now we don't know how things go.
Yeah.
You know, so and we like to work that way. We like to work, you know, Garrett's up here, me or Easy's down there working with the vocalist or the bassist or, you know, anything, you know. So, as a matter of fact, we, you know, a couple weeks ago, we did a country band that, you know, Garrett's up here recording everything. Again, you know, shout out to Patty. He's on the track. So, yeah, he's on literally most things. You know, unless your drummer's good, and then he might still be in the room hanging out, like advising the drummer.
Why don't you try this here?
Yeah.
Would you like some water?
Yeah.
No, I'm fine.
So, you know, he's, you know, anyway, they're working up here. I'm down there recording vocals with the vocalist because it's efficient. You know, it's, hey, now we've taken and we've been able to give you 12 hours in a day instead of 8 because we've broken it up between 2 studios. And I think that's part of the thing that happened with the Through All This Time record is we realized that we had to get efficient with that kind of stuff. You know, backing up time in the early projects, it took us forever to get a project out because we were still this level of, meticulous, but we weren't quite sure how to make it efficient yet. So I think bringing it into this workflow where pre-production happens, it's mapped out, then we start overdubbing. It's kind of old school, man. I'm just thinking about it, saying it out loud. This is the way back in the day of 16 and 24 track tape machines, this is how they worked. They tracked it live in a room, then they overdubbed.
Yeah,
and
because there's something about being in the room with your band. It's different. Well, I'm gonna come in. This is the click for it.
Yeah.
If you don't have any time changes, cool. Best of luck. That's going to be a simple. But time changes are dope, and they help a lot with heavy music.
Sure.
But if you just do it to a click, you're going to rush it or you're going to drag it.
Right.
As far as we put you in a room, you're vibing off your peeps, you're knocking the song out. Then we'll find.
Remind me
where
time changes. Yeah.
We find where everything's at, and then it can be be tight, but still at the place that's comfortable, the place you're going to do it. Trust me, man. We did that first album with him in the garage at 230, whatever ridiculous speed.
Yeah.
And then we're playing them, and they're faster live. And I'm like, I've been listening to this album. What, Cody?
What is happening?
Oh my god!
It's like, I can't slow down.
He can't.
I can't slow down.
He's a beast, man. He's like, I'm gonna. Yeah, that's what this song's at.
Yeah.
Dude, you don't have to do parts. You're not doing vocals.
300 BPM is not normal.
We have to breathe at some point. Chris Roy's over there just like passed out.
He's like, we're gonna need more songs. We've done 10 songs in 10 minutes.
Yeah. If you didn't like the first two, you ain't gonna like the next two. It's okay.
So we were talking about the Unicron record that's about to come out, which is coming out on Eminence Records, which is cool.
Eminence Records is good.
So the that was one of the more meticulous time signature wise, or not time signature and tempo wise records we've ever done. And the way we did it is exactly what we're talking about. We tracked everybody in a room together, and then me and Matt Zalecki, the drummer, he's amazing.
He's a beast.
He's another very scientific mind. He's
and a musician of everything.
Yeah, he can play anything better than you.
Ridiculous.
Matt's
the best musician in the band.
But coming from, I can speak
better than all of us at everything.
I can speak from the point of view of the artist on that one. When we wrote songs, it wasn't like we're gonna go from a fast beat, drop it to a slow beat. No, we didn't turn on a dime. You want it to be sludgy and feel like, oh God, why are we going here? And anybody who's ever recorded knows that you do that. That's super hard to get in a studio. But when it's live, when we do it how we do it through the pre-pro, you can see.
Yeah, there's the sync.
Oh, you can see. Oh, they're only dropping it like by 2 beats per minute for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
A couple measures, and then they drop it 5, and then they're finally going to get to this big drop.
Let me see.
But without that, you can't do it.
No, I can't do it. We're recording. So I was going to pull up one of the tempo maps.
Oh,
but Matt just, like, when you guys went to edit the pre-pro, he just made some things obnoxious.
Yeah, so there will be parts where he's like, no, it's really supposed to like sink in right here. So the tempo would drop down. I'd be editing down their pre-production, and the tempo would like drop down like drastically.
It would straight riding. There would be a transition. It would drop in the transition, and then it would go back up again.
It would dive and it would like. I mean, and we're talking like dropping 50 beats and then coming back up 10. So like for a measure, it would like. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
When the drummer just stalls and like pulls it back in, and that that shit is all over that record.
And you can feel it on the record.
Yeah,
because when we were writing, you want to drop it. We were like, okay, we can drop
that. Doesn't happen with programmed drums.
No, you don't, because you want what is like an oh God moment. That moment when you're listening, and if you're into heavy music, you're like, oh, what is that? You don't get that by going straight to a tempo. It needs to fall. You're like,
put the stank on it.
This is because doing that tempo change makes everything unbalanced, and you don't feel like it's programmed to the key, even though it's on the click.
Right.
It's like that sounds natural because that tempo didn't go the whole time.
Right. Yeah, and that's I think that's kind of why we started. Well, no, we started doing this because of Killing the Catalyst. Let's be honest.
Getting that map.
Yeah. That was the beginning of our bands are way more technical than they know. You know,
Killing the Catalyst and BlackPlate. It's kind of like one of those marriages when you see a happy couple and you're like, that dude loves his wife. But
you don't realize that they were fighting like cats and dogs behind the scene.
As some Southerners would say, they've seen some shit. You know, because
we're all boys now.
We're all boys. But, man, there was times in the process because it was a learning curve for us. Because one thing you will never get from recording with us is subpar work. You won't get anything that we won't put our name on.
Yeah.
If we don't feel like, even if you're like, man, this sounds the best thing, better than our last release we did. No, it don't. Okay, cool. It don't sound like the last release we did, though. It needs to be better.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's just the standard we hold to. And to have a great album, which Killen put it out.
Yeah.
To be able to release that at the standard that me and John and Garrett said, this material should be at this. It was a fight, not with them and not with us. It was hard work on both parts, and anybody who does hard work knows you get aggravated.
Yeah,
and things aren't. Oh, this is only going to take an hour to build this, and then nothing goes right while you're building it, and then 4 hours later you're only halfway through it, and you're like, why not? You get aggravated not because you don't want to build it.
You're not.
You get aggravated because to build it right.
And you at some point you didn't have the foresight to realize this problem could come along, and it wasn't a problem with the musicians. It was a problem with the building process. You get what I'm saying? It's not the ingredients. It's the fact that it didn't get stacked in the right order. And I think
there's no way to unstack it. You gotta start back.
Yeah.
You know?
So, and we look back on, I look back on that recording now with a lot of appreciation, because I realize what it taught the three of us, as far as what we needed to know as far as working on that kind of music. So I'm really, it was a tough time, and I think they would say the same thing. Matt's somebody you should have on, because he's he's seen some shit.
I just like him as a person.
He's been about the scene, man.
Yeah.
He's been there at the height of it, and he's always pressed on.
Yeah.
There's a ton of people. Everybody you can name that is doing something. There's 30 people that you can't name.
Yeah.
Because the scene ate them.
Yeah.
Or life ate them.
You're right.
Or something. Because I can tell you right now, if I could trade anything to go to a hotness show right now, I wouldn't go to a show the rest of the year if I could go see one hotness show again.
Yeah.
And those guys are my friends.
Those are our full stacks.
Yeah. It's with 2 T's, and you know why.
Yeah.
But it's because the scene, everybody's like, build the scene, but you forget that being in a band isn't glorious at all. It's just something you love to do. Oh, I went to that show. That show was amazing. You don't realize that band showed up 3 to 4 hours before you got there to sit around to have 20 minutes or 30 minutes where they felt alive. When they got to do what they love. And then they had to sit the rest of the night until you left to load it back up and then drive however many hours or distance to get home, to sleep none, to go back to their real job. A majority of people who are in North Carolina playing music.
Yeah.
Well,
and there's this other mentality that is prevalent amongst, I will say, amateurs. I'm going to put it that way, and you can get offended if you want to. But, and that idea is that it doesn't cost money to make money. So, like, artists think that they can get by on their merit. Who are you? Fucking Michelangelo? Okay, sure. Yeah, that guy got somebody to pay him to paint. But man, this isn't the Renaissance. If you are not investing in your band like a business, then it's never going to make it. You might have a good record or two, but if you don't pour into it, nothing's coming out of it.
Yeah, because it's like if I could tell you right now, take you back in time, and it's like, oh, Apple just started. Would you like to buy some stock? Everybody on the planet would buy stock right now.
Yeah.
If they could.
But
get
then,
it on the
this
ground
dude
floor.
in his garage?
Yeah. Who's going to do that? He had faith in his product. If you're writing music and you don't have enough faith to pay money for your merch, to have enough faith to pay money, to have a vehicle to get you where you're going, to buy a recording that's worth people buying from you, then you have no faith in what you're creating.
Right. Exactly.
Nobody's made of money.
It's an
a band is a black hole of debt. Anybody who's ever played in a band, I know guys.
And it's a black hole of debt until it's not. and then nobody remembers. You know, it's like
my favorite thing. I played with national bands who were good guys, and they roll up in a 12-passenger, and there's 8 of them, and I'm like, dude, you're headlining festivals. I mean, we know. He goes, yeah, but if we keep it this way, we can make money.
Yep, exactly.
You know, because
Blindside played the that one tour, the record they did with Howard Benson, Silence. Yeah, they toured that whole record in a van with a trailer.
Yeah,
because they wrecked their tour.
Because you got you also got to do the work.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, there's no. And the other one that bothers me with amateurs, like you say.
Yeah.
Well, I played the show. I've done the work. I wrote the songs. You know, people will come watch it.
Yeah.
No, they won't. You got a generation that can hear any song they ever want right now on their phone. What are you going to do? Okay, you can get them to the show. Do you give a show, or do you just play your songs? Because you might play amazing, but be totally boring to watch, and you lost the point there.
And establishing one thing real quick, Garrett, keep it close though, because I want it to come out. But
all right.
The one thing that we all have to understand as artists, no matter what your art is, it is still entertainment. You were the court jester. Embrace it, okay?
Yeah.
Embrace that, and do it the best you can. But don't think that you're owed anything.
Yeah, it's because, like Jimmy Carr, the comedian, says, yeah, if you had fun tonight, I'm really glad. If you thought I was hilarious, you're right.
Yeah.
If you thought I sucked and I'm not funny, you're right. Because it's subjective.
Yep.
So, one, don't lie to yourself. If you play like crap, you know you did.
Yep.
But at the same time, when you're on that stage, it's like taking a test. Study before it. Don't beat yourself up when you're on stage, because you're actually playing songs you wrote.
Yep.
That's a beautiful gift that a lot of people get off stage. Man, I played terrible. Enjoy that 30 minutes. You're not allotted it. But at the same time, don't lie to yourself. If you did great and somebody's like, man, that band was terrible, maybe you were terrible to that guy. But it doesn't mean the other people didn't dig it.
Yeah.
You know?
Turns out he likes Florida Georgia Line.
Yeah.
So,
And it wasn't his thing. Shout out to is Sid still with him?
No, he was on tour with a band touring with them, but
he was with them on a couple of shows too.
was he? Yeah, probably.
A friend of North Carolina guy.
Yeah.
Good people.
Yeah, Sid. I can't pronounce
Sid
his last
Menon.
name. Menon, is
I
it?
think it's Menon.
It's something. Sid, you know who you are.
Yeah, he's
You're
got
a beast.
beautiful hair.
He is a beautiful man.
He's a beautiful, like, he's
And-
majestic.
A great bass player.
Yeah, he was a great guitarist, but is a great bassist.
Bringing it back, one of the things that talking about amateur stuff. At the end of the day, as a band, you are, as an artist who plays out, you are an entertainer. Your album, your single, your EP is an advertisement for your show.
Yeah, I agree.
You have to be mindful of that. You have to be mindful of what you're competing with and what sounds good. And when you start cutting corners on that, there's a reason why why would you go to a show where if you pull, somebody's like, hey, check this band out. You check it out. It doesn't sound good. Why do you want to go see them? Let's call a spade a spade. You can't sell merch if people don't come out. People won't come out if you don't have a good advertisement. So things to be wary of.
And also bringing it back around to the recording process, that we've dedicated our lives to that basically. But
Day in, day out,
Yeah.
like John and Easy, those dudes lose sleep over the littlest things. We all do, but them especially.
yeah, well, no, we all do.
Oh,
I get
ain't
text
right.
from Garrett at like 3 a.m. So I've been thinking about this thing that happened earlier today. But
Man, John will call me and be like, hey, man, I know that we did that thing, but we're going to have to come in and redo that thing because there's a new thing that I thinged while I was on the thing.
So, but, bringing everything back around, being an entertainer, being that this is your, kind of your calling card as a band to sell your merchandise, whatever that is, a good recording can only go so far. The best thing is a good song. So,
that's true.
a demo of a good song beats a pristine recording of a bad one. So, There is no way that you can get more than 50% there with a great recording. Doesn't matter if you're recording with Dave Pensato. I don't care. You know, it's like whoever can only get you 50% there if your song sucks. Now, that's life. You know, you're gonna know in hindsight at some point that you wrote. I know that I wrote a bunch of shitty songs. You know, it's happened. You know, so I try not to do that anymore. But you have to make sure that whatever you're doing connects with people on, you know, on some kind of emotional level, because what you're giving to people is a chance to escape. That is the beauty of music, I think. The beauty of artistry in a live music context is like when you've got people out there that are not, they don't have to exist in their world anymore. They're in your world, you know. So they've got this chance to unburden. You know, that's a beautiful thing, and that's a gift that musicians should hold sacred. And you know, and you can't use that to feed your ego. You have to use that as a responsibility.
Like, how many times have you had a bad day, or you just had a moment in your life where things were hard, it was a trial, it was good, it was bad, it was whatever, and how many times have you took a song, you took a record, and you put it on, and it got you to where you needed to go?
Yeah, sure. Well, so I'm, it's a long story how this happened, but I ended up over the past month playing drums in a Soundgarden tribute band. Now, you know, cover bands and tribute bands are big business. You can make lots of people show up, lots of money to be made. I don't see it as a career path. I think it's kind of like, cool, yeah, so I can buy another amp after this show. All right, cool, yeah, let's do it. You know, but being in a Soundgarden tribute band is weird because, you know, I love Soundgarden, but you're not supposed to cover Soundgarden songs. It's like
Prince. You don't cover Prince.
It's a thing you're not supposed to do. But, you know, our singer Adam, shout out to Adam, he's great. He can really do it. So, anyway, I'm in this situation with a band that is a cover band, and they're telling me stories about they lost their drummer. Their drummer had to leave for some stuff happening, and so I'm coming in. They're telling me stories about some of the shows that they've done before that, and you know, we're talking 1,200 to 1,500 people at these shows. I mean, when's the last time you played a 1,500 person venue? I haven't done it since I was doing
years.
praise and worship. So, you know, anyway, it's a, so, you know, they're telling me stories and they're telling me about this one time a guy comes up to them after the show and he starts talking to the guitarist, Todd. And he's like, man, I'm so glad you guys are here tonight. Like I was, I drive trucks. I was unloading. It goes somewhere along these lines. I was unloading across the street and I heard it from the venue, and I just I pulled my truck into the side, and I walked over here, and you know, I caught like the last 4 or 5 songs you guys were doing, and I gotta tell you, I was literally thinking about ending my life tonight. Because I just had nothing left, and just listening to this music again, it changed something inside of me, and I just want to thank you guys for playing tonight. You know, and it's like, dude, that is music. Mm-hmm. You know, how many times does that happen to you, Easy? A lot.
Yeah.
Like that's part of Take Heart's. I don't think that. I think that's why Take Heart exists. You know, basically.
Oh, I can tell you, yeah, it was great.
So
and just like letting people escape, music also connects.
Yeah.
If you're singing about something, and it doesn't have to be,
makes you not feel alone anymore.
It doesn't make you feel alone. Yeah. That's it. People are out in a bar or a club because they probably don't want to be at home there, you know, and they have the whole world on their shoulders. Mm-hmm. And if you're singing about what is the grand scheme, drug addiction ex-girlfriends,
Yeah.
loss of family, fun times, parties.
Yeah.
5 things.
Yeah.
Simple topics. But if one of the lyrics or something, the show makes that person, oh, yeah, I just got heartbroken. This dude seems to really know what pain is.
Yeah.
But he's here. I'm not alone. You know?
Yeah.
And it does connect. I mean, and you can get deeper into all of that stuff. But it is a great gift. And I think we added Jesse, is it Pachowski? No, it's not. Pachowski, thank you. We had Jesse to take heart.
Say your name right,
It's
buddy.
it's hard
I
to
know.
say.
He's J-Bone.
Yeah.
That's what I call him. J-Bone.
J-Bone
J-Bone
Stallone.
Stallone.
He was in between bands, and me and him were writing together, just to write. He needed a sounding board, and we ended up writing really well together. And it didn't go where he wanted it to go. And finally, one day, we're all hanging out, and my vocalist, Roy, goes, dude, just come play guitar and take heart. We'll add another one, because we've always been a one-guitar band. He's like, you're for real? We're like, yeah. So he comes in, we write a bunch of songs, and then it's time to play out. This guy's been in bands that were very militant to a point, or they were very marketable. They were
Yeah.
very...
These
you
are
take
the
it-
moves. This is how it
You know,
goes.
he's been in
Yeah.
signed bands, and he plays the first show, okay? He gets off stage, and he's just like, grabbing us like... I walk up to him, and he's like, man, I'm sorry. I know I messed up, da-da-da. I was like, hold on. Did you have fun? He goes, dude, that's the most fun I've ever had playing. I went, cool. I don't want to hear about the rest of that shit.
Yeah.
We'll do better next time.
Yeah.
And his face, like, not being reprimanded, not trying to do this X, Y, or Z. I was like, we're here to play music, dude. We have time to practice away from here. But this is the time we actually get to do what we're about. Tell
Yeah.
people they're loved and play our songs.
Yeah.
And he's like, so you're not... You could see it didn't make sense to him there. Then the next show he played, he messed up on one thing. Not a big mess up, but a little flub that he would usually... And he goes, God, tonight was fun when you come off stage. I was like, yeah, man, that's what we do. He goes, yeah. He goes, I had that one part, but whatever, I'll get it better. I was
Yeah.
like, exactly. You know why? Because sounds bad, but this is my mentality. We're take heart. We brought our toys. We're going to play with them, and we're going to do what we're going to do. Everybody has a bad night. If you're a
Yeah.
musician playing shows, you're going to have a bad
Everybody
night.
has a bad note.
Yeah.
You know,
Bad-
so like...
something you're going to, especially singing. There's going to
Yeah.
be times you don't hear nothing, and you're like, oh, God.
Yeah, see, you know. Yeah.
Or my
You're
favorite.
like, what was
Going-
that? It was
going
supposed to be...
into a
And it came
show-
out, ah!
Starting the show and my voice is already ruined. I'm like, this is gonna be bad.
no-
It's gonna be really
yeah.
bad.
And I love there's no monitor.
Yeah. It's like, you don't even know if you sound
Can't
bad.
hear myself.
Yeah.
I'm just
That's what I'm
guessing. Where am I at? All right, fuck
You get
it,
on so-
whatever.
You get on social media and you see somebody videoed and you're like, yeah, I remember we crushed this song. What am I doing?
Oh,
Where did that? What
That's
is?
amazing. Yeah.
I thought I
the
was
worst
good
is-
on that. You
the
know?
worst isn't even that. The worst is like what I do on stage because I'm ridiculous, like jumping around and
spastic,
stuff.
yeah.
Jumping in the crowd and just like
Oh, trust me, dude.
stomping, dancing, just dancing like a metal breakdown, and I'm just like up there like dancing. I
Oh,
look back and see
maybe-
myself a couple
maybe
times.
that
I'm like,
wasn't the right
oh,
decision.
no, I mean, I'm not gonna change it. So
Whatever.
Oh, trust me, dude. I'm a big dude. I've always been a big guy, and it's like when we were in the EG, I remember Tom from the brewery going.
you.
A lot of people would kick out a guy as big as Easy because he's not marketable, and what you're doing right now is really gaining stuff. He goes, but y'all just embrace that thing. That dude's a mascot. Look at him. You gotta love the big guy.
There are t-shirts.
Yeah, because
But
but I feel the same way with taking part. There's times like
Yeah.
watching videos and I'm like, God, you're stupid looking. You know? But if you get on stage trying to be a front, people smell that more than they hear your music, dude.
Yep.
I
Yep.
wore board shorts to a show,
Nice.
just wearing swimming trunks up there. I'm like,
Hey,
fuck it.
so American Eyes actually did a show at a skate park with Kiss the Curse, oddly enough, and we decided we were all gonna wear short shorts. So like, I mean,
Yes.
we're talking like
Yes.
your nuts might hang
Yeah.
out short shorts. It was one of the funnest shows I've ever played, though. You know, it was a blast. So, you know, you do what you gotta. It's
Yeah, we're BlackPlate. You should have the best product.
Yeah.
You should do all the work. It's all about work, man.
Yeah.
But if you're blessed enough to be playing out and having shows,
yeah.
if you don't play every show like it's the very last show, because it could be, because no matter what, you're in a band with other personalities who can ruin everything
Yeah.
at any moment. So you play every show like it's your last show,
Yep.
and truly appreciate, if you're playing to 5 people, that those 5 people could be somewhere else tonight. And if they're not,
Right.
if you don't have that mentality, get out because you suck. You're killing things.
Right.
You're not having that mentality is the type of person who gets off stage from playing to 40 people who never heard them and doesn't talk to any of those people and sits at a bar and drinks because I could have been doing something better with my night. Well, you should have, and you should stop being around because negative energy brings negative energy.
Right. Yeah.
Period.
So that's part of the reason why everyone loves going to Through All This Time shows. Because there ain't no negative energy.
Oh, they're fun
It's
boys.
a blast from
party.
one end to the other. How many times have we brought those guys up today?
Like 12.
Oh yeah.
A lot.
But-
I don't think I've ever seen them live yet.
We'll
coming
see
tonight?
Let's go tonight. We'll go
Yeah,
party.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are and also the guys in Black Plague are amazing hang too. Also amazing. Their drummer, oh my god, him and I can just see you're not going to be able to talk to Pat tonight because the two drummers are going to get together and do
Talk
that drum
drums.
speak thing.
If you don't know, this is what that conversation sounds like with people like me who hate them. Hey, it's good to see you, Pat. Good to see you. Drums. 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 Drums kick. Drums.
Oh, that drum thing.
Drums.
Drum. Yeah.
And I'm good. I am away from the conversation. Thing.
That makes me think about that. What was that? Blink-182 bass player made a video talking about.
Oh, bassist, yeah.
Yeah.
Why do
I love
bassists
that.
look so bored?
love that.
Yeah. So,
Best.
but yeah, they have an amazing. The whole band's great. I mean that is a
Phenomenal
great
musician.
band.
We talk about, before we wrap up, can we talk about how ungodly Rhett is with the space-time continuum?
Okay, so you gotta. Okay, man, I've got to figure out what parts of this story I can tell. So
So,
I mean, you can tell
I'll
the
break
whole
it down in
story.
a way that's family friendly. So Rhett came in, and he was prepared.
wasn't I in the seat at first?
I think so.
Yeah, because let me start from my point of view, because like I'm over here, we're gonna be recording Rhett. All right, it's something that so when we said the Killing the Catalyst record was weird, I mean they were like things that like they were like you forgot to put this part in. I'm like, what part? And then they're like, oh God, we forgot to record that. I'm sorry guys, like that kind of thing. And then there were times when like we really did forget to put the part in. We were like, I'm sorry guys, so it was that back and forth thing the whole time. This was one of those, Rhett was playing most of the guitars on this part and he forgot to record the other guitar part. So, and so he comes in, we're just going to retrack this part or whatever. And he sits down, plugs his guitar in, he's restrung it and everything, and he's over there playing it, and I just noticed like he's getting like tense and stuff, and I was like, "You okay, man?" He's like, "Dude, I don't know what just happened. I feel like I just I just panicked a little bit." And I go outside and get right a little bit. I was like, "Cool, all right."
Goes outside, gets right.
He goes outside, gets right, comes back in, sits down. I think you had the machine.
We
at this
switched
point.
places
Yeah.
at that point.
So, and I'm sitting over here. Man, I feel like this happened, although it doesn't seem like I'm a big believer in the sciences, but Rhett broke through something that day that I've never seen before. I think he recorded the song in less time than the song actually plays. Now, I say that as a man of science.
Flawlessly, twice over.
So I've been working on this theory since then.
Brett
he's sitting there,
Mandela us.
and he nails it. I mean, it's just perfect. It's like we sped up the track. He played it perfectly. Then we slowed it back down, and it was all on time.
But we didn't speed anything up.
We didn't speed anything up. It was just like Rhett's been in there recording for about 3 minutes. And it's a 5-minute long song. what just happened? But he's that kind of player,
Yeah.
I mean, he probably did record for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
It didn't feel like 5 minutes. It
but
felt
he
like an
grew.
instant.
That
Yeah.
did- Oh,
You're just sitting there watching
You
him,
get
and it's just like,
lost.
yeah,
Watching him play, it's just like,
there will
get
be
pulled
one
into
day
it.
that I do another band,
yeah.
and it's just gonna be studio session guys. But we're gonna sit down and
Well,
write songs.
Rhett has already been talking. Well,
We're gonna write songs.
Speaking out of church, so.
We're gonna write songs. Write songs together, and then we're just gonna record them. We're just gonna put them up because I want to do a project, It's called Easy and the Pine Box Prophets. And it's going to be whatever style of music I want, but Rhett will be in that project.
I'm playing drums on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because nobody grooves like that dude. He will take a 5/4 part that
And
has
make
that
it
little
feel
hip,
like this.
and you'll just be nodding your head.
Yeah.
And you're like, how does he do that, man? And he's just over there with his hat turned backwards, just not listening.
When I turn my hat around,
backwards.
Yeah.
God,
So-
that song fucks with me every time.
He's just a great player, dude, and he's a great person to be around. You know, super humble, fun. I can't speak
jumps
highly
really
enough
high,
about
too.
the guy.
I remember
Watch him
talking, like doing the mastering session for that because I think it was Will and Russell that came down to do mastering for all this time, and they come in. What is that? Is it Rocket Launcher?
Yeah, Rocket Launcher. It's two R's.
You have to say it with an accent.
Rauncher.
I don't know if they told you that.
Rauncher.
Rocket
Did
Launcher.
not.
Rocket
Say
Launcher.
it, say it, Tanner.
Rocket launcher.
Okay, now we get it. So let's not
You
go
know what
into
my
that
beer
any
can
further.
says?
What?
No, nothing.
I'm drinking ginger beer, bro.
Oh, I see a bottle of something else over there.
No, it's just
Modelo?
no. Well, I drank that. What? No, it doesn't say anything. That's a special. It's
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're sitting in here, and I was like, dude, you understand that song could like make people fall over, right? He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, the beat goes backwards, so you headbang reverse during half the song. so it's like, what is it?
What's the name of the song?
I think it's Rocket Launcher.
Rocket
Yeah,
Launcher.
let's pull it up. We'll
Yeah.
play this shit on air. It's on
I mean,
Spotify. But like, I think it's Rocket Launcher, or is it Star?
Rocket Launcher's that one that's in 7 where it
Yeah,
turns around
yeah.
one beat early.
Yeah. And but by the end of the song, you're headbanging on time. It goes backwards, forwards, backwards, and ends on time. So, I don't know. I feel like that is Pat doesn't care because he's just back there.
Yeah.
Like
Doing that thing where he's so like when Pat,
Yeah.
you know Patty's in the groove when
when
so
you got
drummers move
you
their
got
head
sticks
forward.
with 2 flips coming down on the snare.
He's doing the double flip sticks, and he gets this thing going where his head's moving sideways.
Yeah.
Like Patty's in it when his head's going sideways. Like he doesn't do the back and forth thing. It's
Yeah.
like around,
Yeah.
some sideways. Like
My favorite thing is when they play live, you will never hear them like mess up, but you know when somebody messed up because Pat cannot take it off his face.
Yeah, he's like sorry.
Yeah, he does. He has this little smirk he gives them.
Like someone farted on him.
Like, gotcha, bitch. Yeah, so but that's the thing about Rhett. He's just I don't know. I made a joke on somebody was talking about I think it was Dustin that used to play with does he still play with? Yeah, that's it.
Which part?
It's in the
middle of
the middle of yeah.
Actually, the next part.
Yeah. Wait for it. No, it's not this part.
further
It's
in the
chorus.
song.
Yeah. Is it this song? I gotta see the track listing. I don't know. Yeah,
It might not be this
they're all yelling at us right now. Like, no, it's blah blah blah. It's not Take Me to the.
Is it
Stove,
Take Me to
is
the
it?
Stove? Pull it, Take Me to the Stove.
It might be Take.
Take to the store.
Yeah.
Stove.
No, it's not this one.
No.
I don't know. It's on the record. Listen to the record.
Somewhere.
There's a
It's a hidden- it's a
7/4
hidden
part
gem.
that throws you backwards.
It's a hidden gem you have to find. So.
This shit sounds good though.
Yeah.
Of
Oh,
course
no,
it
it's
is. It was
real
recorded
good.
here.
Well, no, it's a collaborative effort. Yeah. It's a collaborative effort. We did a lot. This is it. This is the one. What is this, Stalker?
Yeah.
Yes.
Stranger.
Yeah.
Oh my! Yeah, I never paid attention.
Wait, it's not in this part. It's in the turnaround.
So badass.
Farther into it?
Yeah.
Almost there. Chorus. After the chorus.
Are we sure?
No,
Still not sure.
We're not sure.
Yeah. I know. Okay, so this record is a blur to me.
Nope.
No, it's not this song.
We forgot. Sorry,
we don't
guys.
know what song it is. It's on the record, though.
It's somewhere.
Guarantee it.
We'll give you a beer if you can find it.
Yeah.
When you come in for recording.
Yeah.
That's a step back.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, guys. It's been about 4.5 hours.
This is pretty hungry.
Yeah.
Look at him.
He looks pretty Garrett to me.
Still got some nuts there.
Looks pretty
Yeah.
Decent.
So anyway, man, this could go on for days.
Like, we
to
could
be
end up here
honest.
for 2 days.
Yeah. We've done this before. You can ask Wade Harris about New Year's Eve. We called Mr. Ghetto.
If you guys get a chance, look up our
did
boy,
call.
Mr. Ghetto. He's got a song called Walmart.
Yeah.
We're going to Walmart.
Welcome to Walmart.
Is it Welcome to Walmart?
We're going to Walmart.
We're going to Walmart. It's called
Yeah,
We're Going to
so-
Walmart, so shout out to Mr. Ghetto.
He puts his phone number in the video. He's
Fire
got like
Records.
10 million views on this video.
If
And we
do
just
this again,
called
we'll
him
call
on New Year's Eve. And he answers the phone. And we talked to him for a minute. Wish him Happy New Year's. And, it was great.
He got kind of mad at us because we kept asking when he was going to do a new video.
Yeah, he did get a little mad about that. Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, this is easy from BlackPlate. I've had a good time.
I do want to give a shout out to Wade though, because he has done a lot of the post production work on the upcoming Attracting the Fall EP, and from what I hear, from what I've heard, it's really good. He's really kind of coming to his own in that music. He's a great guitarist, obviously.
Killer player. Dude rips.
But we've kind of developed a relationship over the course of this particular EP, and those guys are something else. So they nobody's really divulged into the story of that. I want to spend a little time on them real quick, because they got beat up pretty hard with the recording. They went to a studio that was outfitted very well, very nicely, lots of high-end gear. These guys ran into issues that we've talked about today, and didn't deal with it properly. It was just like, well, sorry, we can't help you, because they're very technical. But they're all really good, so there's no reason they shouldn't have a good recording. Me and Wade and Steven from Plate and Beverage, we're sitting out on the park bench out in front of Clayton Beverage after it closed one night at a show, and Steven's just bringing us out the stuff that like you can't buy. So
He brought out one time, my bassist, old bassist, just brought out this cup of beer. It was just a concoction of stuff. He was like, "Hey man, you want this?"
yeah,
He drank that. It's gone.
Yeah.
Just gone.
yeah.
Doesn't remember after that.
Yep. So they, but we're sitting out on the, at the table in the front, but not a park bench, a table. Yeah, the table that's right in the front of Clayton Beverage, and Steven's closed up. He admits that his girlfriend's out of town, so he's just hanging out. We're keeping him out of trouble. Blah blah blah. So me and him and Wade just sit there talking, and we get to talking about how he's trying to help Attracting the Fall get this recording up to par. I was like, dude, you produce, the record, and bring it to us, and let's work something out. Let's figure out how we get this to work financially, whatever. But let's do it together. And once we started that project, Nate's another one of those guys. It's just an amazing drummer.
He's a fucking...
And, yeah.
The vocals while he's drumming.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, what?
Yeah. So he's playing all that complicated shit
Yeah.
and singing,
Yeah.
so, well, whatever, but, And at this point, I think Nick was playing bass with them when we first started, but he ended up leaving, and Jeremy just learned the stuff, came in, tracked it, did amazing. Which he'd been in the band before, but I think most of this stuff was a little newer than his time in the band. So, their guitarists were great. John was great, and John is a different kind of vocalist. He's got a different sound, which I think is unique, and I like it. It's got this. It's a breath of fresh air a little bit. Presented its own set of challenges, but I think it's going to sound amazing. But Wade really stepped up into getting, this band on the market where they needed to be when these guys had just had the crap beat out of them. So, props to Wade for picking up this thing, and I think he's going to do some really good things in the production world. So, yeah. What else?
Awesome.
You guys got anything else you want to promote?
I don't know.
Say hey to mom, dad.
It turns out my mom and dad are both liking stuff that I post on Facebook now.
snap.
So that gets weird. My mom's a Methodist preacher, so it's a little strange.
That's really good.
Yeah.
I want to give a shout out to Cookout for providing us with,
And Mikasita.
Mikasita and Dunn, both of
Yep.
them for providing us with great times.
Mikasita by Roses.
All right, so
Not the other one.
No, the other one's just not as good. The
It's
salsa
not
is
as
lacking.
good. Yeah.
But so the Mikasita by the Roses and Dunn,
Mexican restaurant?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Fuck yeah.
the local Planet Fitness.
Yeah.
We always shower there,
Providing us with showers.
and
And
we'd
the
like to give a
occasional
shout
workout.
out to Miller Lite
One here, dude.
because they have been providing us with fine pilsners for 5 years.
That are extremely low carb, comparatively speaking.
We are those people.
If any of those companies would like to sponsor this podcast, feel free.
Notice we didn't mention any musical equipment.
It's all about the food and beer, man. Like, fuck, I gotta eat, man.
We got all
We'd like
these-
to thank the PV Fractal Kemper Series 5150 2.0 for really providing us with cutting edge program drums.
All right. It's been fun.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yep.
Oh yeah. Say bye, everyone.
Touch tips.
I guess it's since we don't have clothes on.
We can totally have a sword fight.
Oh, they can't see that we were gradually taking our clothes off the whole
Oh, yeah,
podcast.
man. It's a bit nipply in here.
Yeah. I can say it's pretty cold here, guys.
It did get chilly.
Temperature doesn't affect it.
You're not a doctor. With that. Okay.
Yeah, it was a blast, brother. Thanks for coming out here and doing it.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
All right. We good?
Yeah.
Yep.
We need to save this, like, now.
All right.